Chapter 51. Coming home in a domineering manner. Boss, what's wrong? Lan Dus saw Mei Ping looking unhappy and asked with concern. Mei Ping withdrew her thoughts and sighed intentionally, saying, I am wondering if the wound on my buttocks will leave a scar. The boss lady, no worries, I have a solution. This thing can be removed by mixing aloe vera juice with cucumber to form a paste. Lu Chen comforted with a smile, saying, Let me make the ointment first, then I'll tell you. After being blessed by the god of medicine, he already had the formula to remove scars in his mind. Mei Ping suddenly hugged Lu Chen tightly, saying, You silly fool. It seems that big sister really didn't make a mistake in you, you are my hero. The boss lady, don't do this. It's getting dark, my mom probably has dinner ready. Lu Chen nervously pushed Mei Ping's hand away. Mei Ping playfully scolded Lu Chen, Sister, just giving you a hug scared you like this? Am I that terrifying? She then jokingly said, Tonight, I'll come to your house to drink. If I get drunk, I'll just sleep at your place. Oh no, this is not good. Lu Chen was startled. Smiling, Mei Ping put her hand on Lu Chen's shoulder and called out, Okay, carry me back down the mountain early. If we stay out too long, people might gossip. Look how nervous you are. I'm just joking with you, Mei Ping said. Lu Chen was about to crouch down and carry Mei Ping down the mountain, when he heard a triumphant laughter behind him. Haha, the 5 ghosts opened the way. Good luck comes on its own. Borrow their good luck, let them die by borrowing luck. It is Cheng De who is carrying a hoe and walking over here. Not good, someone is coming. Lu Chen whispered to Mei Ping. If the villagers see him and the shopkeeper alone in this thicket, it might be hard to explain. Mei Ping was startled and instinctively leaned back. Be careful. Lu Chen quickly reached out and caught Mei Ping in his arms. After hearing some noise coming from the front, Cheng De quickly picked up the hoe and walked briskly forward. I'm going. What's that rustling noise? Could it be a rabbit? Lu Chen held Mei Ping in his arms and turned over, both of them lying on their sides, not daring to make a sound. Come out. Rabbit, come out. Sing Daine uses a hoe to wildly sweep in the grass. Mei Ping tightly hugs Lu Chen, scared into silence. After estimating, he ran for a while. Forget it. Let's take a break before deciding. Cheng De swept around, seeing no rabbits coming out, so he stopped. He unzipped his pants and prepared to pee in front of the bushes, feeling relieved. Lu Chen is only a meter away from him. If this guy really wants to pee, not only will he pee on himself, but I'm afraid the boss lady will also end up getting soaked. Lu Chen, what should we do? Shall we go out? Mei Ping whispered to Lu Chen. Lu Chen released Mei Ping and picked up a stone, placing it on his middle finger. Wow! With just a light tap of his fingers, the stone shot out like a bullet, flying straight towards Cheng De's chest. Cheng De pulls down his pants, preparing to relieve himself. Suddenly he heard a snap sound. Almost at the same time, he felt a sharp pain below, and he couldn't help but scream out loud. Upon encountering this array, ouch, dang it, it hurts so much. Cheng Dina was in so much pain that he cried out in agony. He backed away 3 meters, his face full of fear as he stared at the bushes in front of him. He cupped his lower abdomen with his hands and shouted loudly, What creature, what on earth is it? After reading this array, Mei Ping couldn't help but burst out laughing. There are ghosts, there are ghosts, there are ghosts in this place. Cheng De was shocked and scared, so he turned around and ran down the mountain. Mom, I can't stop laughing. Mei Ping laughed and glanced at Cheng De, who was running down the hill, cursing, Just a toothpick, and he dares to show off. If it doesn't kill you, who will? Thankfully, a finger caught it. Otherwise, we would have been in big trouble. Lu Chen answered with a smile. You are really good. Your marksmanship is always accurate. Come, give me a kiss. Mei Ping smiled and raised her red lips, leaning towards Lu Chen's face and kissed him. Lu Chen seemed to be struck by someone's point. Mei Ping smiled and shouted to Lu Chen, Go. This is a reward for you. Go back and have dinner. Lu Chen responded with a nod, casually picking some ripe persimmons and stuffing them into his pocket before quickly walking down the mountain with Mei Ping on his back. After walking a few steps, suddenly he stopped again. Mei Ping curiously asked, Why did you stop? Lu Chen smiled and put Mei Ping down, saying, I'll go pick these fruits. They will be great for making wine. What is the use of this thing? Mei Ping asked curiously. Lu Chen smiled and said, it can make a person more energetic, but also easily prone to getting angry. Isn't that just a male enhancement pill? Mei Ping replied with a smile. Also consider it done. In any case, there are still many uses. I'll pick it first. Lu Chen responded with a sound, quickly walking forward. Mei Ping looked at Lu Chen with curiosity and said, it seems like you still understand medical skills. Lu Chen was picking wild fruits as he replied to Mei Ping with a smile. There are many herbs in the countryside, and many people understand this stuff. The more you see, the more you will naturally understand. Ah. Mei Ping held a flashlight for Lu Chen and watched his agile movements while he harvested herbs. His strong muscles made her filled with even more fantasy and love for him. She even fantasizes about having a relationship with the handsome man in front of her in the sunlight, wondering if it would be a particularly enjoyable thing. Lu Chen has already picked the fruit and jumped down from the tree. Mei Ping suddenly stopped Lu Chen and asked, Lu Chen, can I take a look? What are you looking at? Asked Lu Chen with a curious expression on his face. Mei Ping leaned in close to Lu Chen's ear and said, I want to know, are you really the Azure Dragon? Lu Chen actually understood what the boss lady meant, but you can't just look at this stuff randomly. Do not move. Mei Ping suddenly reached out her hand, and it landed on Lu Chen's waist. The boss lady, what are you doing? Lu Chen was startled. Mei Ping was also suddenly startled, curiously glanced down at Lu Chen's waist and asked, oh my, where is your belt? Didn't I buy you a belt for over $1,000? Lu Chen's cheeks were burning, and he hesitated before replying, I lost it. His belt was taken by police officer Zhang Boinghuo, and the beautiful lady still hasn't returned it to him, but this cannot be directly told to the boss lady. After lightly caressing Lu Chen's waist, Mei Ping gently touched it and said, okay, let's go down the mountain now. This array, what is lost is lost. Next time, sister will buy you another one. Lu Chen took a cold breath and said, He felt that if his belt hadn't fallen off, the boss lady would have directly pulled down his pants. Alas, if we keep playing like this, I'm afraid it's going to catch fire. The landlady seems to be increasingly infatuated with him. What are you thinking about? Mei Ping saw Lu Chen standing there motionless, so she smiled and whispered in his ear, come stay at my house tonight. Ah, this is not good. Lu Chen was startled again. Mei Ping laughed and put her hands on Lu Chen's shoulders, softly calling out, let's go. Saying this while pointing towards the mountain. Yeah. Lu Chen was extremely messy and quickly walked toward the foot of the mountain with Mei Ping on his back. Returning home, my mother had already prepared a table full of dishes. Lu Chen, you're back, come in quickly, Mr. Mei is already sitting in the room, the food is ready. Ling Xiumin welcomed warmly. Sing Gang, who was playing cards, had a displeased look on his face. He gave Lu Chen a fierce glare and said, idiot, why did it take you so long to pick some vegetables? Don't you know that we are already hungry? Exactly how do you do things? Lu Shaozi, you are too silly. Take the boss lady to pick some vegetables, and it's already dark when you finish picking. After that, Cheng Dazhuang and Zhang Liken also started to curse along. Mei Ping glanced at the group coldly and said, you guys are being too much. Don't forget, tonight you are guests here. Ha! I donated $100,000 to this fool, what's wrong with me treating him to a meal? Sing Gang stood up, pointed at Lu Chen and shouted angrily, fool, listen carefully, if you don't serve me well tonight, you and I are not finished. Mr. Gang, you can take the money back. I don't want it. Lu Chen smiled and shook his head, saying, anyway, our family is used to being poor. You, Sing Gang is angry. The borrowed money, finally picked up by a fool, he naturally does not want it back. Coming back this time means that bad luck cannot be transferred. Chapter 52, The Medicinal Liquor is Good. Sing Gang was afraid that Lu Chen would return the borrowed money, so he could only sigh and say to Lu Chen, the money I lent out will never be returned. Let's forget about it, stop talking about this, and let's have a meal. After eating, Mei Ping also smiled and started to make excuses. Everyone please take a seat. Lu Chen gestured to the crowd. Take a seat. Come on, let's start eating. The crowd all seated one after another. Hey, Where's the wine, Lu Chen? Sing Gang glanced at Lu Chen and coldly replied. You invite us to dinner but don't offer any wine. Isn't that too stingy? Cheng Dazhuang intentionally mentioned that Mei Ping only gave you 2 bottles of fish and Mao Tai in the afternoon. If you don't bring them out for guests, what are you saving them for? After hearing that Mei Ping gave Lu Chen a bottle of Mao Tai, Sing Gang's jealousy immediately resurfaced. After Lu Chen's older brother passed away, Sing Gang sarcastically said to Mei Ping, since my brother's passing, I've never had Mao Tai when I've visited my sister-in-law's house. Mei Ping, taking care of Lu Chen, replied, it seems like you've never had Mao Tai at all. Ha! Sing Gang, you want to drink Mao Tai? I'll send you 2 bottles another day. Mei Ping chuckled and glanced at Sing Gang before replying, actually, the Mao Tai I gave to Lu Chen was also a gift from someone else. I don't drink, so I had to give it to Lu Chen. Like you, I also want to help people in need, so I intentionally sent so many things. Didn't you also give Lu Chen 100,000 yuan? Mei Ping's words were as tight-lipped as water drops, with no trace of a flaw. Sing Gang could only smile and nod, and shouted to Lu Chen, since General Mei has sent over 2 bottles of Mao Tai, Lu Chen, why would he bring them out and properly entertain our brothers? Quick, take it out and drink it. Cheng Dazhuan also shouted, anyway, you're always a fool with no friends, so just let us drink it all. Quickly go and fetch it. Zhang Liken urged without hesitation. Mr. Gang, the Golden Eagle Hotel just gave me the wine, and I immediately opened it and drank it. Is this not good? Lu Chen smiled and explained to Sing Gang. I heard that things that are just given out should not be opened immediately in front of the giver, as it shows disrespect. To show respect for Mr. Mei, I definitely cannot bring out this Mao Tai to share with everyone. If you want to drink it, let's do it another day when we have time to gather again. I, Lu Chen, will definitely treat you all warmly with Mao Tai. After this array, I went, this fool keeps talking nonsense. Zhang Liken couldn't help but mutter, looks like not stupid, huh? Mr. Gang, I feel like Lu Chen is pretending to be stupid. Look, the way he speaks is so logical. Cheng Dazhuang deliberately leaned in close to Sing Gang's ear and whispered, don't fall for this kid's tricks. Today we must make sure he brings out the Mao Tai and shares it with everyone. Okay, you guys are really forcing Lu Chen Fai to bring out Mao Tai to drink. Is it interesting? Mei Ping's face suddenly darkened, her expression serious as she said, Lu Chen is right. This wine is a gift from me to him. It's a bit disrespectful to dismantle what I gave to him in front of me, don't you think? Haha, sister-in-law, I didn't mean that. Sing Gang chuckled and glanced at Lu Chen, saying, Lu Chen, forget it. We don't need your Mao Tai anymore. Keep that wine for yourself and go to the convenience store to get 2 cases of beer. Let's have a good drink tonight. He decided to take advantage of this opportunity to give Lu Chen wine and, by the way, to test Mei Ping's reaction. Just now while playing cards, Cheng Dazhuang said a lot of bad things about Lu Chen, even suspecting that Lu Chen and Mei Ping are having an affair. Sing Gang couldn't help but feel suspicious in his heart. It's hard for him not to be jealous. Mr. Gang, how about this? Since everyone wants to drink, I'll take out the rice wine that I've been storing at home for over 2 years and share it with everyone. Lu Chen replied with a smile. He paused for a moment, deliberately leaning in close to Sing Gang's ear, and whispered softly, this aphrodisiac has excellent male enhancement effects. Men who take it can show off their prowess in full force. Lu Chen knows Sing Gang how color just loved to mix some drugs like strong yang. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he added some gunpowder into the medicinal wine, making the punishment for Sing just right and satisfying. Sing Gang muttered softly, you have drunk it before, confirm its effectiveness. He skeptically looked at Lu Chen. Of course I have drunk it. Lu Chen readily agreed. Oh, I see. A hint of jealousy crossed Sing Gang's face. He couldn't help but glance at Lu Chen, then looked at Mei Ping not far away. Looking at the sexy and beautiful Mei Ping, and then thinking about the silly Lu Chen, Sing Gang couldn't help but secretly speculate in his heart. It seems like Mei Ping and Lu Chen actually have a thing going on. So this idiot has some kind of magic potion with him. Afraid that this guy is skilled, serving Mei Ping comfortably right. He became more and more angry as he thought, but then he thought again and started to chuckle. Since this medicine is so powerful, if he drinks it, maybe he will become invincible in the future, haha. Upon hearing that Lu Chen wanted to make a special herbal wine for everyone, Cheng Dajuan and Zhang Liqin couldn't help but angrily curse at him. What drinks are available for the medicinal wine? You are so stingy, fool. Mr. Gang gave you $100,000, and you actually made us drink poisoned wine. In regard to this array, you guys don't understand, Mr. Gang is the one who truly knows what he's doing. Lu Chen intentionally puts on a proud look, glancing at Cheng Dajuan and Zhang Liqin, saying, "What you guys say doesn't count, listen to Mr. Gang's opinion." "Oh silly, Mr. Gang has drunk a lot of good wine. How could he possibly drink the medicinal wine brewed by your family?" "Just, what good wine can a fool brew?" Both Zhang Liqin and Cheng Dajuan couldn't help but laugh. After saying that, Sing Gang, not in a good mood, glanced at Cheng Dajuan and Zhang Liqin, then nodded towards Lu Chen and said, "Lu Chen, go get the medicinal liquor." When he said this, he intentionally glanced over at Mei Ping. He also briefly thought about the matters between men and women. After Sing Gang thought, if he had the combat power of Lu Chen after Mei Ping settled the debt once, he would probably obediently submit to him. Next, that billion-dollar fortune will also obediently fall into his pocket. "Alright, I'll go get the wine," Lu Chen responded, turned around and went into the room to get the medicinal wine. On the side, Cheng Dajuan and Zhang Liqin looked at each other with a puzzled expression on their faces. I can't believe this fool actually managed to make a connection. Even Mr. Gang listened to him. Is this guy really a fool? Cheng Dajuan and Wang Mezi both had expressions of doubt about life on their faces. 5 minutes later, Lu Chen came out carrying a large bottle of medicinal wine. He deliberately added 2 gunpowder berries to the medicine bottle. This thing, when added, makes you even more prone to getting internal heat after eating. Later, if Sing Gang eats spicy food again, tonight he will be able to send this guy to the hospital. Thinking of this, Lu Chen placed the bottle of medicinal wine on the table and cheerfully shouted, "Come on. The wine is ready, Mr. Gang. Let's have a drink together." After filling up the bowl, Sing Gang happily handed it over to Lu Chen and smiled, saying, "Tonight, let's drink to our heart's content." While saying these words, he didn't forget to glance at Mei Ping. He thought to himself, as long as he kept pouring liquor for Lu Chen, Mei Ping would definitely feel sorry for him. Then he could take the opportunity to force this woman to drink with them. After this woman takes a sip, she will ask Cheng Dajuan and Zhang Liqin to work together, and maybe they will be able to pin Mei Ping down on the bed tonight at Lu's house. Chapter 53, With Evil Intentions. Next, Sing Gang called Zhang Liqin and Cheng Dajuan to take turns to toast Lu Chen. Lu Chen had long been familiar with the herbs that disperse the effects of alcohol. He welcomed them all and drank several big bowls of fire fruit wine with Sing Gang and others in one breath. Mei Ping, who was beside him, saw Lu Chen gulp down bowl after bowl, feeling sorry for him, so she started to advise him. "Lu Tren Thiu, Hei Wang Modit. Ru Wang Quin Hu Si Lam Tun Duang Ko Li." At the Golden Eagle Hotel, Sing Gang jokingly teased Mei Ping. "I heard that drinking this wine can boost your strength. If you drink it, won't I be able to serve you better?" "Yes, Golden Eagle Hotel. This way you will be more comfortable." "The idiot at the Golden Eagle Hotel drank too much. You are more fortunate." Zhang Liqin and Cheng Dajuan also smiled proudly along. "After Sing Gang, you are too much." Mei Ping angrily picked up a bowl of wine from the table and splashed it on Sing Gang's face. Wow! A strong alcohol splashed on Sing Gang's face, like igniting a powder keg with a flame. Sing Gang was extremely angry. "Chirk! Dare to splash me, see if I will kill you today." Sing Gang angrily stood up, reaching out to strangle Mei Ping. "Stop!" Lu Chen stood up and quickly reached out to block it. Sing Gang's body leaned back, almost falling to the ground, but luckily he reached out and braced himself against the wall. "Wow, I didn't expect a fool like you to be quite strong, huh? Alright, I'll smash you to death." Sing Gang unbelievably stared at Lu Chen, then quickly bent down and picked up a stool, about to smash it towards Lu Chen. Mei Ping shouted loudly, and stood in front of Lu Chen to stop him from acting recklessly. "You actually use your body to protect a fool." Sing Gang was stunned for a moment, shaking his head in disbelief, and said, "I didn't expect that in your eyes. I'm not even as good as a fool. He was filled with sorrow and anger, his jealousy towards Lu Chen becoming even stronger. Regarding the array, you are talking nonsense. Just because Lu Chen is a fool, you should not bully him more. Can you get so hard? Can he take a bench from you? Mei Ping glared at Sing Gang with a slight red face, explaining, I advised you not to drink for your own good. In case someone dies from drinking, you will also be legally responsible. If you didn't say those infuriating words earlier, I wouldn't have splashed wine on you. I admit that I was wrong in this matter, so I apologize to you. After sizing up Sing Gang and Xiao Meiping, Sing Gang smirked and said, Since Golden Eagle Hotel cares so much about Lu Chen, why don't you accompany me for a drink or two? After we finish this wine, the incident earlier when you splashed me with water will be water under the bridge. He has already poured a full bowl of liquor while speaking. He knows that Mei Ping can't drink much alcohol. Once she drinks it, she can't drive. Next, he can take advantage of this opportunity to win over this woman. Okay, I'll drink. Mei Ping readily agrees. Mei Ping bit her lip, picked up the bowl and was about to pour it into her mouth. Lu Chen wanted to advise against it. Don't. This wine is very strong. After opening Lu Chen with her hands, Mei Ping poured the strong liquor into her mouth in large gulps. However, as she was not good at drinking, she felt uncomfortable smelling the intense aroma of the medicinal liquor. A large amount of liquor flowed out of her mouth, trickled down her neck, and wet her clothes instantly. The scenery inside is faintly visible. After watching it, Sing Gang couldn't help but widen his eyes and drool directly. On the side, Zhang Liqin and Cheng Dazhuang stretched their necks, their eyeballs almost falling out. After finishing the drink, Mei Ping wiped the corner of her mouth, turned her face towards Sing Gang, and replied, Can you let Lu Chen go now? Haha, sister-in-law is starting to speak up, of course I have to listen to you. Actually, I was just teasing you. Sister-in-law, you're taking it too seriously. Look, the wine spilled all over you. Come on, let me help you wipe it off. Sing Gang grinned mischievously as he grabbed a tissue from the table, stood up, and started wiping it off Mei Ping's body. After saying no need, Mei Ping blocked with her hand and bit her lip, saying, I'll do it myself. Sing Gang chuckled and reached out, squinting as he replied, Let me do it for you. How can you wipe without tissue? Upon seeing the lecherous look on Sing Gang's face, Lu Chen knew that this guy was deliberately trying to take advantage of Mei Ping. He took the tissue from Gang's hand and started wiping it on Mei Ping's chest. After that, Mei Ping slightly leaned her body to the side, pointing to her chest with her finger, looking very cooperative. It's okay, you can stand a bit closer to me, she said. Upon seeing this scene, Sing Gang was extremely angry. However, in front of everyone, he couldn't just get angry for this reason. He could only watch as Lu Chen helped Mei Ping wipe her tears. Sitting across from Cheng Dazhuang and Zhang Liqin, watching Lu Chen wiping Mei Ping's chest, they also had a look of envy. The two couldn't help but whisper to each other, Wow, these breasts are huge. The Golden Eagle Hotel has a beautiful figure. After taking a fierce glance, Sing Gang sat down immediately and exclaimed disappointingly, Come on, let's continue drinking. Yes, continue drinking. Continue drinking. Zhang Liqin and Cheng Dazhuang also poured wine into the bowl. Lu Chen, you also come. Sing Gang looked angrily at Lu Chen and scolded, Kid, don't forget, me is my sister-in-law. She is my big brother's wife. You better not think about taking advantage of her. Mei Ping blushed and quickly explained with a smile. Lu Chen is my neighbor. I asked him to help me with laundry. Haha, I don't care, I just saw this kid touching your chest just now. Sing Gang's face darkened, pointing at Lu Chen and shouting, Idiot. This is disrespectful. Dare to disrespect the boss. Tell me, how should I punish you? After Lu Chen helped me wipe off the wine stain, he didn't even touch me in the first place. Sing Gang, do you have any misunderstanding? Mei Ping stood up for Lu Chen and said, Are you intentionally trying to make a fool out of him? Isn't that interesting? Sing Gang shrugged his shoulders and then turned to Cheng Dazhuang and Zhang Liqin beside him, asking, Do you guys think I unfairly accuse Lu Chen? Just now, this kid bumped into the chest of a lady at the Golden Eagle Hotel. No, Lu Chen did indeed bump into the chest of Golden Eagle Hotel. Yes, I saw it too. Zhang Liqin and Cheng Dajuan nodded at the same time. Mei Ping was furious. She knew that Xing Gang was intentionally looking for trouble. I'm sorry, just now I might have accidentally bumped into President Mei. Lu Chen knew Xing Gang just wanted to get him drunk, so he smiled and nodded, saying, "All right, to express my apology, I'll have another bowl of strong alcohol." After speaking, he poured a full bowl of wine into his own bowl. Ha! Lu Chen, you really look down on our Golden Eagle Hotel. Have a drink, and you can touch her chest. Then I can drink 10 bowls. Xing Gang replied with a smile. When these words were spoken, Cheng Dajuan and Zhang Liqin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Mei Ping stood up angrily again. Xing Gang, you filthy scoundrel, how can you say such words? Little sister, don't be angry, don't be angry. I'm not targeting you. I just want to give this fool a little punishment. Xing Gang smiled shamelessly and pointed at Lu Chen with his hand, saying, Lu Chen, you have taken advantage of this so much, you have to drink at least 5 bowls. After saying this, Lu Chen agreed readily. Mei Ping stood up in exasperation and said, Xing Gang, if you keep doing this, someone will end up getting hurt. No problem, if someone dies, I'll pay for it. Xing Gang smiled indifferently and shrugged towards Mei Ping, saying, Golden Eagle Hotel. This was Lu Chen's own promise. If you feel sorry for him, then help him drink. 1 bowl equals 2. Upon hearing this, Mei Ping bit her lip, poured herself a bowl of wine, and was about to pour it into her mouth. Golden Eagle Hotel, please don't do this. Lu Chen wanted to stop them. You move aside, I'll drink. Mei Ping forcefully poured it into her mouth. Haha. Good alcohol tolerance. Xing Gang was very proud. Mei Ping drank a bowl, and still wanted more. At the Golden Eagle Hotel, you only need to drink 1 bowl. I'll drink the rest. Lu Chen blocked Mei Ping and then quickly poured 2 bowls of wine into his mouth. At this moment, Mei Ping's cheeks were flush, already showing signs of intoxication. After feeling hot, she felt a burning sensation in her chest and inadvertently unbuttoned a button, revealing her sexy cleavage. In this array, I'll go, this woman is really beautiful. Xing Gang swallowed his saliva, couldn't help but mutter softly, tonight, I must sleep with this woman. After saying that, he turned his head towards Cheng Dajuan and Huang Irma, blinked his eyes, murmured a few words softly. Chapter 54 Trap Design. Cheng Dajuan and Zhang Liqin nodded in agreement. Golden Eagle Hotel, you are drinking now. This car definitely can't be driven. Otherwise, just sleep at Lu's house tonight, Cheng Dajuan advised. Upon hearing that, Mei Ping said, No, that's not acceptable. I'll call a designated driver. And fumblingly took out her phone. Let me call you. Wang Irma stood up and took out his cell phone intentionally. He pretended to be very serious, operated on the phone for a while, and soon shook his head in embarrassment, saying, No. This place is not accepting orders. In the countryside where they were, it was impossible to call a car. Cheng Dajuan glanced at Zhang Liqin and pulled out his phone, saying, I'll call my cousin and ask him to come help drive us to the Golden Eagle Hotel and back home. Sure. Mei Ping nodded with a drunken tone. Cheng Dajuan immediately made a phone call. He quickly called his cousin Iron Dog. Golden Eagle Hotel. Do you mind if I also ride your car back to the city? Xing Gang also stood up with a smile and replied, I have also been drinking, so I can't drive this car. Mei Ping decisively refused Xing Gang, saying, No, you have to figure it out on your own. Dear sister, I have been drinking and can't drive. You surely wouldn't deny me this little favor, would you? Xing Gang pretended to look very pitiful. Mei Ping's attitude is very tough. When she says no, it means no. Xing Gang was very angry, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and said, Fine, you guys go ahead and put Mr. Mei in the car first. Yes. Cheng Dajuan responded, reaching out to help Mei Ping. Golden Eagle Hotel, slow down. Zhang Liqin also ran over, ready to help Mei Ping. After saying, I can walk by myself, Mei Ping staggered to her feet, using her hands to push away Zhang Liqin and Cheng Dajuan. However, after walking less than 3 meters, he saw her legs go soft and she sat down again. Lu Chen quickly ran over to Mei Ping and caught her as she stumbled outside the Golden Eagle Hotel. Lu Chen, why don't you help me get on the car? Mei Ping placed her hand on Lu Chen's shoulder with a drunken tone. If you help me, I'll feel more at ease. After saying okay, then I'll help you into the car. Lu Chen supported Mei Ping and walked towards the BMW X6 parked in front. When Sing Gang saw Lu Chen hugging Mei Ping with such intimacy, he was full of jealousy. I can't believe this good opportunity, but this idiot actually stole it. Cheng Dazhuang couldn't help but mutter softly. I really don't understand how the Golden Eagle Hotel can fancy this fool. Zhang Liqin also envied, swallowing his saliva. Sing Gang angrily glared at the two idiots and then gritted his teeth, saying, listen up. Mei Ping is mine. I'm going to take her tonight. Mr. Gang is right, Mei always belongs to you. Tonight Mr. Gang is going to seduce this woman, haha. Cheng Dazhuang and Zhang Liqin immediately started to flatter. Tai Gu, come here. Sing Gang waved to Tai Gu. Mr. Gang, what orders do you have? Tai Gu immediately went over. Sing Gang whispered a few words next to Tai Gu. Tai Gu nodded repeatedly, and smilingly replied, all right, I understand. I know what to do. After finishing the task tonight, I will give you a big red packet, Sing Gang said, patting Tai Gu on the shoulder with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Gang. Tonight you will definitely succeed. Wishing Brother Gang and Sister Mei a wonderful evening together. Tai Gu answered with a pleasing smile on his face. Dog's fart, a night of common beauty. Sing Gang made a vulgar gesture towards Mei Ping's back and scolded, cheap woman, tonight I'm going to make you unable to get off the bed, so you can't get off the bed. Haha, Mr. Gang is really strong. Mr. Gang is mighty. Cheng Dazhuang and others immediately began to flatter one by one. After saying that, Tai Gu smiled and waved at Sing Gang before quickly walking towards Mei Ping's BMW X6 parked nearby. At this point, Mei Ping has already been helped onto the car by Lu Chen. Golden Eagle Hotel, be careful on the way. Lu Chen put Mei Ping on the seat and then turned around to push open the door. Wait, Lu Chen, can you give me a ride home? Mei Ping grabbed Lu Chen's hand. Lu Chen awkwardly laughed and asked, how am I supposed to come back later? Mei Ping drunkenly placed her hand on Lu Chen's neck and said softly, don't go back, you'll stay at your sister's house tonight, it's spacious at her place. Golden Eagle Hotel, no need, I still have things to do at home. Lu Chen couldn't help but be startled, pulling her hand away. Lu Chen, don't go. Mei Ping once again placed her hand on his neck. Gazing affectionately at Lu Chen, she bit her lip and said, sister always feels like something bad will happen tonight. How about you walk me home? I'm afraid that jerk Sing Gang will have his eyes on me again. I can't believe it. He's completely drunk himself. Lu Chen chuckled and shook his head, saying, besides, he can't drive anyway. Mei Ping bit her lip and said, regardless, could you please escort me home, big brother? If you feel awkward staying at my place, you can take a taxi back instead. I'm very scared right now. I'm starting to feel a little drunk. In half an hour, who knows how drunk I'll be? What if halfway there, Tai Gu stops the car and calls Sing Gang? Wouldn't I have just given that jerk an advantage for nothing? When Mei Ping saw the pitiful and sorrowful look on Lu Chen's face, she could only grit her teeth and nod, saying, all right, I'll take you home. This is pretty much it. Mei Ping nodded and smiled, leaning into Lu Chen's arms. At that moment, Tai Gu happened to come over. Lu Chen was startled, quickly pushed Mei Ping away with his hand. Someone is here. With a hurried, ah, okay. Mei Ping responded in a fluster, immediately sitting up straight. Tai Gu pulled open the car door and got into the driver's seat. He turned around and looked back, seeing Lu Chen also sitting in the back row. Curiously, he asked, Lu Chen, why hadn't you gotten off the car yet? He also went to the market with me. Mei Ping shouted sternly at Tai Gu, you drive. Ah, this is not good. Mr. Gang didn't tell me that Lu Chen is also coming. Tai Gu awkwardly laughed and replied. Mei Ping impatiently urged Tai Gu, drive me home. After a while, Tai Gu felt nervous and quickly rolled down the car window, shouting loudly towards Sing Gang not far away. Mr. Gang, Lu Chen, that idiot, wants to go too, what should we do? What? Lu Chen, that fool, went to do what? Sing Gang quickly walked over. I can't believe this fool actually thinks he's a big shot. The fool really thinks of himself as a lover. Cheng Dazhuang and Zhang Liqin also started discussing. In a rage, Sing Gang came to Mei Ping's BMW X6 and reached out to yank open the car door. Lu Chen, get down from there. Go back to the Golden Eagle Hotel. It's none of your business. Why are you trying to stir up trouble? Sing Gang angrily shouted at Lu Chen, get down. Said, he reached out to grab Lu Chen's clothes. Mei Ping angrily pushed away Sing Gang's hand when he tried to escort her home. Sister-in-law, are you really having an affair with this fool? What's going on with one leg and not the other? Does that have anything to do with you? Mei Ping, with a hint of alcohol in her breath, glared at Sing Gang and said, I'll tell you the truth. I only brought Lu Chen around to protect myself from you. At least he's more reliable than the people you've arranged. Who knows what you're planning to do to me? After speaking, Sing Gang felt a wave of guilt. He never dreamed that Mei Ping would see through his thoughts. In front of this beauty, he would rather die than admit this matter. Chapter 55 Chase. Thinking of this, Sing Gang grinned triumphantly and said, haha, sister-in-law, you really guard against me like guarding against a thief. Fine, if you don't believe me, then let this fool accompany you. Time will prove everything. I will make you realize who is the man truly good to you. Alright, Tygo, drive carefully, take care of Golden Eagle Hotel on the way. Yes, Iron Dog responded, immediately starting the car and slowly driving forward. Staring at the taillights of the car slowly disappearing at the village entrance, Sing Gang gnashed his teeth in anger, spat on the ground, and cursed loudly, you cheap woman, tonight, I'll make you know how powerful Sing Gang is. I guarantee that I will make you ecstatic. Mr. Gang, so what should we do with this fool? Mr. Gang, this idiot also went along. Cheng Dazhuang and Song Likin curiously came over and murmured a sentence. What's the use of following him? Later, I will make him wish you were dead. Sing Gang grumbled unkindly, a hint of cunning crossing his lips. I have already arranged with Tai Gao. Later on the way, have him pretend the car broke down on purpose. Then find a few brothers to directly grab that brat Lu Chen, toss him into the ditch. After that, it will be the world of Mizong and me, haha. Mr. Gang Kawa. Mr. Gang, it's still you who knows how to do things. Cheng Dazhuang and Song Likin started flattering each other on the spot. After finishing, don't call anymore. Sing Gang, with a cold expression, glanced at Chao Cheng the Zhuang and shouted, bring me 5 or 6 sturdy brothers over. Yes, Mr. Gang, I will arrange it for you right away. Cheng Dazhuang immediately took out his phone and started dialing the number. After a while, 6 strong men arrived in the village. After shouting, Sing Gang waved his hand and took a few people up to his BMW 740. Cheng Dazhuang also brought a few others and rode 2 motorcycles closely behind. Lu Chen's mother had just come out of the kitchen, unaware of what was happening outside. Seeing everyone leaving and not finding Lu Chen, she started to worry and took out her phone to call him. Upon receiving the call, Lu Chen immediately answered, Mom, what's wrong? Son, why can't I see you? Where are you at Golden Eagle Hotel? Why haven't I seen you with Sing Gang and Cheng Dazhuang? Lin Xiumin asked curiously. Mom, Golden Eagle Hotel is drunk. I'll take her home. Lu Chen answered truthfully. Okay then, that's great. Lin Xiumin smiled and nodded repeatedly, saying, it's nothing. Take care on your way. Right, Mom, have Sing Gang and the others left? Lu Chen asked curiously. They and Cheng Dazhuang's group just left, and even called a few people over. I wonder what they are up to. Lin Xiumin sighed softly and said, I guess it's nothing good. Okay. I won't say any more, I'm hanging up. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a little worried. He is carefully reasoning in his heart. Lu Chen, I'm so sleepy. Mei Ping's drunkenness became even more intense than before. She started to feel a bit dizzy. She clumsily fell into Lu Chen's arms. The beautiful woman leaned on him, and it was fine, but she even held his hand and placed it on her slender thigh. This seductive action made Lu Chen's blood boil. The young man in his early 20s dare not to live in such a high-temperature place. It's hard to resist the desire for women. While driving, Tai Gu glanced back in the rearview mirror and faintly saw this ambiguous scene, feeling a tingling sensation in his heart. In his mind, he even fantasized about how wonderful it would be if he were sitting next to Mei Ping at this moment, the beautiful woman. Unable to resist, Tai Gu glanced back and caught a glimpse of Mei Ping's snow-white chest. His nose almost started bleeding. As soon as he lost attention, the car veered off course and crashed straight into the tree in front. Break. Lu Chen shouted loudly. After regaining consciousness, Tai Gu immediately stomped down with one foot. The car suddenly slammed on the brakes and came to a stop near a large camphor tree by the side of the road. After Mei Ping was suddenly shaken by the car, she was startled and suddenly half sobered up. Finished, the car broke down. Tai Gu shrugged helplessly, making a very helpless expression, and sighed. We can't go anymore. Mei Ping couldn't believe it as she stared with wide eyes. How is it possible? This car was just fine, how could it break down? I don't know anyway, I can't drive this car. Tai Gu shook his head helplessly and said, Golden Eagle Hotel, I'm really sorry, I can only leave the car here for now. Otherwise, you can find someone else to drive it. After speaking, he pushed open the door and walked straight towards the back. Lu Chen looks around alertly at his surroundings. Mei Ping was excited as she undid her seatbelt, opened the car door and shouted loudly to the iron dog. No. You can't just leave us halfway here in these wild mountains and countryside. Where am I supposed to find someone to drive us? Sorry, I can't drive this car, I almost crashed just now. Iron Dog didn't reply, he just walked quickly ahead. Hey, you can't leave. Mei Ping got off the car unsteadily. Golden Eagle Hotel. Don't walk over there. Lu Chen quickly grabbed Mei Ping, his face serious, and said, Quick, get in the car. Someone will catch up soon. He had already seen a group of people on horseback coming from a distance in the woods, using his celestial eyes. Needless to say, it was definitely Xing Gang bringing his men. The BMW 740, obviously, belonged to that guy. How to deal with this? In the middle of nowhere, I'm drunk again, I can't even drive at all. Mei Ping was on the verge of tears, cursing. It must be Xing Gang deliberately trying to mess with me. Yes, Xing Gang wants to get you. They have already come. Lu Chen suddenly picked up Mei Ping and said, Quick, get in the car. I'll drive. After looking at the array, Ni Xing Ma? Mei Ping looked worried and asked, Nai Bu Wi Kai Chia? Before, I taught myself and could drive a small four-wheeled vehicle, barely managing to drive it well. Lu Chen opened the car door, holding Mei Ping and putting her into the car. He turned around and then closed the car door. It was Cheng Dashwang's cousin, Huang Erqiang, who came riding on a motorcycle with a thug, blocking Lu Chen's way. You fool, don't run. Today Mr. Gang asked me to bring someone to take you down. When it comes to this array, Gani Yade. Lu Chen didn't hold back, he directly kicked the other person without any hesitation. Why? Oh. Huang Erqiang was still riding on a motorcycle with her body not seated firmly yet, when suddenly Lu Chen kicked her and she stumbled unsteadily. Due to this, both of them, together with the motorcycle, tilted and fell to the side. The motorbike crashed into him and another thug, pressing them down, causing Huang Erqiang and the other person to scream in pain. Mr. Gang, come quick. The fool is hitting people, the fool is hitting people. Help me, help me. Mr. Gang, that idiot ran away. Huang Erqiang and another thug were pinned down by a motorcycle, struggling and screaming. Xing Gang is sitting on a BMW 740 coming from another side road this way. He heard shouting and couldn't help but curse out loud. Damn, this idiot dares to hit someone. Quick, faster, step on it. I'll beat this idiot first, then sleep Mei Ping. The BMW 740 struggled to move forward on the rural dirt road. Lu Chen, get on the car. Mei Ping, who was also startled by the alcohol, quickly shouted towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen quickly climbed into the cockpit and began to search around frantically. First start. This car doesn't need to step on the clutch, it's automatic. Mei Ping leaned forward, grabbed Lu Chen's hand, and personally started instructing. Lu Chen is very smart, just give some guidance and he will understand. He first backed the car out, quickly stepped on the gas, the car quickly accelerated, and then rushed forward. Mei Ping sat in the car, frightened to the point of being beside herself. At this time, the BMW 740 behind has already turned onto the main road leading to town. Sitting in the car, Xing Gang saw the vehicle in front of him swerving unsteadily. Excitedly he shouted, Haha, that's it, Lu is done. He's driving under the influence, quickly reported to the police. Let the police catch him directly. Lock up this fool, Mei Ping will be mine. Tonight, I will definitely have her. Chapter 56, On the car there is some. Cheng Dazhuang immediately took out his phone and was about to make a call. Sing Gang aggressively grabbed Ching Dazhuang's hand. With a proud expression on his face, he said, "My cousin is a traffic police officer. I'll just use this opportunity to give her a task." After speaking, he carefully dialed his cousin's phone number. After receiving a call, Sing Gang exaggeratedly shouted into the phone to his cousin, "Cousin, someone just drove drunk. I want to complain to you, that guy is really arrogant, drinking 5 big bowls of liquor and insisting on driving. He doesn't listen to advice at all. You guys should take this matter seriously or else it will end in tragedy. By the way, that guy also said he has powerful connections, so he's not afraid even if he kills someone. He has money to compensate." The cousin asked incredulously, "You really drank 5 bowls and drove afterwards?" "Correct, absolutely." Sing Gang pretended to be serious and said, "Hurry up. I am now on the rural road leading to Bishui village. You guys are on the county road ahead, just stop him directly. This kid is driving someone back to the city." Sing Gang explained Lu Chen's route in detail and clearly. At the other end of the phone, a voice filled with righteous indignation immediately came out. "Too arrogant, cousin, rest assured, I will definitely take this person down. I will take my men to the road ahead to set up a checkpoint to investigate him." After hanging up the phone, Sing Gang proudly turned his head towards Ching Dazhuang and others, shouting, "All right, let's follow slowly behind. This kid won't be running far. Mr. Gang is awesome. Haha, Lu Chen is doomed this time." Ching Dazhuang and Zhang Liqin and others, one by one, chuckled smugly, waiting to hear Lu Chen's joke. In fact, at this moment, Lu Chen showed no signs of intoxication. When the car started moving, it was a bit shaky because he hadn't driven in a long time. Plus the car was an automatic, so it was his first time experiencing it, naturally feeling unfamiliar. However, after driving for 1 kilometer, he found that the operation was quite smooth. It was so silky. Sing Gang called for someone to follow closely behind. Upon seeing Lu Chen's car speeding faster and faster, Sing Gang couldn't help but worry. He shouted to the driver next to him, "Drive slower, don't chase this guy too closely. If we chase too closely, he will run even faster. I'm afraid my cousin's men won't have time to set up a roadblock before he arrives, and that will be troublesome." The driver intentionally reduced the speed and increased the following distance. Lu Chen saw that the car behind was not chasing so closely, so he slightly slowed down his speed. Sitting in the back row, Mei Ping couldn't help but worry when she thought about Lu Chen drinking. She couldn't help but advise him, "Lu Chen, I don't think Sing Gang and the others have caught up. Why don't you stop near the village ahead and find a place to rest? After all, you've had so much to drink. If you get caught, you could end up in jail. Also, let's stop at the village entrance in front. There is a small grocery store not far away, where many people are playing mahjong. Even if Sing Gang catches up, he can't do anything to us. Let's rest in the car for an hour or two. When we wake up from the alcohol, we can leave." Lu Chen thought that he had taken sobering medicine, so there shouldn't be much alcohol left in his body. He estimated that resting for 1 or 2 hours would completely decompose it. "Okay, and it's up to you." Mei Ping turned her head and glanced back, seeing that the car was not catching up. She couldn't help but lightly touch her chest and breathe a sigh of relief, saying, "You scared me to death. Luckily that jerk Sing Gang didn't catch up. Let's park the car under the camphor tree ahead." After driving for a while, Lu Chen parked the car under the ancient camphor tree. He opened his third eye and looked around, only to find that Sing Gang's car was no longer following him. With a sigh of relief, he finally let his guard down. In fact, Sing Gang had already seen their car parked under a distant old camphor tree. The man smiled smugly and said, "Haha, this fool actually stopped the car, probably drunk. Never mind. Let's wait here and catch him off guard. I'll make a call, get my cousin to come and arrest him." After speaking, he once again dialed his cousin's phone number and immediately told her the location where Lu Chen had parked the car. Sing Gang's cousin came straight to Lu Chen. At this moment, Lu Chen, sitting in a BMW X6, has already unbuckled his seatbelt and is drinking water heavily. He also wants to quickly eliminate the alcohol in his body so he can safely drive Mei Ping home. "Who knew that after just taking a few sips, I felt my lower belly bloating, and a strong urge to pee surged from the bottom upwards. Mom, I don't feel well. My stomach feels a little bloated. What should I do?" Before Lu Chen could speak, Mei Ping sitting in the back row shouted first. Lu Chen scanned around and blinked at Mei Ping, saying, "How about you get off and solve it under the camphor tree up ahead?" Mei Ping blushed and shook her head repeatedly, saying, "That won't work. This method is not appropriate. What should we do then?" Lu Chen awkwardly squeezed out a smile, saying, "If not, you can solve it in the car. I'll just turn around and it'll be fine." "In the car? How do you solve it?" Mei Ping hesitated for a moment, nodded and said, "I have one. There is a trash bag in my car. However, someone needs to help me open the bag to catch it. Otherwise, it's easy to spill in the car, and then there will be a strong smell, which is unpleasant. Lu Chen, can you help me out?" While talking, Mei Ping grabbed a plastic bag and handed it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen couldn't help feeling embarrassed when he saw this array. "Ah, this is not good. However, I am really in a hurry." Mei Ping blushed and begged Lu Chen, "Come here. I can't hold it much longer. Anyway, no one will see. Anyway, we both decided to have a child with this fool, so sooner or later we'll have to take that step." Mei Ping decided to just go for it. Gee. Lu Chen felt a little embarrassed. Mei Ping blushed and glared at Lu Chen, then patted the back seat, saying, "Hurry up, squeeze through from the middle control area. We'll be there soon. I'm very fast." Upon seeing Mei Ping's anxious face, Lu Chen nodded and squeezed through the middle of the 2 front rows of seats. He took the plastic bag, bent over and opened the plastic bag. Mei Ping then lifted her skirt slightly and squatted down. Lu Chen had no choice but to crouch down and follow along. The whole process is very fast. It takes at most about 3 minutes. When Mei Ping rose again, her cheeks were already flushed red. She took a long breath, smiled, turned her head and blinked at Lu Chen, saying, "Okay, give me the plastic bag. I helped you throw it away." Lu Chen somewhat hesitantly rolled down the car window, preparing to throw away the plastic bag. Mei Ping, feeling a bit embarrassed, gently reminded, "Is it okay to just throw trash outside like this?" "It's okay. This is the countryside. There aren't any garbage bins. Besides, next to it is a vegetable garden. I'll throw it in the vegetable garden, which can be considered as fertilizing the vegetables. The owner will naturally clean up the plastic bag when they see it." Lu Chen laughed and replied, then threw the bag in his hand away. With a swoosh, the bright red plastic bag landed 5 meters away on a patch of vegetable leaves, soaking them through. "This organic fertilizer is really good. In a week, these vegetables' leaves will definitely grow lush and green," Lu Chen muttered with a smile. "Go away." Mei Ping blushed and glanced at Lu Chen, saying, "Stop saying meaningless things. I'm telling you the truth." Lu Chen laughed and replied. As he was speaking, he suddenly held his stomach with his hand. Mei Ping saw the look of bitterness on Lu Chen's face and couldn't help but curiously ask, "Are you also feeling the urge to urinate?" Chapter 57, Drunk Driving Check. "After being told by you, I really hit the mark." Lu Chen lightly caressed his stomach, feeling embarrassed as he responded. Mei Ping took out an empty mineral water bottle from the storage compartment of the car door and handed it to Lu Chen, saying, "Here, take this. Let it go." "This doesn't work." Lu Chen laughed and waved his hand. Mei Ping forcefully handed the mineral water bottle in her hand to Lu Chen. "You can turn around." "It's okay, I also solved it in the car just now, right?" Lu Chen smiled awkwardly and shook his head, saying, "Sorry, the opening of this bottle is too small. I accidentally dropped it." Mei Ping was slightly surprised at the small size of this. She blushed and fell silent for a moment, then curiously widened her eyes and asked, "So, what size bottle would be suitable? Is there any nutritional fast line?" Lu Chen awkwardly scratched his head. "Wait a moment, it seems I have a bottle in my bag." Mei Ping blinked at Lu Chen, then reached into her bag and found a bottle of unopened nutrition quicklime that she had never drunk before. She lowered her head and glanced at the bottle in her hand, then smiled and said, "This has not been opened yet. You want to drink it first and then use it?" "Also yes." Lu Chen took the energy drink readily, twisted off the cap, and drank it all in one go. After finishing the Nutri Express, Lu Chen saw Mei Ping deliberately turned her body away, saying, "Okay, I'll turn around. I won't look at you." Lu Chen is really feeling anxious and overwhelmed. He decisively picked up the empty bottle of Nutri Express and happily released it. Hearing the sound of rustling, Mei Ping couldn't help but curiously turn her head and sneak a glance. Just then, Lu Chen also turned his head and glanced back. At a glance, their eyes met, frightening the two of them into a moment of panic, immediately turning their faces away. The two of them fell into an awkward silence for 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, Lu Chen took a deep breath, shook his body, closed the bottle cap, and prepared to throw the bottle out of the window. "Wait," Mei Ping called out to Lu Chen. "What's wrong?" Lu Chen looked at Mei Ping curiously. "Pass me this." Mei Ping reached out and took the bottle. "Golden Eagle Hotel. What do you want to do with this thing?" Lu Chen looked at the bottle filled with urine, feeling curious. "Don't litter anymore. This stuff is not easy to decompose. Put it on the car for now. I will go back to the city later and throw this stuff in the trash can." Mei Ping picked up the bottle and looked at it for a while and smiled and placed it under the seat. Upon seeing Mei Ping's serious expression, Lu Chen felt moved. He had not expected Mei Ping to be such a cultured and sophisticated woman. "All right, sit in the car for a while and rest well." Mei Ping smiled and advised Lu Chen, "You drank so much alcohol last night. Lie down here for a bit first. I will try calling a designated driver to see if I can reach one." While speaking, she has already taken out her phone and is ready to call a designated driver. At that moment, however, 2 bright beams of light were seen shooting in from outside. "Uh-oh, someone is coming." Mei Ping quickly put away her phone. With a nervous look on her face, she turned her head and shouted to Lu Chen next to her, "I think Sing Gang has brought people here." Lu Chen turned his head and saw Sing Gang leading a female traffic police officer walking towards them. Behind the 2 people, a group of people followed. "It looks like a traffic policeman," Lu Chen clarified, and Mei Ping replied after taking a closer look. After they were done, it was estimated that it was Sing Gang, that bastard, who deliberately sent someone to mess with you. Mei Ping couldn't contain her anger and cursed, "This bastard is too much. I didn't expect him to be so despicable." After hesitating for a few seconds, she then put her hand on Lu Chen's shoulder and said seriously, "Lu Chen, when the traffic police come later, you say that I was the one driving this car. Remember, do not say it was you driving. Otherwise, you will be taken to jail. Besides, you don't even have a driver's license, at least I do. Also, I drank less than you, maybe just over the legal limit. But you, on the other hand, drank so much that you are definitely drunk driving. It's a clear case of drunk driving. Golden Eagle Hotel in the mine. I can't be without you." Lu Chen replied to Chow Mei Ping, "This car is driven by me, so I should be the one to take responsibility. Moreover, I took a drug to quickly disperse the alcohol in my body beforehand. I don't feel drunk at all. It's very possible that it can't be detected." Mei Ping reached out and held Lu Chen's face in her hands, feeling touched in her heart, saying, "I know you are doing this for my sister and me, but the more you do this, the more I can't let you go to jail." Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound outside the car window. "Hey, idiot! Open the door!" Sing Gang shouted loudly outside the car window. "Sorry, they're here. I'm going to open the door." Lu Chen quickly opened the door and got out of the car. Sing Gang glanced around and saw that he did not come down from the driver's seat. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. He looked inside the car again and saw Mei Ping hurriedly tidying up her skirt, instantly feeling jealous. "Goodness, you fool, how long has it been since the incident with Mei Zong in the car? My goodness, both of you have already gotten together." Sing Gang felt a sudden pain in his chest. After Sing Gang said nonsense, Mei Ping glared at him angrily and said, "Spreading rumors is also illegal. I hope you don't speak carelessly here." Lu Chen and I just sat in the car for a while and didn't do anything at all. Don't talk nonsense to me. Ha! Do you really think Sing Gang, am a fool? A man and a woman stopping the car on the roadside and both sitting in the back seat. Isn't that doing something? Sing Gang moved closer to Mei Ping and said coldly, "Sister-in-law, I really don't understand. What's good about this fool? Your taste is very unique." Mei Ping was so mad that she gritted her teeth and was about to explode. "Wife, chill out, you two have some kind of breaking trivial matters. Neither can I interfere. I'm here tonight to check for drunk driving with my cousin." Sing Gang smirked confidently and pointed behind him to a female police officer in a police uniform, saying, "She's coming over right now." Mei Ping angrily glared at Sing Gang and scolded, "Dang it, I didn't expect that you intentionally had someone come here. Don't forget, Sing Gang, this drunk driving incident was all caused by you. If you hadn't purposely distracted Taiko and had someone follow us, no one would have driven under the influence. Haha, it's useless for me to explain. You go explain to the traffic police, sister. Sing Gang turned his face proudly and waved towards the traffic police girl not far away, saying, "Cousin, come here. This couple is drunk, and that fool drove the car off. You must handle this matter properly. This is clearly drunk driving, seriously endangering road safety. Come." Female traffic police responded with a cold expression as she quickly walked towards Lu Chen and asked, "Was it you who was driving the car just now?" "Yes, it is indeed the car I drive." Mai Ping wants to explain. "It's not that, you listen to me. The Golden Eagle Hotel, don't deny it. We have recorded everything. In the past, we recorded Lu Shezi getting on the car." Sing Gang smiled proudly and replied to Mei Bing, "Moreover, we also have a dashcam installed at the back." After saying that, Lu Chen calmly smiled at the female traffic police and nodded, saying, "I don't have a driver's license. How should I be punished? I admit it all." The female traffic police officer glared at Lu Chen and said coldly, "Do you know the dangers of drunk driving without a license? That could land you in jail. Regarding this array, miss, please don't accuse me randomly. You can say I'm uncultured or not very intelligent, but saying I drunk drive is a bit much. You haven't even tested me, how do you know I drunk drive?" Lu Chen smiled and asked the female traffic police officer, "Do I look like I've been drinking?" "Humph. Don't be so stubborn, people saw you drinking, what are you still trying to defend?" The female traffic officer brought out a testing stick and handed it to Lu Chen, shouting, "Come on, open your mouth for a serious test." Chapter 58, Continue Blowing. Without waiting for Lu Chen to open his mouth, the beautiful female traffic police smelled a strong smell of alcohol on him. She used her hand to fan her nose, glaring at Lu Chen angrily, and said, "You still say you haven't been drinking? I can smell it." Lu Chen laughed and replied, "Just because I smell the alcohol doesn't mean I'll drink it. Even if I do, it doesn't mean I'll get drunk." He continued, "Beauty, my consciousness is actually very clear. If you don't believe me, you can test me." He wants to get away with it. It would be best if he didn't get tested, of course. Although he believes in the effectiveness of the sobering medicine, he dares not guarantee that he won't get drunk. But he dares not guarantee that alcohol won't be detected in the test. Only by trying will he know. "Stop talking, open your mouth and blow." The beautiful female traffic police officer frowned and thrust the breathalyzer into Lu Chen's mouth. Upon seeing this scene, Sing Gang standing beside couldn't help but smirk proudly. "Lu Chen, obediently open your mouth to accept the test. Once the test results are out, just wait to enter the classroom. Haha, you're completely finished. Haha. This kid is done for. This time, it's really over. Drunk driving, at least a few months of suspension." Cheng Dazhuang and Zhang Liken also started laughing along. On the side, Huang Erqiang laughed triumphantly, saying, "Lu Chen, this time you are going in. Your mother in the village will surely suffer a lot in the future. You heartless bunch of people eager for me to enter the police station, right?" Lu Chen glanced coldly at Sing Gang and the others, and said sternly, "Even if I do go in, if any of you dare to lay a finger on my mother, I, Lu Chen, will not spare you lightly." After saying that, the female traffic police glared at Lu Chen impatiently and snapped, "Stop talking. Blow into the breathalyzer." Mei Ping also got off the car and proactively leaned her neck over. "The cousin, don't listen to her nonsense. Just now we saw with our own eyes that it was Lu Chen, that fool, driving." Sing Gang replied sternly to the female traffic police officer, "Just test that man." After that, the female traffic police turned her face towards Sing Gang and others, glanced at them, and said, "You better keep your mouths shut." Sing Gang laughed crazily as he watched Lu being taken away, saying, "I don't speak. I just watched the fool being taken away. Let's wait for this kid to be taken away. As soon as this idiot blows, he immediately exceeds the limit, and then can enter the office." Cheng Dazhuang and others also smiled proudly. Ignoring Mei Ping, the beautiful female traffic police officer once again brought the breathalyzer to Lu Chen's mouth and said, "Blow. Come on, open your mouth. Ah." With a relaxed expression, Lu Chen opened his mouth and blew air into the test tube. He always pretends to be calm on the surface, but in fact, he also feels a little unsure in his heart. After all, he is not sure whether the sobering medicine can pass an alcohol test. However, the test results turned out surprisingly well. After blowing out the breath, the beautiful female traffic police immediately stepped forward to check the test data. Soon, however, she suspiciously furrowed her brows. Strange, the readings seem normal. He hasn't been drinking, right? After hearing the array, "Beautiful lady, congratulations, you answered correctly," Lu Chen smiled and replied to the female traffic police officer. "I'm not drinking alcohol, I'm drinking loneliness." His words amused the nearby Mei Ping, who couldn't help but laugh softly. "It's impossible. It's just not possible. We clearly saw this kid drink several bowls of wine." Sing Gang's face revealed a look of questioning life. He took 2 steps forward, pointed at Officer Lu Chen and asked, "Cousin, is your breathalyzer broken?" The beautiful policewoman lowered her head and glanced at her breathalyzer, then shook her head and said, "This tester is working properly." "I don't believe it, give me the stick." Sing Gang angrily snatched the breathalyzer from the pretty female police officer's hand and then shoved it towards Lu Chen's face, saying, "Come on, kid, blow into the stick." "Don't bother," Lu Chen said coldly, shaking his head. "I've already been tested, you have no authority to test me again. Just now definitely did not test accurately, I demand a retest." Sing Gang's face turned sternly and he barked, "Quick, blow." After Sing Gang, "Are you crazy?" Mei Ping strode forward angrily, pushing Sing Gang aside with her hand. "Bog, don't mess around." The beautiful female police officer was also getting a bit angry. She reached out to snatch back the breathalyzer test stick in her hand. "No, I must make this kid retest today." Sing Gang gritted his teeth in frustration. "Too much. In the end, are you the one performing official duties, or am I the one performing official duties?" The beautiful female traffic police officer, Sing Gang, angrily shouted, "Sing Gang, if you keep acting like this, I will report you. You are obstructing official duties." "Cousin, listen to me. This guy really drank alcohol and he drank several big bowls. If you don't believe me, ask them." Sing Gang felt unwilling in his heart. He turned and pointed to his companions behind him. "The beauty, Mr. Gang is right. Lu Chen is a fool who drank alcohol, and he drank several big bowls. He drank at least 2 gin of medicinal liquor. The wine is actually quite strong." Cheng Dazhuang and others also responded together. "The gentleman, someone doubts that my previous test was inaccurate, so I want to test again." The beautiful female traffic police officer picked up the testing stick and handed it to Lu Chen's face again and nodded and smiled at him, saying, "Could you please cooperate again? I'm sorry, I'm the least fond of someone causing me trouble. I have already tested it. Besides, you just saw the values earlier. I'm afraid I can't cooperate with you anymore." Lu Chen firmly refused the other party. "Response format was not valid, please try again." "Shut up. How dare you say I didn't test it properly?" The beautiful female police officer angrily glared at Sing Gang and shouted at him, "I actually suspect your motives are impure." The cousin said, "Cousin, what you said is not right." Sing Gang, looking aggrieved, took out his phone and moved closer to the beautiful female traffic police officer. He replied, "You see for yourself. This is a video I recorded earlier at this idiot's house. Look at this idiot, isn't he drinking alcohol nonstop?" While Sing Gang took advantage of Lu Chen drinking to secretly record a video, he originally intended to capture Mei Ping's low-cut look. However, he failed to record the low-cut view, instead mistakenly capturing Lu Chen. He silently cursed himself for this mishap. Little did he know that this video would come in handy later on. The beautiful female police officer stared at the phone screen and frowned. She then turned to Lu Chen beside her and said, "Sir, please cooperate with my inspection because someone has reported that you were drinking. I must give the public an explanation. You have to test as well." Lu Chen raised his face and coldly said to the beautiful female police officer, "If you do not detect that I am drunk driving, how will you compensate me for my mental losses? Don't forget, you have already troubled me for the 2nd time, and with such a skeptical attitude, seriously affecting my mood, causing huge trauma to my soul." After taking a glance at Lu Chen, the beautiful traffic policewoman bit her lip and said, "All right, I will test you again. If there really is no issue this time, then I will let you go. And I will apologize to you." "What kind of gift should I compensate with?" Lu Chen laughed and replied to the beautiful female traffic police officer, I want something substantial, not just a few words of apology. The beautiful woman traffic police, knowing she was at fault, could only grit her teeth and say, all right. How about this, if the test data is normal, can I invite you to a big meal? Sure, but I want to go to the most luxurious restaurant in our city for a feast. Teal. The beautiful female police officer gritted her teeth and handed the breathalyzer to Lu Chen again, saying, blow into it. Oh. Lu Chen opened his mouth eagerly. The beautiful policewoman stared at the screen, carefully examining the data, while Sing Gang on the side was like a rooster, stretching his neck out and repeatedly asking, what's wrong? Is it exceeding the limit? Chapter 59, The Wronged Good Person. No, cousin. You wronged someone. This value is normal. The beautiful traffic police angrily glared at Sing Gang. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. There must be something wrong with this tester. Let me try it. Sing Gang grabbed the alcohol tester again and blew into it forcefully. The reading quickly rose. He immediately called the police. Sing Gang seemed to have been struck at an acupuncture point, his face turned pale with shock. The crowd on the scene also looked at each other in astonishment. See the devil, how can this happen? I went, what happened tonight? This fool drank so much and nothing happened. Lu Chen, could it be that just now you weren't drinking alcohol? Zhang Liqin and Cheng Dazhuang, both wearing expressions of doubt about life on their faces. Mai Ping on the side was also at a loss, unable to help but stand still in place. She was starting to not understand Lu Chen anymore. The array states, impossible, impossible, there must be a problem somewhere. Sing Gang seemed to be possessed, just nodding his head and murmuring. Well, I was killed by you. The beautiful female traffic cop pushed Sing Gang with hatred, then immediately grabbed the breathalyzer away. She turned her head towards Lu Chen and apologetically nodded, saying, I'm sorry I misjudged you. Sorry, is it finished now? Lu Chen sneered and reminded the beautiful female traffic police, earlier you promised to take me to the best restaurant in our city to eat. The beautiful lady police officer's face blushed red as she said, I. In the array. Lu Chen's gaze is like a raging fire, staring at the beautiful female traffic police officer with a fierce look, as if asking, what's wrong? Are you reluctant to let go? The beautiful female traffic police officer bit her lip and said, come at my WeChat. I'll make plans to meet you tomorrow when I'm free. I'm sorry, beautiful lady, I don't have WeChat. Lu Chen smiled and took out his phone, waving it in front of the beautiful female traffic officer, saying, I'm using an old people's phone. It doesn't have this function. The beautiful female traffic police officer couldn't believe her eyes as she exclaimed, no way. You're still using this thing? You don't even use WeChat, how am I supposed to contact you? Come on, dial my phone number. Lu Chen smiled and handed the phone over. The beautiful traffic policewoman picked up Lu Chen's phone and happily dialed her own number. I have saved your number. When I have free time, I will arrange to see you again. Upon seeing the scene, Sing Gang beside him finally reacted, unable to help but anxiously say, hey cousin, you must not fall for this guy's act. He is clearly driving under the influence of alcohol. There must be some problem here. It seems that this fool is not at all foolish. He is a smart person. BOG, have you caused enough trouble yet? The beautiful female traffic cop angrily glared at Sing Gang and scolded, today you have already cost me a big meal. Are you trying to swindle me out of an even bigger one? Sing Gang was left speechless by his younger cousin's retort. Handsome guy, here's your phone. The beautiful traffic policewoman handed Lu Chen his phone and then turned and walked away. She stretched her long legs, hopped onto a motorcycle, waved to Lu Chen, and shouted loudly, handsome guy, I will treat you to a big meal tomorrow. Remember to answer my call. After speaking, the beautiful woman started the motorcycle and drove away gracefully. After saying goodbye, Lu Chen smiled and waved goodbye at Sing Gang, then turned his head and called out to Mei Ping beside him. Golden Eagle Hotel, get in the car. After Ping Mei came back to her senses, she smiled and replied, immediately opened the car door and got into the BMW. Lu Chen, you stop right there. Sing Gang gritted his teeth in anger, pointing at Lu Chen and saying, kid, do you think you can take Mei away tonight? The woman Sing Gang has set his sights on. No one else can try to seduce. Otherwise, I will break his legs. Sing Gang, are you crazy? Mei Ping angrily pushed open the car door and walked down again. She pushed Lu Chen behind her, raised her face and coldly warned Sing Gang. If you have any business, come to me. I expect you to stay with me tonight, Sing Gang said with a sneer. Come get in the car with me. Mei Ping, furious, raised her hand and slapped Sing Gang's face, shouting, You are crazy. After calling me a cheapskate, you still want to hit me. Sing Gang reached out and grabbed Mei Ping's wrist. Ah, pain, you hurt me, Mei Ping shouted in pain. Fang Kai Ta. Lu Chen walked over quickly and shouted coldly at Sing Gang. Regarding the array, haha, idiot. Do you think it's possible? Sing Gang smugly stretched out a finger in front of Lu Chen and said, To tell you the truth, tonight I'm going to conquer Mei Ping. Mr. Gang, I advise you not to do this, otherwise you will regret it. Lu Chen smiled and pointed his finger towards a nearby convenience store, saying, There are people playing mahjong over there. As long as we shout loudly, it will be hard for them not to come. Your gang under Sing Gang is powerful, but it seems that this village is not within your influence. From what I know, Deputy Director Xiang from our city police station seems to be from this village. If something bad happens in this village, do you think the city police will let you off? Besides, this place is under surveillance. Everything you do could be watched clearly. Don't let yourself end up in prison just because of a moment of impulse. Lu Chen's words made Sing Gang's body suddenly tremble. After hesitating for a few seconds, he loosened his grip on Mei Ping. At the Golden Eagle Hotel, let's go. Let's get on the car too. Lu Chen smiled and gestured to Mei Ping beside him. After hearing that, Mei Ping nodded and said, Let's go, then turned around and boarded the car. Lu Chen started the BMW X6 and drove straight to the city center. Staring at the departing figure of dust being driven away by the car, Sing Gang couldn't help but curse out loud. Damn fool, I will make you die a miserable death. Mr. Gang, it seems like this fool is not foolish anymore. Cheng Dazhuang scratched his head curiously and said, I suspect he was pretending before. Yes, I also feel that this fool is pretending. Zhang Liken couldn't help but add. This fool is not foolish at all. Not only that, I see that this guy is very good at picking up girls. He not only made me happy, but just now in a short 10 minutes, he managed to hook up with that beautiful female police officer and even got her phone number to start dating. Upon seeing this array, Sing Gang angrily grabbed Zhang Liken's collar and shouted, That beautiful female traffic officer is my cousin. I'm telling you, if my cousin is wooed by that scoundrel Lu Chen, I will break your legs. Mr. Gang, please don't be like this. It's not like I'm trying to hit on your younger sister. If you want trouble, go find that idiot Lu Chen. Zhang Liken cried and waved his hand, saying, I was just telling the truth. Sing Gang angrily threw Zhang Liken to the ground. Zhang Liken fell down screaming loudly. Sing Gang didn't even bother to look at him. At this moment, all he can think of is the figures of Lu Chen and Mei Ping. Thinking of Mei Ping's various caring gestures towards Lu Chen, Sing Gang suddenly felt sorrow welling up from his heart. He angrily gritted his teeth and cursed. Mei Ping, this cheap woman, is probably going to be taken advantage of by that fool Lu again tonight. Why? What makes this fool better than me? I'm so angry. Suddenly, Sing Gang punched heavily on the old camphor tree beside him. With a loud bang, a piece of bark fell off the tree. The crowd on the scene is so scared that they are shaking, and it's quiet. After just a minute, Sing Gang groaned in pain. Oh. Mr. Gang, what's wrong? Cheng Dazhuang immediately supported him. My back hurts so much. Sing Gang tried to reach back with his hand, but couldn't touch it no matter how hard he tried. He then shouted to Cheng Dazhuang, Help me take a look at what's going on. Good heavens, Mr. Gang, your back is bleeding, and it's even infected. Cheng Dazhuang grabbed the collar, looked inside carefully, and couldn't help but feel disgusted. Only saw Sing Gang's back with a lump growing larger than a mung bean, red and swollen, even oozing pus. When Sing Gang punched the tree, the force was too strong that it immediately split open the knot on it, causing blood to gush out. Lu Chen, you son of a asterisk stitch, it's all your fault. What the hell were you thinking, giving me that crappy alcohol to drink? Now I'm all fired up and in pain, oh my god. Lu Chen, you bastard, causing harm to people. Sing Gang's hatred towards Lu Chen has deepened once again. Fortunately, he did not know that the bump on his back was actually stabbed out by Lu Chen with a toothpick. Last night, Lu Chen at Mei Ping's house picked a toothpick and picked a yellow pus on Mei Ping's buttocks. Later, Lu Chen used this toothpick to stab Sing Gang's vital point. Just like that, Sing Gang, this poor guy got infected, and a lump grew on his back. Tonight, after drinking this explosive cocktail, Sing Gang's lump suddenly burst, swelling several times larger, making it hard to bear the pain. This series of misfortunes includes both coincidences and carefully calculated actions, making Sing Gang itch with hatred. Perhaps it is because Sing Gang's resentment is too deep, causing even Lu Chen to have some kind of connection. While driving, he couldn't help but sneeze 3 times in a row. This sneeze is never ending. Lu Chen joked with a smile. I guess that damn Sing Gang is cursing at me. Mei Ping, with a gentle expression, advised Lu Chen, why don't you just stay at my sister's house tonight? I'm worried that bastard Sing Gang will come to retaliate against me. When she said this, there was already a bit of expectation in her eyes. Having tested this fool for so long, it was time for something to happen between them. Chapter 60, Buying Things Late at Night. Regarding this array, Lu Chen hesitated and said, this doesn't seem too good. Mei Ping, supporting her head with her hand and sighing, said, the medicinal wine at your home is really strong. I can't understand how you can drink so much and be fine, while I can't handle even 2 bowls. Oh my goodness, I'm feeling dizzy. I need to rest for a while. All right, Golden Eagle Hotel, you rest for a while first, Lu Chen replied, patiently driving. The road was clear and unobstructed. The car quickly arrived at Mei Ping's house. Mei Ping now seems even drunker than before, her body feeling soft and limp. Lu Chen took Mei Ping's hand and placed it on his shoulder, then he helped her into the villa. Golden Eagle Hotel, we've arrived. Come, let me assist you inside. Embrace me, I can't walk anymore. Mei Ping, with a tipsy voice, hooked her hands around Lu Chen's neck. Lu Chen felt his cheeks burning at the sight of the Golden Eagle Hotel. Don't. Mei Ping's whole body had already collapsed in his arms, drunkenly gazing at Lu Chen. I can't walk. Carry me inside. Upon seeing the beautiful woman in his arms, Lu Chen, in such a drunken state, had no choice but to bend down and lift her up. Upon entering the villa, Lu Chen placed Mei Ping on the sofa. Golden Eagle Hotel, it's getting late, you should rest early. I'll head back first, Lu Chen reminded Mei Ping, preparing to leave. Lu Chen, don't go. After Golden Eagle Hotel, it's already past 10, I have to go back. Lu Chen wanted to pull Mei Ping's hand down. Mei Ping slowly got up, her hands moving like snakes, sliding smoothly along his waist and reaching the front. She gracefully turned her body, and then hooked her hands around Lu Chen's neck. Pressing her whole body tightly against his chest, she gazed at him affectionately. Lu Chen, don't go, be my man, okay? Just tonight, sister needs you. Lu Chen can clearly perceive the passionate heartbeat of the beautiful female CEO in front of him. Staring at the stunning beauty in front of him, the primal desire within him, like a fierce and intense fire, was instantly ignited. At the Golden Eagle Hotel, Lu Chen hesitated before responding, his heart pounding relentlessly. Every part of his body had the appropriate reaction. His heart was in turmoil, and his voice was trembling. Do you also really like your sister's body? Mei Ping smiled and blinked at Lu Chen, intentionally pushing out her chest and starting to unbutton her shirt. In the Golden Eagle Hotel, Lu Chen's voice was very low. Do not deceive yourself, sister can feel your passionate heartbeat, which means you also have feelings for me. Sister like you actually misses you too. Don't believe it? Feel my heartbeat. Mei Ping grabbed Lu Chen's hand and pressed it against her heart. After reading this, Lu Chen only felt the softness in his palm, instantly feeling as if his whole body had been electrified, tingling all over. This has all developed to this point, so don't deceive yourself. Mei Ping's bright eyes glanced around, then closed her eyes, and her rosy lips drew near. In the face of such a strong attack, Lu Chen completely lost the ability to resist. He suddenly hugged the other person and went along with the craziness. 2 minutes later, the 2 people fell on the sofa. Mei Ping had already taken off her skirt and removed Lu Chen's shirt. When things reached this point, Lu Chen didn't want to pretend anymore. As a young man in his 20s, at the peak of his desires in life, he has never been with a woman before. How can he resist such temptations? He pushed Mei Ping down on the sofa, just about to launch the final attack. Mei Ping suddenly placed her hand on his shoulder, pressing against him. No, he can't do this now. Mei Ping seemed to remember something, instantly becoming much more alert. After Lu Chen swallowed a mouthful of saliva, he impatiently said, "Golden Eagle Hotel. But I really want to." After drinking too much alcohol, Mei Ping's face turned red. She bit her lip and said, "Tonight I drank too much, and you did too. This could lead to problems if we conceive a child. How about you go buy a box of that, and we take some precautions?" Her face turned bright red. This kind of thing, it was also a first for her. Mei Ping's original intention was to have a smart and healthy baby with Lu Chen. But when things reached this point, it seemed a little difficult to control the feelings. The flame in Lu Chen's heart has already been ignited by the beautiful female CEO in front of him. When he was full of momentum and blood was rushing through his body, Mei Ping pressed the pause button. Lu Chen was feeling quite frustrated by this. However, Mei Ping requested some measures to be taken, so he had no choice but to comply with her. He was even a bit curious about how exactly these measures would be carried out. After reading this array, hurry go. You go to the nearby convenience store to buy a box and come back. It should only take about 20 minutes. I'll go take a shower first. Mei Ping hugged Lu Chen's neck and kissed him on the cheek. After saying all right, then I'll go buy it first. Lu Chen smiled and responded, then put on his clothes and turned around to leave the villa's front gate. A cool breeze blew in, instantly calming Lu Chen down. Earlier his mind was filled with Mei Ping's jade-like figure, but now a more rational analysis emerged. Regarding this array, Golden Eagle Hotel does not really like me, right? Lu Chen scratched his head and said, "No, I'm just a fool. What does she see in me?" Without realizing it, he had already arrived at the entrance of a convenience store. The shopkeeper is a young woman who smiled and greeted Lu Chen by nodding when he walked in and asked, "What would you like, handsome?" Lu Chen, with a red face, looked around the shelves in the store saying, "Is that here?" The young woman saw Lu Chen looking shy, so she smiled and asked, "Are you buying sanitary pads for girls?" No. Lu Chen quickly shook his head. "Nani Yoshio?" The young woman curiously looked at Lu Chen. I'll look for it myself." Lu Chen was embarrassed when asked by the young woman. He looked around the store like a thief, sizing up the merchandise. The young woman seemed to understand Lu Chen's intentions, smiling as she took a box of red packaged Durex condoms from a prominent place on the shelf. She jokingly waved them in front of Lu Chen and said, "Do you need these?" Response format was not valid, please try again. Wait, I think this is your first time buying this thing. The young woman smiled and blinked at Lu Chen, saying, "This box in my hand contains granules, suitable for women who have given birth. How old is your girlfriend?" After scratching his head awkwardly, Lu Chen said, "She has never given birth to one, so please don't choose this model." "That's the kind." The young woman smiled again and moved closer to Lu Chen, saying enthusiastically, "There are many different fragrances of this type, such as banana, strawberry, and even apple. Which one would you like?" After reading the array, there are still so many nuances to consider. Lu Chen felt a little overwhelmed. Which one is actually better? In response to the array, "Are you asking me?" The young woman smiled and pointed to herself, then picked up a box and explained, "Personally, I think the strawberry flavor smells better. Every time my husband and I do that, smelling this scent, there is a kind of joy as if we are stealing and eating romantic love fruits in a strawberry garden. After all, we met while working at a farm, where we often strolled through the strawberry fields. Of course, we also left behind many beautiful memories, creating a special attachment to strawberries. Every time we smell that scent, it feels particularly exhilarating. However, it still depends on the individual and on your girlfriend's feelings." After hearing that, Lu Chen blushed and quickly reached out to grab the box, asking, "How much is one box?" 109 yuan per box, the young woman calmly replied. Lu Chen was slightly surprised. "No way. This thing is so expensive." A box of 10, just one fried rice noodle at a time. The young woman smiled and glanced at Lu Chen, saying, "Young man, don't be stingy with this. If you're going to use it, use one of good quality." After saying, "Okay, I'll pay," Lu Chen took out 110 yuan in cash and handed it to the young woman. Then he quickly turned and walked away. "Hey young man, I still need to borrow 1 yuan from you," the woman shouted at Lu Chen. After saying no need, Lu Chen didn't reply and quickly left the convenience store. "The first time buying this thing, I really feel embarrassed." After putting the box into the pocket, Lu Chen hurriedly rushed back. At this moment, however, a burst of female voices could be heard from up ahead. "Stop, don't run." Lu Chen raised his eyes and frowned, his celestial eye opened automatically. He quickly saw under the dim yellow light, a policewoman jumped off a motorcycle and, after taking off her helmet, quickly chased after a young man in sportswear in front of her. Lu Chen immediately recognized the beautiful police officer Boeing Hua at a glance. It seems like Boeing Hua is currently chasing after a criminal. Two people, one in front and one behind, are about 10 meters apart. It looks like the man in the sports suit will be caught up in no time. At that moment, suddenly a motorcycle rushed out from the side alley and headed straight for the female police officer. "Hey, be careful," Lu Chen exclaimed loudly, startled. Chapter 61. 501 minutes. A loud roar was heard, and a motorcycle quickly zoomed past Boang Hua. Upon hearing this, Boang Hua turned his head and saw a motorcycle speeding towards him. Startled, he couldn't help but jump into the rushing river next to him, dodging the oncoming danger. After hearing a loud noise, Lu Chen heard no more sound. "Hey, are you okay?" Lu Chen shouted loudly, then quickly ran forward. The motorcycle riding thief stopped the motorcycle in front of the man in sportswear. The man in sportswear quickly got on the motorcycle. The two people ran off. After cursing, Lu Chen immediately rushed towards the spot where Boang Hua had jumped down earlier. He ran to the railing and looked down, only to see about 10 meters below, the river water surging with a faint dark blue tint floating in the rolling river water. Obviously that is Boang Hua lying in the water. I estimate that this beauty has already fainted. Without thinking too much, Lu Chen leaped directly from the railing. After a loud bang, Lu Chen falls into the river, causing a huge splash of water. He quickly swims forward. At this moment, Boang Hua is still motionless. Lu Chen Yu walked to the side of this beautiful woman, grabbed her arm, and desperately swam towards the riverbank. Okay, he was already at the 3rd level of the Golden Bell, and that leap just now didn't cause him any minor injuries. But the beautiful female police officer in front of him is not so fortunate. After taking a closer look with his heavenly eyes, Lu Chen saw that the beauty's chest was covered in bruises. Clearly she had been knocked out by the waves earlier. "Come, let's get on shore first." Lu Chen lifted up the beautiful woman and helped her onto a grassy patch by the shore. He first probed the nose of the beauty, found no breath, then checked the pulse and also found it stopped. Afterwards, he touched her heartbeat again, but there was no response. Lu Chen didn't have time to think much. He loosened the clothes of the beautiful woman a bit to reduce the pressure on her chest as much as possible. Then he tilted her neck slightly upwards to check for any foreign objects in her mouth. Only then did he start giving her CPR mouth to mouth. Having already obtained the inheritance of the medicine god, Lu Chen is certain to effortlessly handle such trivial matters. After 5 minutes, Boang Hua's chest started to rise slightly, then she slowly opened her eyes. When Zhang Liqin opened her eyes and saw a man for the first time, she couldn't help but be startled. At that moment, she had just recovered her breath, her body extremely weak, naturally not recognizing that it was Lu Chen who came. "The police officer Zhang, you finally woke up." Lu Chen excitedly nodded towards Boang Hua and said, "Great, you finally woke up." At this moment, Boang Hua had completely woken up from her daze when she recognized that the person in front of her was indeed Lu Chen, her eyes filled with surprise. "Correct, it was me." Lu Chen smiled and nodded towards Boang Hua, saying, "I just happened to be passing by here, saw you, and then noticed a thug driving a motorcycle towards you. You reacted quickly, turned and jumped into the river, but you fainted. So I jumped down to save you." "Thank you." Boang Hua bit his lip and nodded at Lu Chen. When her gaze landed on Lu Chen's strong chest muscles, her cheeks couldn't help but turn red. "All right, you're fine now, that's good." Lu Chen smiled and comforted Bao Hu, saying, go find a place to wash up, change your clothes, and head home early to rest, so you don't catch a cold. Bao Hu chuckled and winked at Lu Chen. You're the same, he said. Goodbye, I'm going up first. Lu Chen waved to Zhang Liqin, then turned and walked towards the shore. Hey wait. Bao Hu chased up. Is something wrong? Lu Chen asked curiously. Sorry, I may have misunderstood you before. Bao Hu bit his lip a little embarrassedly, then lowered his head and said, can I treat you to supper? Give me face. Ah, I still have things to do. Lu Chen chuckled and shook his head, apologizing, let's do it another day. After saying that, Bao Hu smiled and shrugged his shoulders. Okay then, how about leaving a contact information? In response to the array. I don't have WeChat. You can call me on my phone, just leave a number. Lu Chen laughed and took out his phone, but soon his face turned serious. Trouble. My phone got soaked in water, probably ruined. Sorry, I have caused you trouble. Bao Hu smiled at Lu Chen and said, how about this? Let me give you one. I'll take you to buy one now. Consider it returning the favor. How can that be? Lu Chen shook his head slightly embarrassedly and said, besides, I am soaking wet, so it's not very convenient. Just remember my number. Wait, my phone seems to be missing. Bao Hu felt his pocket and helplessly laughed and shook his head, saying, oh no, I have a bad memory. You ask me to remember your number, for sure I won't remember. Let's go, I'll take you to buy a new phone. I also need to buy one myself. I will ask my bestie to send money over. Let's do it another day, I still have things to do. Lu Chen smiled and nodded towards Bao Hu, saying, forget about buying a phone, but please remember to treat me to a meal. If you need to find me, it's easy. I live in Bishui Village, Xialing Town, and I also work at the Mikuang mine in Shilling. After a moment of silence, Bao Hu sighed helplessly, saying, as she lightly touched her chest. All right then. It seems like this is the only way. Her face twisted in pain as she spoke. After Lu Chen asked, what's wrong? With concern, he used his supernatural vision to take another look at the person's chest, only to see that the beautiful policewoman's chest was already bruised, clearly indicating that she was seriously injured. After saying, it hurts, Bao Hu gritted his teeth, took a deep breath and said, it looks like I'm seriously injured tonight. I have to go to the hospital. Let me give you a massage. Lu Chen said somewhat shyly, pointing his fingers at Zhang Liqin's chest. After a moment of embarrassment crossing Bao Hu's face, he quickly put on a serious expression and said, don't bring that deceitful Jianggu trickery into my presence. She instinctively associated Lu Chen with the scene of fraud he committed on the square last night, feeling an inexplicable aversion towards him. Lu Chen smiled bitterly, shook his head and said, okay, you should go to the hospital. Goodbye. After speaking, he quickly turned around and walked forward. Hey, Lu Chen, wait. Zhang Lei quickly caught up and grabbed his clothes. Do you need anything? Lu Chen turned around. I may have been a bit too hasty just now, said Bao Hu, blushing and looking down. Or you can try it yourself, but don't stick your hand in too deep. Lu Chen was speechless when he saw this array. After Wang Hu raised his face and suddenly raised his voice towards Lu Chen, he said, Lu Chen, I warn you, if you have the intention of taking advantage of me, I will never touch you. Let go. You better go to the hospital. I can't cure this illness for you. Lu Chen decisively shook his head. Hey, can you stop being so petty? But Wang Hu bit her lip, looked around, and seeing no one, she lowered her face and unbuttoned a button, whispering, okay. You follow your process. Give you a chance to prove yourself innocent. Listen carefully, if I really remove your Yuming, it will come with a charge. Lu Chen joked. Massage services are charged by the hour. After biting his lip, Bao Hu said, charging is fine, but it has to work. Lu Chen did not make a sound, already placing his hand on her body at that faint blue spot, and began to massage it seriously. With the surge of true energy, soon a pink lotus flower emerged on the chest of this beauty, and then slowly dissipated into the green. Bao Hu gently closed her eyes, blushing as she quietly felt the pink lotus blossom gradually unfolding. She felt a strange sense of comfort surging in her chest, making her whole body and mind feel joyful. She felt a tingling sensation all over, experiencing an indescribable pleasure. Comfortable, it really is too comfortable. The sentence Boeing Hua couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. Comfortable is good, $500 per minute. Now already pressed for 2 minutes, charge 1,000 yuan. Lu Chen shouted with a smile. Upon hearing this array, Boeing Hua was shocked, quickly pushing away Lu Chen's hand, staring with wide eyes and saying, "What? $500 per minute? Are you a golden-handed person or something? So expensive." Chapter 62 still has a chance. In the next 2 minutes it's free, Lu Chen explained with a smile. After biting his lip, Boeing Hua said, "You have to help me show some results in just 2 minutes." "Sure, and let's make it 2 minutes." Lu Chen laughed and seriously helped the other person with the massage. This scene, exactly, was just seen by Mei Ping, who had just arrived. After Mei Ping finished bathing, she waited for Lu Chen for a long time. When he still didn't arrive, she started worrying about him and decided to call his phone. However, the phone displayed that Lu Chen's phone was turned off. Mei Ping had no choice but to come out to search for Lu Chen, only to unexpectedly see this guy placing his hand on Officer Zhang Vigen's chest. She stood 20 meters away watching. The more she looked, the angrier she got. Mei Ping angrily stomped her foot and then turned around, running back home. "Damn it, Lu Chen already has a girlfriend. You stupid jerk, I don't want to talk to you anymore," she said. Lu Chen was completely unaware of Mei Ping's anger and departure. He was fully focused on massaging Boeing Hua and only stopped after a while. Afterwards, "It's all right. The bruise on your chest has already been removed." After Lu Chen skillfully unbuttoned the button, Boeing Hua looked closely and exclaimed loudly, "Oh my Lu Chen, you are amazing. I can't see any marks on my chest anymore, and it doesn't hurt at all. I can't believe you are a miracle worker. It seems like I misunderstood you yesterday. I'm sorry, really sorry, I blamed you wrongly." She respectfully took a step back and bowed to Master Chen. Lu Chen smiled and glanced at Boeing Hua, saying, "It's enough to bow once for the living. It's only the dead who bow 3 times, understand?" "Ah, sorry. Boeing Hua couldn't help but feel embarrassed. "Okay, goodbye. I'm leaving now." Lu Chen smiled and waved. After saying goodbye, Boeing Hua licked his lips with a slight smile and waved to him, saying, "I will come to find you when I have time. Remember, I owe you a meal." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen agreed with a nod and hurriedly ran towards Mei Ping's house without looking back. The gate of Mei Ping's house has been closed. Lu Chen pressed the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang for quite a while before Mei Ping finally walked out of the house. "Do you have something to say?" Mei Ping raised her face coldly, glancing at Lu Chen. In this moment, she regained the arrogance and self-satisfaction of the former beautiful and aloof female CEO. At the Golden Eagle Hotel, Lu Chen nervously took out the newly bought box of strawberry-flavored Durex from his pants and said with a smile, "I bought it back. You asked me to sell it, right?" "Heh. Why did you buy this?" After scratching his head, Lu Chen hesitated and said, "Didn't you just say that drinking alcohol can cause birth defects, so you asked me to?" "Stop." Mei Ping coldly interrupted Lu Chen. She raised her face and swept her messy hair in front of her forehead with her hand, smiling bitterly as she shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, I might have had too much to drink just now. If I said or did anything to you, I hope you forget it. After all, I was already drunk at that time. Well, if there's nothing else, you could go back." After speaking, she reached out to close the door. "Wait." Lu Chen grabbed her fair wrist. "Hand, let go." Mei Ping's icy gaze fell on Lu Chen's hand like a cold sword. Lu Chen's heart suddenly trembled. The beautiful and icy cold female CEO in front of him, compared to the previous Mei who was entangled with him on the sofa, seemed like 2 completely different people. Previously, Mei Ping was all over him, as if she couldn't bear to be apart from him, but how come she changed so much as soon as she bought a set of condoms? Lu Chen is puzzled. At this moment, he is feeling extremely complex, lost, confused, and embarrassed all at once. Lu Chen cautiously asked, "Golden Eagle Hotel, do you still want me to stay here tonight and accompany you?" After saying "dream on, how could I possibly spend the night with you?" Mei Ping pulled her hand back with a bang and closed the villa's door. How can this woman change her face faster than turning a book? Lu Chen turned around helplessly, full of doubts in his heart. At this moment, Mei Ping in the villa living room is sadder than him. She sat on the sofa, but Lu Chen's image filled her mind. No, it's impossible. I cannot possibly like this idiot. Yes, I just want to borrow him to help me have a child. Mei Ping comforted herself in her heart. She kept shaking her head and asking herself, since I only need him to help me have a child, why should I care if he has a girlfriend? No, if he already has a girlfriend, why should I look for him? Can't I find someone without a girlfriend? But he is the top scorer in the college entrance exam. No, maybe it was just a misunderstanding earlier. Anyway, I just want him to have a child with me. I was too impulsive tonight. I shouldn't have gotten angry at him. After all, he's just a fool. Maybe other women are seducing him. Yes, no matter what, I shouldn't be so hasty. Mei Ping's inner turmoil is overwhelming. After hesitating for a while, she ran to the balcony on the second floor. Hey Lu Chen, you're back, Mei Ping shouted loudly. Golden Eagle Hotel, any business? Lu Chen turned his head and looked back. Mei Ping, I want to say, would you stay tonight and accompany me? Just as she was about to speak, she swallowed it back down. She feels that it's not right to be taken advantage of like this. She is after all the #1 beauty, unwooed, being treated so carelessly and being slept with. She feels discontent in her heart. She hasn't even experienced the feeling of love yet. Thinking of this, Mei Ping instantly regained her previous aloofness and shouted to Lu Chen, you come to work on time tomorrow. In response to no way, Golden Eagle Hotel, you said yesterday that you would give me 2 days off. Lu Chen replied with a smile, I've only rested for 1 day. Mei Ping glanced coldly at Lu Chen and said, okay, you can take a day off and come to work at the mine on time the day after tomorrow. Then she continued, come to my office early the day after tomorrow. I have something to discuss with you. Upon noticing the array, Golden Eagle Hotel, what's going on? Lu Chen curiously asked. Your job position, I may need to adjust. Mei Ping said coldly to Lu Chen, if you have time, go get a driver's license first. I need a driver, and I think you're the one. Lu Chen was extremely excited. Thank you, Golden Eagle Hotel. After hearing Mei Ping's cold snort, she said, what are you saying thank you for? The 300 yuan subsidy for working in the mine is gone. Mei Ping's face was full of pride as she continued, and if you don't get the certificate within 2 months, I will fire you. Don't worry, I will definitely get the certificate. Lu Chen readily agreed. Hemph. Be down to earth as a person, don't just boast about yourself. Mei Ping swayed her thin waist and hastily walked towards the hall. Looking at the slender figure of the mermaid-like beauty, Lu Chen couldn't help but recall the scene of their earlier entanglement on the sofa for those 2 minutes. That feeling is just too good. Suddenly, his heartbeat inexplicably accelerated again. Upon seeing the array, it looks like I and Mei Zong have a chance. Lu Chen smiled knowingly, feeling like he was starting to genuinely like this beautiful female CEO. Chapter 63. This green hat is very large. With a beautiful heart, Lu Chen walks on the street, feeling the wind under his feet. Upon hearing this array, I go, isn't that Lu Chen that fool? Suddenly a shout came from behind. Lu Chen turned his head and saw Hu Bao leading a group of people walking towards this direction. Ha ha, Lu Chen, you won't be able to fly with your wings tonight. Hu Bao chuckled, feeling proud, and waved his hand towards the people behind him, saying, brothers, surround this kid, I want to see where he can run to. Up! Surround this kid. Kid, you can't run away now. A group of thugs surrounded Lu Chen. Lu Chen turned around, preparing to escape, but when he looked, he saw a group of people and horses coming towards him from the other direction. Idiot, you can't escape now. Kneel down and apologize to me. Hu Bao, smirking, with a cigarette in his mouth, walked towards the group of thugs coming from the opposite direction and shouted, stop this guy, don't let him escape. Yes. Only a tall guy over 1.85 meters replied loudly, then quickly approached Lu Chen with 6 young people by his side. After looking around, Lu Chen's gaze finally fell on a middle-aged man selling watermelons on the roadside. Without hesitation, he quickly strode over and swiftly snatched the watermelon from the old man's stall. Hey young man, what are you doing with my knife? The old man was startled. Uncle, can I borrow it for a moment? I'll give it back to you later, Lu Chen shouted. He turned around and waved a machete, shouting at the people, "Come on. Who dares to come forward, I will chop them to death." Originally, there were 4 thugs who had already rushed to Lu Chen's side. However, as soon as they saw that this guy was holding a machete, they were all scared and began to retreat backward one by one. "Bad, that idiot took out a weapon," shouted the tall gangster, quickly reaching out to stop the few gangsters beside him. After glancing angrily at the gang of thugs in front of him, Hu Bao picked up a stool panel from a nearby late-night snack stand and swung it forward, shouting, "Watch me, I'll smash him to death." While speaking, this guy took the lead and charged forward. "Brothers, grab your weapons. I don't believe this kid can take on several of us alone." Another thug also picked up a wooden bench from the ground. After picking up the stick from the ground, someone said, "Take this, pal." Someone took the basin of dirty dishes. Upon seeing this posture, it seems that several people have taken weapons. It's unlikely that this fight will end well. He has long lost interest in fighting. "Make way. If you don't want to die, then stop me." Lu Chen didn't directly approach Hu Bao, but instead rushed towards the tall thug. Tall thugs and their lackeys, all empty-handed, were frightened to death and scattered in all directions at the sight of Lu Chen holding a knife and chasing after them. "Run quickly." "Wow, this kid really knows how to fight." Tall person took the lead and stepped aside. His subordinates also followed suit and moved aside one by one. Lu Chen quickly rushed over. He placed the watermelon knife in his hand onto the grass beside him, then turned his head and shouted to the uncle, "Sir, the knife is over there. I will come back to thank you another day when I have the chance." After saying that, he ran frantically into the darkness ahead as if his life depended on it. Chase. Hu Bao and his subordinates, each holding a weapon, chased forward. After chasing for a while, I was left far behind. After all, Lu Chen's physical condition is different from ordinary people now. His lung capacity is much higher than the average person. His running speed is just like an athlete's, combined with Hu Bao and his henchmen, each holding a weapon, naturally can't catch up. Ran 1 or 2 miles, Lu Chen then stopped. He gasped for breath and leaned against a roadside pole. "No, it seems that I have to strengthen my training, otherwise I can't even beat a few thugs. How can I protect the Golden Eagle Hotel in the future?" Lu Chen muttered under his breath, panting heavily. Unintentionally, he unexpectedly thought of Mei Ping and even thought of protecting her. "It seems that I really have fallen in love with this woman," Lu Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself. Suddenly, a loud roar like that of a bull echoed in my ears. Lu Chen looked up and saw a young woman wearing a red motorcycle jacket and a green helmet standing 50 meters away on the opposite side of the road. She was just one turn away from being here. At a glance, Lu Chen recognized that the girl was indeed Liu Wei. He couldn't help but excitedly shouted out loudly, "Hey, Liu Wei." Upon turning his head, Liu Wei saw Lu Chen and immediately excitedly waved at him, saying, "Lu Chen, it's you. Wait for me, I'll be right over." Upon seeing the beautiful woman start the motorcycle, she made a sudden U-turn and swiftly drove the motorcycle to Lu Chen's side. She stepped on the brake and performed a beautiful drift in front of Lu Chen, then took off her helmet, smiled, winked at Lu Chen and said, "Let's go to your place." After glancing at the array, Liu Wei said, "Don't stay at my house tonight. My place is so small. I'm afraid you won't fit in." After a moment of silence, Liu Wei looked at Lu Chen coldly and said, "Even if you invite me to stay, I may not want to live in your filthy place. Don't forget, tonight we still have to go to your family's ancestral tomb to collect the gold. The gold that the village chief Cheng Dina buried in your house. We'll take it all tonight, and tomorrow we'll exchange it for money, splitting the proceeds evenly between us." Wow. It seems like I was thinking too much. Lu Chen scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. "Originally, you were just thinking too much. Who do you think would care to stay in your shabby bed? Creaking without a word, and so narrow. If someone didn't know, they would really think that I had done those kinds of things with you. I'm at a loss. I will never stay at your place again in this lifetime." Liu Wei cast a disdainful glance at Lu Chen, then turned and patted the seat behind him, calling out to Lu Chen, "Get on the car." "Okay." Lu Chen was not polite and jumped onto the motorcycle. "Come, put on this helmet." Liu Wei handed his own helmet to Lu Chen. "Ah, I don't need it. You could just wear it yourself." Lu Chen waved his hand. Holding it, "Stop chattering." Liu Wei glared at Lu Chen irritably and said, "If you don't take me, I won't take you home." While speaking, the beautiful woman forcefully placed the helmet on Lu Chen's head. After all, Lu Chen had no choice but to put it on. Liu Wei held onto Lu Chen's hands and placed them around his waist, then started the motorcycle. "Hey wait, this helmet is green, I can't wear it. Isn't this like giving me a green hat?" Lu Chen shouted loudly, reaching out to take it off. "What are you thinking? I'm not your woman. Are you afraid I will give you a green hat?" Liu Wei coldly chuckled, stepped on the gas pedal like a rocket, quickly rushed forward. After Lu Chen's body swayed, he was scared and quickly hugged the woman tightly. He didn't even have the mind to care about the green hat on his head. After riding the motorcycle for a while, the speed finally decreased. As Lu Chen looked ahead, he saw that he was nearing the village of Bishui. To his surprise, he noticed that the lights were on at the village's small store, where a group of people were playing cards. Among them, Sing Gang is sitting there. "Stop, stop quickly," Liu Wei shouted. Chapter 64, Hoping to Raise 1 million. After pressing the brake, Liu Wei stopped. After turning her head towards Lu Chen, she glared at him and said, "What's wrong? Hasn't your family arrived yet? Why are you stopping here?" After Sing Gang is in front, Lu Chen reminded Liu Wei, "It's better to avoid it." Liu Wei curiously wrinkled his eyebrows and asked, "Who is Sing Gang?" "Do you not know him?" Lu Chen asked curiously, widening his eyes. "That 100,000 yuan borrowed on behalf of him, it was he who provided it. Wasn't he looking for you to handle the legal matters at that time?" "Oh, I remember now." Liu Wei smiled and nodded, saying, "He is indeed my benefactor. That night he hurriedly came to find me with a friend, saying he had encountered a ghost. To appear mysterious, I wore a Taoist robe and had my back turned towards him. I only uttered 3 sentences the whole time, disguised my voice. He probably wouldn't remember me." "Alright then, but let's avoid for now," Lu Chen continued to advise. "I also have some past grievances with him. If he recognizes you, it will be even more troublesome." "Are you stealing someone's wife?" Liu Wei joked with a smile. In response to the array, "Ni shu shi, ne ju shi ba." Lu Chen laughed and replied, "Anyway, let's take the roundabout way if we can. Stinky rogue, didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I despise you." Liu Wei started the motorcycle again and shouted at Lu Chen, "Hold on tight, I'm going to accelerate." "Hey, let's take a different route." Lu Chen couldn't help but feel nervous. "Scared? What are you worried about when you're already wearing a green hat and no one can recognize you? With me, you don't need to worry even more." Liu Wei replied with a shout, increasing the accelerator and rushing forward loudly. A motorcycle sped past the convenience store. "I went, what a beautiful long legs," someone couldn't help but shout. "Not bad, this girl has a good vibe." Sing Gang also couldn't help but swallow a bit of saliva, curiously asking the younger brother beside him, "I wonder whose girlfriend she is." Really easy on the eyes. "Too fast, didn't see clearly, just saw a pair of snow-white long legs and a flowing long hair." "Mr. Gang, do you want me to help you check it out?" A young man stood up with a smile. Go help me check it thoroughly, come back and tell me. Just seeing these pair of long legs is enough to arouse my desire," Sing Gang said proudly, laughing wildly. "Once I have her in my hands, I must have a battle of 300 rounds with this girl, so that she can't get out of bed." "Haha, Mr. Gang is really fierce." Mr. Gang mew. "Still, it's just Brother Gang who knows how to play." A group of little brothers followed and started to flatter. After a moment, the thug walked in the direction the motorcycle had gone, heading straight ahead. 5 minutes later, he found a motorcycle parked outside Lu Chen's house. Excited, he quickly turned around and hurried back. "Mr. Gang, good news, good news." A thug quickly approached Sing Gang and excitedly said, "That girl's motorcycle is parked at Lu Chen's house, so it must be the woman brought by Lu Chen." Regarding the array, "What? Lushan the fool brought another girl back again?" Sing Gang's face flashed with surprise, couldn't help but widen his eyes and said, "Wasn't he supposed to be taking Mei Ping home tonight? Did this kid not stay overnight at Mei Ping's house?" "Haha, Mr. Gang, maybe Mei Ping hasn't developed a relationship with this kid to that extent yet. After all, this guy is just a fool. Aside from being handsome, he doesn't have any other special talents. Cheng Dazhuang, who was standing beside them, explained with a smile. Mei Ping is such a proud person, how could she possibly look up to a fool? No matter, Mei Ping won't be able to sleep tonight. Sing Gang swallowed his saliva and proudly said, however, that girl just now looks quite sexy. Come on, let's go to Lu Xiaozi's house now. I really want to see how attractive this girl really is. Shortly, Sing Gang arrived at Lu Chen's house with a group of people. At this moment, Lu Chen happens to be carrying a hoe, ready to take Liu Wai out with him. Hey, this beauty, you really look charming. Sing Gang shamelessly approached Liu Wai. Liu Wai glared at Sing Gang irritably and said, "What does my appearance have to do with you?" After Sing Gang glanced at Liu Wai's long legs, he swallowed and said, "There is a saying that a woman's beauty pleases herself. It is precisely because of this that men are willing to spend a lot of money on their women, allowing them to dress up beautifully. If I could find a girl as beautiful as you be my girlfriend, I would definitely spend a lot of money on you to keep you beautiful forever. Beautiful lady, be Mr. Gang's girlfriend for us." "Yeah, be Mr. Gang's girlfriend. We Mr. Gang may have money now." A few hooligans immediately followed along and started making a commotion. "Ha! You're very wealthy, aren't you? But you have to first ask my man if he's willing." Liu Wai chuckled and glanced at Sing Gang, that immediately linked arms with Lu Chen, playfully asking, "Darling, name your price. How much do you think I'm worth? If you name a price and the other party can afford it, all the money goes to you." When she said this, she deliberately extended a finger towards Lu Chen, obviously wanting him to quote a sky-high price. After hearing 1 million, Lu Chen laughed and replied to Sing Gang, "Sing Gang, if you can give me 1 million, then this girl is yours." He knows Sing Gang is unlikely to do so. After laughing, Sing Gang nodded at Liu Wai and said, "For me, 1 million is not expensive. I can afford this money. Mr. Gang is fierce. I can't believe Mr. Gang is really willing to spend $1 million for this girl. Mr. Gang has tens of millions, he does have the capability for it." Several gangsters couldn't help whispering and discussing. Liu Wai's face immediately turned pale. She reached out and pinched Lu Chen's thigh, whispering in a low voice, "Lu Chen, you fool, you almost killed me. I want you to pay me 10 million. Why are you only offering 1 million? Others can easily give it to me. What am I supposed to do with you?" Lu Chen was speechless when he realized that Sing Gang could really give him 1 million. "Okay, stop right there, I'll handle this." Liu Wai pushed Lu Chen aside with his hand, straightened his chest, and reached out his hand towards Sing Gang, saying, "Bring it here. Bring me 1 million in cash immediately, I'll leave with you right away. If you can't bring it, then please get lost." She was certain that Sing Gang could not produce 1 million yuan in cash. After all, these days, no one would keep 1 million yuan in cash at home. "Good beautiful girl, this is what you said yourself." Sing Gang coldly smiled and took out his phone, saying, "I'll have someone send the money over right away." After speaking, he began to make a phone call. The hooligans at the scene couldn't help but smirk proudly when they saw one another. "Oh, Liu is a fool, you're done tonight, it looks like the green hat is on. Just like that, we can always take out 1 million in cash from Mr. Gang's house. Mr. Gang has shares in several underground casinos in our city. For someone like him, coming up with $1 million is just a matter of minutes." At this moment, Liu Wai's face turned from green to red. She anxiously looked to the side at Lu Chen and said, "What should we do? If this guy really comes up with 1 million, what do we do?" In regards to the array, 36 stratagems to flee is the best strategy. Lu Chen approached Liu Wai's side and whispered, "I will divert their attention later, you ride the motorcycle and escape." "I gave up, I haven't seen the money yet." Liu Wai's face revealed a hint of cunning as he glanced at Lu Chen and said, "Let's make a big bet. If he really can produce it, I dare to swallow his money." "You're crazy, Sing Gang has been through the dark." Lu Chen whispered to Liu Wai, "You can play with him, but never take this money. Otherwise, you and him sleeping together cannot escape even if you grow wings. Do not panic. I, Liu Wai, have never been afraid of any big situation." Liu Wai smiled calmly and comforted Lu Chen. These days, coming up with 1 million is not an easy thing. Even if someone can come up with the money, I don't think anyone would really be willing to just give away so much for a woman. No matter what, until the very end, I will not give up. However, Lu Chen still wants to advise again. You can rest assured, I will never betray you. Liu Wei said decisively, if that bastard tries to rape me, I will die before giving in. After reading this, Lu Chen was speechless. Just like that, it's settled. Nothing will happen. Liu Wei smiled calmly and patted Lu Chen's shoulder, reassuringly saying, just wait and see the show. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen nodded and remained silent. Within an hour, the money will be in place. Sing Gang had finished the call, pointing at Lu Chen with his hand, scolding, fool, get ready to wear a green hat. The girl next to you is mine. Chapter 65 lacks 200,000. Due to exerting too much force, Sing Gang reached forward and inadvertently pulled on the wound on his back. Suddenly, the pain made him exclaim, ouch, and he grimaced in pain, crouching down. Mr. Gang, what happened? Mr. Gang, what's wrong? The crowd gathered around. Sing Gang bit his teeth, used his hand to cover his back, and stood up. I'm going, it hurts so bad. Tonight is really strange, just took the medicine at the hospital, why is it hurting again now? Lu Chen saw the guy's face to a look of despair and couldn't help but smile. This is all thanks to him. Lu Chen first used a toothpick to pick the pus on Mei Ping's buttocks, then gave this guy an injection, and then made him drink firewater fruit wine. At this moment, the wound has become severely infected. Even if medication is applied, it may not heal so quickly. Idiot, why are you laughing? Sing Gang glared at Lu Chen angrily. In response to this array, I laughed at Mr. Gang, you're really bold. With such a big lump on your back, you still dare to drink. Lu Chen knowingly shook his head, saying, if you had told me earlier that you had a lump on your back, I definitely wouldn't have let you drink. I didn't become like this ghost just to pour wine for you, Sing Gang said angrily and swung his fist to hit, but as he raised his hand, his back suddenly hurt, causing him to frown and shout, ouch, it hurts. Lu Chen pretended to care and comfort Sing Gang, saying, let's go to the convenience store first. My mom is still asleep, it's late, and it's not good to wake up the old lady with so many people here. Cheng Dajuan angrily glared at Lu Chen and said, you fool, you even know how to pity your mother. It was your mother who made those spicy dishes tonight, causing Mr. Gang to be upset. Shut up, this has nothing to do with the elderly. Sing Gang glared at Cheng Dajuan coldly and said, each to their own, this kid is right. It's not good to make noise here in the middle of the night after all, the elderly are still sleeping inside. Let's go, let's play cards and wait at the convenience store. Sing Gang's words made Lu Chen slightly surprised. He had heard people say that Sing Gang was quite filial, and it seemed to be true. When he mentioned that his mother needed to rest, Lu Gang immediately agreed to change locations. It seems that this person is not entirely bad after all. The crowd stood up and followed Sing Gang as he walked to the little store. Beauty, you should leave too. Sing Gang saw Liu Wei did not move, so he pointed at her and said, don't even think about escaping. Don't worry, I'm still waiting for your 1 million. Liu Wei laughed, straightened his chest, then hopped on a motorcycle and shouted to Lu Chen, let's go follow them. After that, Lu Chen also jumped on the motorcycle and hugged the slender waist of Miss Liu. After a moment, everyone returned to the convenience store. Sing Gang continues to play cards with people. Liu Wei sat on the chair and leisurely started snacking on melon seeds. Upon seeing the calm and composed demeanor of this beauty, Lu Chen couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for her. This girl really seemed unfazed by the situation, as if it had nothing to do with her at all. While Lu Chen was worrying about Liu Mainv, he suddenly saw a car stopping in front of the convenience store. After that, 3 burly men got off the car. 2 of them each carried a suitcase and walked towards the convenience store. Mr. Gang, the money you requested has been delivered. Mr. Gang, the money is here. 3 burly men arrived in front of Sing Gang together. With a triumphant smile, Sing Gang reached out and took the box from the hands of 2 burly men. He then turned to Liu Wei and sneered, saying, come on, little girl, check the money. Listen carefully, once you take this $1 million, tonight you will be my woman. Next, I'm going to have a good time. Haha, little girl, you are blessed. We Mr. Gang are doing very well. Little girl, we Mr. Gang are much more fun than Lu the fool. The crowd of hooligans also all began to laugh along with him. After a brief moment of confusion, Liu Wai raised a calm expression on his face and said, "Stop wasting words, show me the money first before we talk." "No problem." Sing Gang placed 2 boxes in front of Liu Wai and gently pressed. Soon after, there were 2 soft sounds of pa-pa, and the 2 suitcases opened at the same time. Only 2 brand new boxes of cash were visible inside. Mr. Gang is really rich. Adding all of these up, it's probably really around 1 million. Definitely already reached 1 million. The crowd of hooligans couldn't help but get excited and started discussing eagerly. "Little girl, roll the dice. Finish rolling the dice and this money is yours." Sing Gang pointed to the money on the ground and then winked at Liu Wai, saying, "Hurry up. I'm waiting to take advantage of you, haha." After snorting disdainfully, Liu Wai gave Sing Gang a stern look and bit his lip, saying, "You wait, I need to confirm the numbers first." "Haha, confirm it. Tonight, you can't run away." Sing Gang took a step back, leisurely lying down on a lounge chair. Shortly after, he took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and put it in his mouth. On the side, Chang Dajuan immediately took out a lighter and lit a cigarette for him. "Mr. Gang, are you really going to give this girl $1 million?" Chang Dajuan curiously leaned in close to Sing Gang's ear and quietly asked. "When did I ever do a losing deal, Sing Gang?" Sing Gang smirked, turned his head and smiled as he whispered to Chang Dajuo, "Later on, arrange a nicer room for me in the village. I'll take care of this girl. As for the money, when I take care of her, I will have my brothers retrieve it. You can rest assured, she won't run away." After hearing this, Mr. Gang replied with a relieved expression, "Okay then. You can trust me with the room arrangements." Chang Dajuan eagerly agreed, "I will go arrange it right away." The scene of 2 people whispering to each other was exactly seen by Lu Chen. He moved closer to Liu Wai and whispered, "Liu Wai, I don't think Sing Gang will really give you the money. Don't fall for his trick. You can rest assured, I, Liu Wai, will never let you be cuckolded." Liu Wai glanced at Lu Chen and whispered, "Even if the other party really gives me 1 million, I will not betray my own body." Next, Lu Chen wanted to ask again. "Do not make a sound, you go to the motorcycle first, get ready to get on at any time." Liu Wai made eye contact with Lu Chen. Upon hearing these words, Lu Chen thought to himself that this girl must want to play a game of escape, so he very cooperatively retreated to the side of the motorcycle. "Xiaoyu, have you made enough money?" Sing Gang asked Liu Wai with a smile. After giving Sing Gang a disdainful look, Liu Wai shook his head and said, "Let me count. There are only a total of 800,000 here, 20,000 short. What do you take me for? A fool to be easily deceived?" Sing Gang's face suddenly darkened, then he turned his head towards the 2 burly men beside him and frowned, asking, "What's going on? How much money did you bring me?" "Mr. Gang, I brought 500,000. I also brought 500,000. 2 sturdy big men responded decisively. Sing Gang gritted his teeth, then squatted down and started counting carefully. As he nodded, his expression quickly turned serious. "Oh no. There's only 400,000 in this box." "No, Mr. Gang, there are clearly 500,000 in this box," a burly man insisted confidently. "I'm absolutely sure, I've counted them twice." Response format was not valid, please try again. He turned his head and looked towards the 2 big men beside him. "Mr. Gang, I swear I didn't take a single penny, I really double-checked twice." "Mr. Gang, I also swear that the money I brought really is 50,000. Not a penny less." The 2 burly men intimidated him so much that he shivered in fear. "Little girl, are you up to something?" Sing Gang turned around and looked at Liu Wai. "Ha, so many of you are watching the numbers I pointed to, and you're also here." Liu Wai looked arrogantly at Sing Gang and sneered, "Brother, are you unable to come up with this much money? How is that possible?" Sing Gang was furious. "I don't care anyway, I don't have 1 million, you can't even touch me, I can't play with you anymore." Liu Wai smirked triumphantly and shrugged at Sing Gang, saying, "Bro, I've given you the opportunity, it's not my fault you didn't take it. Don't blame me. Lu Chen, let's go." She turned in a graceful manner. The crowd looked at each other in bewilderment. No. This girl definitely has a problem. Sing Gang's face darkened, pointing at Liu Wai with his hand and saying, "You, come here. I'm going to search your body." "What? You want to search me? Haha, are you shameless now?" Liu Wai turned around, bent down, picked up a box on the ground, and threw it directly to the roadside. "If you can't afford to play, then don't play. Get lost, go to hell." Wow. The money inside the box, like snowflakes, flew out of the box. "I'll go money. Money. This is too awesome." The crowd stared in amazement, eyes widening one by one. "Go." Liu Wai swiftly turned around and jumped onto the motorcycle, quickly starting the vehicle. He then turned his head and shouted to Liu Chen, "Hold on tight." Upon seeing Liu Wai start the motorcycle, Sing Gang finally reacted and angrily shouted, "We've been fooled. Quickly chase after her, catch this woman, and don't let her escape." Chapter 66 Evil Thoughts. With a shout of anger, Cheng Dazhuang led Zhang Likin and others to quickly get on the motorcycle parked by the roadside and started it, then headed forward in pursuit. Sing Gang arranged 2 strong men to pick up the money scattered on the road. Then they quickly got into his BMW 740 with a few others and headed towards the direction of Liu family. "A bunch of rubbish, dare to chase after me." Liu Wai turned his head and glanced back, then shouted to Tian Xiaohai, "Tian Xiaohai, hold on steady. When we reach your doorstep, I will pause for a moment. Remember to bring the hoe. Let's go to your family's ancestral grave, you just need to show me the way." "I can't believe it, my family's ancestral grave is on the back hill. It's all mountain roads, I'm afraid the motorcycle won't be able to go." Liu Chen worried. "Do not worry, I have seen what your family's ancestral grave looks like. During the day, I have already stepped on it. That road is not difficult for me, you just point me in the right direction." Liu Wai reminded Liu Chen, "Hold on to me later, someone will definitely catch up. I will find a way to shake them all off." Upon hearing this, Liu Chen nodded in agreement and tightly embraced the beauty in front of him. While speaking, the motorcycle has already stopped at the entrance of Liu Chen's house. "Are you ready? I'm about to turn." Liu Wai shouted. After preparing, Tian Xiaohai decisively responded, "I'm ready." After a sudden turn, the motorcycle skidded and made a big U-turn. Immediately, Liu Wai extended her long legs and supported them on the ground, stabilizing the motorcycle at the entrance of Liu's house. In a swift motion, Xiaohai picked up a hoe leaning against the eaves of his own house. "Quick! They are over there." Cheng Dazhuang had already caught up with them, riding a motorcycle with someone. "Stop them. Don't let them run away." Zhang Likin also rode a motorcycle and headed towards the sun-drenched valley of Liu Chen's family. "Want to stop me? Not that easy." Liu Wai sneered and increased the throttle and charged straight at Cheng Dazhuang. Upon seeing the motorcycle rushing towards him, Cheng Dazhuang couldn't help but be startled. He swayed his body and hastily dodged to the side, ending up falling down in a panic. With a loud bang, Liu Wai's motorcycle stood upright, like a galloping horse with reins in hand. It leaped straight over the fallen Cheng Dazhuang, flying past him. The motorcycle's wheel was only a foot off the ground as it passed by Cheng Dazhuang, almost brushing against his face. Cheng Dazhuang was scared out of his wits. I do not want to die." As soon as the words of this guy fell, Liu Wai had already ridden his motorcycle, leaped over the sun-drying field, and landed on the rural dirt road ahead. The beauty stretched out her long legs and stopped the motorcycle. Upon seeing the beautiful and handsome scene of Likinjong and 2 other recently arrived hooligans, everyone couldn't help but praise them from the bottom of their hearts. "I can't believe how good-looking this girl is riding a motorcycle. Too handsome. Awesome." Even the young man beside Sing Gang couldn't help but shout great. After being insulted by those words, Sing Gang was so angry that he gritted his teeth and directly slapped that guy's head, cursing in pain, saying, "This girl has spent all my money, and you still have the nerve to praise her. Hurry up and help me chase after her." "Yes, Mr. Gang, I will follow immediately," the young man replied, quickly driving forward to chase after them. Upon hearing this command, Zhang Likin and the others quickly reacted, hastily turning the motorcycle around and speeding after the woman. "Do you want to chase after me? You guys are still too inexperienced." Liu Wai sneered and sped forward on his motorcycle. Sing Gang and his subordinates followed closely behind all the way. Not long after chasing, he saw Liu Wai's motorcycle. With a sudden turn, he directly went towards a small stream that was 5 to 6 meters wide, and rushed forward. With a roar, the motorcycle flew over the stream and landed on the barren land on the other side. Then headed straight towards the roadless barren mountain. Staring at the river blocking the way in front of his eyes, the driver, not knowing how deep it was startled and quickly stopped the car. How did this girl fly directly over? Isn't this life-threatening? The little brother beside Sing Gang pushed open the car door, deliberately looked forward, couldn't help but exclaimed, too powerful, too powerful. It seems there is no way to catch up. At this point, Sing Gang also got off the car, saw the scene in front of him. He was both angry and shocked, muttering to himself. This girl is too powerful. She makes me so angry. She actually let her escape. That 200,000 yuan, most likely this woman swindled it away. Damn it, I was played by a woman, so frustrating. Mr. Gang, no. Let's go find Lu Chen's mother. I don't believe this kid won't come home. Cheng Dazhuang rubbed his swollen head with his hand, smiling triumphantly. This kid only has his mother as a close relative. Let's directly go to his house, have his mother call Lu Chen to come back. That kid is quite filial. When he hears his mother crying, he will naturally come back obediently. When this kid comes back, his woman will also come back for sure. Shut up. Sing Gang may be a bit greedy, but I never stooped so low as to harm even the elderly. Sing Gang glared at Cheng Dazhuang angrily and shouted, everyone has a mother. Resorting to threats towards someone's mother is no skill at all. Any grudges and grievances should be settled outside, not brought home to burden one's elderly parents. I, Sing Gang, would never do such a thing. Anyone who brings this up with me in the future will face my wrath. Yes, Mr. Gang, I'm sorry. Cheng Dazhuang lowered his head, looking embarrassed. Upon rechecking how much money and how many bills are missing, at that time I will demand that this girl uses her body to repay. Missing 100, sleep with her once. Missing 1,000, sleep 10 times. Missing 10,000, sleep 100 times. Sing Gang clenched his fists tightly, the sound of creaking. One of the gang members couldn't help but ask quietly, Mr. Gang, when we counted just now, we were missing 200,000. How many times do we have to sleep for that? 20,000, that's 2,000 times. Sing Gang cursed through gritted teeth. I want to sleep so this chick can't get out of bed. Haha, Mr. Gang is mighty. Mr. Gang is so fierce. Mr. Gang is full of energy. A group of ruffians couldn't help but burst into laughter and follow along. What are you laughing at? I really want to sleep with this girl. Sing Gang glared at everyone with gritted teeth and shouted, I lost face tonight. If I don't sleep with this girl, I, Sing Gang, won't be able to save face. Oh, it hurts so much. The guy suddenly felt a mysterious pain in his back. Mr. Gang, what's wrong? Mr. Gang, what's wrong? A group of hooligans surrounded us. At this time, Liu Wai had already stopped the motorcycle, and he and Lu Chen were hiding behind a patch of bushes about 40 to 50 meters away from Sing Gang and the others. Liu Wai knew that there was a small stream in between, so Sing Gang and the others naturally wouldn't pursue further. Therefore, she and Lu Chenzing hid and secretly eavesdropped on Sing Gang and his men's conversation. However, due to the distance being a little far, Liu Wai could not hear very clearly. Lu Chen inherited the techniques from the medicine god. His body's perception is stronger than that of an ordinary person. He listened attentively and did not miss a single word. Hey, what did Lu Chen just say in Sing Gang? Liu Wai curiously inquired. He said, I will not let you go. No, definitely not what was said. I feel like he said a lot. What did he actually say? Can you repeat it word for word? Liu Wai asked impatiently. After this, Lu Chen felt a little embarrassed. In the text above, Liu Wai disdainfully glanced at Lu Chen and said, Tell me everything Sing Gang said word for word. Lu Chen, you are really too fussy. Like a eunuch, full of feminine traits. He said he would repay the money he owed you with his flesh. Liu Wai was so angry that he gritted his teeth and asked eagerly, Is there more? He also said, 1 less ticket means I'll sleep with you once. 10 less tickets means I'll sleep with you 10 times. 100 less tickets means I'll sleep with you 100 times. 20,000 tickets. That's 2,000 times. Lu Chen answered truthfully. Lu Chen, you bastard. Do you have to talk like that? Liu Wai hated it and reached out to pinch Lu Chen's thigh directly, angrily saying, I guess this is what you think, right? Chapter 67. The Unknown Little Secret. Hoops. Lu Chen couldn't help but cry out, quickly grabbing Liu Wai's wrist with his hand, his face contorted in pain as he said, Beauty, can you please be a bit gentler? You're pinching my thigh. No, why is it so hard? Liu Wai asked curiously, frowning. What did I just touch? After saying it's nothing, Liu Chen awkwardly pushed away Liu Wai's hand and stepped back. Liu Wai reached out his hand and was about to pat Lu Chen's thigh. Hello, don't. Lu Chen quickly raised his hand to block, but he was still a step too late. Just as Lu Chen was about to pick up something from the ground, the beautiful woman grabbed his trousers tightly. Then she reached her other hand into Lu Chen's pocket. Lu Chen shouted in surprise when he realized it was too late to grab the hand of the beautiful girl. Liu Wai was seen taking a condom out from his pocket. Liu Wai intentionally used his phone to illuminate and looked at it. He took out something from Lu Chen's pocket, a box of condoms. He couldn't help but be surprised. You even prepared condoms in advance. It looks like you were planning to sleep with me tonight. Her suspicious gaze fell on Lu Chen's face. Lu Chen felt extremely embarrassed and scratched his head, saying, This is a misunderstanding, actually this. He wanted to say that this set of clothes was originally bought to get involved with Mei Ping, but the words stopped at his mouth. What is this set of condoms for? Liu Wai sneered and glanced at Lu Chen, shaking his head. You're not going to tell me you bought this thing specifically to blow up as balloons, are you? Lu Chen lowered his head, unsure of how to answer at that moment. In the array above, Liu Wai moved closer to Lu Chen and bit his lip, asking, What you really want to do? He then continued, Just now you said you want to sleep with me 2,000 times. Is that your true feeling? Upon hearing the beautiful lady mention 2,000 times, Lu Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. Do you think I'm a cow? 2,000 times, 365 days in a year. Even if I work without rest for the whole year, it would still take over 5 years. If we deduct your monthly vacation time of 7 days, that's 84 days gone in a year, leaving only 281 working days. It would take over 7 years. Liu Wai was so angry that he stomped his feet and said, 7 years is already considered a long time. Isn't this just the 7-year itch? Beauty, don't be like this. I just repeated what Sing Gang said to you word for word. Why are you bringing up the 7-year itch? Lu Chen shook his head helplessly and said, Miss Liu, I think you're overthinking it. Liu Wai then showed off the condom in his hand, looking pleased, and said, If I'm not mistaken, you must have seen me dressed so sexy, thinking about leaving me to stay at your house tonight, and taking advantage of the opportunity. Then you secretly sneaked a box of condoms at the convenience store, thinking about sleeping with me tonight, right? Oh, you're overthinking. I really didn't mean that. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. After hearing this, Liu Wai's face suddenly darkened, his expression filled with arrogance as he said, Lu Chen, I warn you, I never even thought about doing that kind of thing with you. Don't bother me with useless things. Upon seeing the angry expression on the beautiful girl's face, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a little amused. He simply reached out and wrapped his arm around the slender waist of the beautiful woman and jokingly said, Why don't we do something useful together? Let go, you bastard, I told you, I will not do that kind of thing with you, go the hell. Liu Wai moved his body a little, suddenly heard a loud noise. A stack of red banknotes fell from the beauty's chest. After reading this array, Lu Chen looked surprised and exclaimed, Wow, so much money? When did you hide so much money on yourself? Just now, when Sing Gang was watching, I stole 20,000 in front of the cashier at the convenience store. Liu Wai said proudly, smiling at Lu Chen. I quietly slipped it into my pocket when you weren't paying attention. Lu Chen couldn't believe how fast he was moving, exclaimed Lu Chen with wide eyes. I have no choice, I make a living with this. Liu Wai bent down and stuffed the money back into his pocket. Have you never thought of finding a proper job? Lu Chen asked curiously. After picking up the money, Liu Wai proudly tucked the last stack of bills into her chest and said, This is my legitimate job, and I will treat it as a career. Can't do that, stealing is illegal. Lu Chen said seriously to Liu Wai. I advise you to change your ways early, otherwise you will sooner or later end up in jail. Stop. Liu Wai said sternly as he glared at Lu Chen and replied. Listen carefully, Lu Chen. You may look down on me, but please do not insult me. Everything I do is for the good of the poor people in the world and for the children in the orphanage. Our sect has always been doing the work of robbing the rich to help the poor. Although some of us have been caught, I don't think it's a shameful thing. On the contrary, I find it honorable because our intentions are just and kind. Besides, I only steal from bad people. I'm sorry, I don't know about your background. Lu Chen sighed and said, I have no right to ridicule you, let alone despise you. I'm just worried about you, that's why. Alright, let's stop talking, be cool in life. Liu Wai smiled and opened his arms, blinked at him and said, Come, give me a hug. Lu Chen didn't have time to react, and the beautiful woman had already hugged him. He only felt a tingling sensation and couldn't help but secretly be suspicious. This beauty has hidden so much money on her, but when hugging her, she still feels soft and does not seem at all like someone who has something hidden on her body. Okay, here you go. Liu Wai smiled as he let go of Lu Chen. After reaching into his pocket, Lu Chen felt around and the condom had really returned to his own body. Lu Chen couldn't help but praise. Wow, your skills are really amazing. Carved insect's small skill is not worth mentioning. Liu Wai smiled and waved at Lu Chen, saying, Get on the car. Let's go dig up your family's ancestral grave. Lu Chen playfully joked, Silly girl, talking nonsense, be careful, even drinking cold water can get you pregnant. I'm sorry, I couldn't control my mouth for a moment. Please apologize to your ancestors for me. Liu Wai laughed and got on the motorcycle, calling out to Lu Chen, Get on, hold on to my waist. After saying that, Lu Chen sat down and reached out to embrace the other person. When he put his hand on the slender waist of Willow Beauty, he couldn't help but curiously ask, Strange, you have so much money on you, but when I hug you, why can't I feel it at all? Ha! You just want to know why when you hug me, I feel soft, right? Liu Wai laughed as he grabbed Lu Chen's hand and moved it up a bit, whispering, Feel carefully, and you'll know the answer. Chapter 68. Liu Wai's background. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel nervous. If this hand moves up just a little bit more, it might touch a place where he shouldn't touch the girl. There is no problem. I'll let you touch it. Just touch it, stop dilly-dallying. Liu Wai smiled and advised Lu Chen. Don't you want to know how I put the money in? Hurry up and touch it, you'll know once you touch it. Acting like a eunuch, dilly-dallying like this is very annoying. After taking a deep breath, he hesitated for a moment before responding. Alright, I won't hold back then. While speaking, he reached out and began to grope around on Liu Wai's body. Yet apart from the soft touch, he didn't feel anything else, which made Lu Chen quite curious. Where on earth did the money go? Just as he was surprised, he suddenly heard Liu Wai scream. After Lu Chen, You bastard, who let you put your hand in there? Liu Wai turned his body angrily and pulled Lu Chen's hand down. After looking at Liu Wai's chest, Lu Chen glanced at the button on the beauty's chest. Seeing that two of them were undone, he couldn't help but awkwardly scratch his head and smile. You asked me to touch it earlier, so I did. I really didn't know. I already reached in. I see you are doing it on purpose. Liu Wai looked at Lu Chen with anger and said, You disgusting rascal, you even took advantage to touch me while claiming you didn't want to sleep with me. When Lu Chen saw the misunderstanding of this beautiful woman towards himself, he intentionally changed the subject and said, By the way, didn't you say that if I touch you, I'll know why you can carry so much money on you? Well, I touched you, but I still don't understand what's going on. After turning around, Liu Wai unfastened the buttons on her body, puffed out her chest, revealing a pink bread inside, and shouted, See, the problem lies in my bra. It is lined with a chest pocket, which is a magically enchanted cloth bag that can store a lot of things. However, my cloth bag is a bit flawed. Sometimes things fall out. I need to get a more advanced one when I have the chance. Lu Chen nodded understandingly, so that's how it is. Using his celestial eyes, he carefully took a look and indeed saw a small cloth bag embroidered with runes inside Liu Wai's underwear. Liu Wai pointed to the fabric bag lining his chest and smiled, blinking his eyes. He said, Come, touch it, feel the power of this bag. After saying all right, Liu Chen curiously reached out his hand. Thinking you're beautiful. You kid, you're not honest, I'm afraid you'll take advantage of me. Liu Wai gently pushed away Liu Chen's hand, smiled charmingly, and said, all right, let's go, get in the car. Let's go to your ancestral grave. While talking, the beautiful girl has already started the motorbike. Liu Chen had no choice but to embrace the slender waist of this beautiful woman. After a moment, Liu Wai carried Liu Chen to the Liu family ancestral grave. After Liu Chen found the spot where Cheng De buried the gold, he picked up the hoe and started digging. After using it for about 10 minutes, he dug out that jar of gold. After getting rich, Liu Chen grabbed a handful of gold from the jar, swallowed his saliva, and said, this might be worth several 100,000. This is all the money that Cheng Da, that bastard, greedily took from the village. Today, I will confiscate it all from him. After hearing Liu Wai's praise, Liu Yai also reached out and grabbed a handful of gold jewelry, smiling and saying, this gold, we split it 50-50. Tomorrow morning, we will go to the store and sell it for recycling. Okay, I'll do as you say. Liu Chen agreed readily. It's settled then. Liu Wai grabbed a handful of gold jewelry and stuffed it into his pockets, then turned to shout at Liu Chen, all right, retreat. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, meet at the first gold shop in Market Wangjiu City. I'll take you to meet the people for the retrieval. I know that place well. That night, where are you going? Liu Chen was a bit curious. Liu Wai smiled and put his hand on Liu Chen's shoulder, shaking his head, saying, don't even think about it, it's pointless. My aunt is visiting me now. Your thoughts are futile. After saying that, the beauty hopped onto the motorcycle and immediately started the engine. Wait for me. I haven't collected my gold yet. Liu Chen shouted loudly. Get going, stay here and catch up with your ancestors in the cemetery. Liu Wai revved up the motorcycle and raced down the mountain. Watching Liu Wai leaving, Liu Chen couldn't help but swear, crazy woman. Acting like this, you won't be able to get married. As soon as the words fell, the motorcycle in front suddenly made a sharp turn and quickly pulled up in front of Liu Chen. Liu Chen stopped the motorcycle in front of Liu Wu's with long legs and said, what did you just say about me? Liu Chen answered, the crazy woman. Next sentence, Liu Wai asked. You won't be able to get married like this. Liu Chen laughed. After cutting, I can't get married. I'll be with you for life. Liu Wai smiled and put the green helmet on Liu Chen's head. Get on the bus, I'll take you home. Liu Chen collected the gold, hopped on the motorcycle. Embrace me. Liu Wai held Liu Chen's hand and placed it on his belly. With a serious expression he said, I've been thinking about it. Sing Gang will definitely come looking for you. Tonight, why don't you come to my house and stay? We'll talk about selling the gold tomorrow. Okay. Liu Chen nodded in agreement. Liu Wai started the motorcycle, letting out a roar like a bull, and quickly sped down towards the mountain. On the way to the city, the two people happened to pass by the village's small shop. After seeing Sing Gang with a group of henchmen playing cards in the store, Liu Chen suggested, let's take a different route. Fear what? Just go for it. Liu Wai snorted coldly, stepping on the gas pedal like a rocket, quickly rushing towards the front. Quick look, that woman is here again, someone spotted Liu Wai. Sing Gang quickly turned his head to see that it was indeed Liu Wai wearing a miniskirt, showing off her long legs, speeding past on a motorcycle from the side of the road. This girl is really bold, she even dares to bring Liu Sha back. Powerful, I like this kind of girl. Sing Gang reached out and grabbed a handful into the air and gritted his teeth, saying, I must sleep with her. The sound of voices faded away. Liu Wai had already disappeared in the vast night. The beautiful girl's driving skills are really amazing. Liu Chen sitting behind her couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. He tightly hugged her slender waist. The motorbike quickly stopped in a rundown alley in the city. Upon arriving, I will stay here. If you don't mind, stay with me tonight inside the orphanage. Liu Chen turned around and saw the words orphanage written above. Are you an orphan? Liu Chen asked curiously. Well, I grew up in an orphanage since I was a child, Liu Wai said with a smile. Don't be fooled by the rundown appearance here, our headmistress is quite good. Although my childhood lacked the care of parents, I have never lacked love. Because our headmistress is very kind to us, she treats us like her own children, every child here. I had a happy childhood here, but unfortunately, as she spoke halfway, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Chapter 69. Someone set fire. What a pity? Lu Chen asked. It's a pity, this place is about to be demolished, Liu Wei sighed. Next, these dozens of children don't know where they will be relocated to. Lu Chen questioned, won't the developer arrange things properly? Indeed they will arrange it, but the developers have found an old factory for the children to live in. The environment there is very poor, surrounded by chemical factories which will affect the children's health. Liu Wei cursed through gritted teeth. It's all because of that bastard Wan Xiaochong. He forcibly confiscated this piece of land and used tactics to force our principal to sign. Lu Chen couldn't help but grit his teeth and muttered, here we go again with Wan Xiaochong. Do you and him also have any past conflicts? Liu Wei asked curiously. Not only a holiday, it is very possible that he himself will become a fool because of this bastard. Once this matter is settled, it will be like taking revenge for killing one's father. However, these past events are clearly not suitable to discuss with Liu Wei. No big deal. I just think that bastard is wicked. Lu Chen chuckled and changed the subject, saying, let's talk about you instead. Regarding this array, Su Ling Mining Company is too overbearing, too dark. We simply can't compete with them. We have only 10 days left before we have to move out. In these 10 days, I just want to make more money, gather enough 2 million, and then I can directly buy a bigger place for the children. Liu Wei smiled slightly with joy and opened his arms, saying, after selling the gold tomorrow, I will have 50,000 by my side. I still need 150,000 more. I have to find a way quickly. Tomorrow, the money from selling the gold is all yours. Lu Chen smiled and replied to Liu Wei, consider it a gift for the child. Stop. Liu Wei sullenly replied, I will not casually spend a man's money. Besides, we have a collaboration relationship. Whatever needs to be divided, will be divided. I, Liu Wei, always follow the rules of the underworld. I will not ask for a single extra penny of profit that should be yours. Let me know if there's anything I need to do to cooperate. Lu Chen nodded with a smile. Wow, but you said it yourself. Liu Wei smiled and blinked at Lu Chen, saying, find a way to help me deal with the haunted house at Mei Ping's home, and I could earn millions of dollars. Why do you think Mei Ping's current residence is a haunted house? Lu Chen couldn't help but feel curious. Liu Wei smiled and asked Lu Chen, just bought a house, and soon someone died. Isn't this considered a haunted house? He then pointed out that the villa where she currently resides was the marriage hall left to her by her father. Unfortunately, before they could consummate their marriage, both her husband Gao Fuqiang and her father Mei Qi died in a car accident. However, Mei Ping's husband probably hasn't stayed here, has he? Lu Chen asked with a smile. As far as I know, Gao Fuqiang went in on her wedding day. However, I can tell you for sure that her husband has not slept with Mei Ping yet. Liu Wei smiled and leaned towards Lu Chen's ear and whispered, I heard that Mei Ping is still a virgin. You're lucky. Don't say that. We actually have nothing. Lu Chen couldn't help but blush. Thinking of what happened tonight at Mei Ping's villa, he wished he could find a hole to hide in. After all the arrangements were made, Mimi suddenly said she was already drunk. This made him realize that he had been busy for nothing. Mei Wei approached Lu Chen and solemnly reminded, Mei Ping is a white tiger that devours men. Even Black Boss Gao Fuqiang can't control her, you better be careful. At the moment, Lu Chen's mind is filled with Mei Ping's white body. I have to say, this woman's temptation to him is really too strong. He feels like he is starting to really like her. No, it might also be that he is really getting attached to her body. After passing through several large orphanage dormitories that resembled classrooms, Liu Wei led Lu Chen to a dimly lit small room. All right, we're here. This is where I sleep, Liu Wei said. She pushed open the door. Looking ahead, I saw a brand new, 1.5-meter wide Simmons bed displayed in front of my eyes. The room was quite simple but very clean and tidy. However, hanging on a rope in the corner of the wall, the pink little underwear looks particularly eye-catching when dried. That is a pair of underwear printed with a cartoon cat, but the bottom has a hole as big as a mouth. Mommy, don't look. Liu Wei probably also noticed that Lu Chen was staring at her underwear, hurriedly reaching out to grab and put away the underwear. Beauty, you don't need to be so thrifty. Lu Chen smiled and advised Liu Wai, "It's okay to care for the children, but buying yourself a new pair of underwear shouldn't cost much." After hearing that, Liu Wai's face turned red. She bit her lip, pointing at Lu Chen with her finger and said coldly, "Lu Chen, don't make fun of me. You are the same. Don't think I don't know. The little underwear hanging in your house is also torn and has 2 holes." After reading this, Lu Chen was speechless. It was true that he had a few pairs of underwear with holes in them. "Alright. Let's not mention each other anymore." Liu Wai smiled and glanced at Lu Chen, saying, "You really want to pity me. Next time help me buy a few more new underwear to give to me." Upon seeing this array, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. The girl is really telling the truth, or just joking? As Lu Chen hesitated, he casually glanced outside and quickly noticed 2 figures, one tall and one short, moving in the distance corner of the corridor. Only saw the 2 people wearing stockings on their heads, looking sneaky. One person is carrying an iron bucket, while the other person is holding a wooden stick, which seems to be wrapped with a cloth on top. After Lu Chen pulled on Liu Wai's clothes and gestured outside, he said, "I am going now." Liu Wai also looked outside. At this moment, the tall person is holding a bucket and watering the ground. Another man then took out a lighter. "Someone is going to commit arson. Should I pour gasoline and set it on fire?" Liu Wai and Lu Chen shouted a sentence at the same time. "Quick, stop them." Lu Chen pulled open the door and rushed out. "Something's not right, someone is coming." "Quick, light the fire," shouted the tall person, throwing the gasoline can in their hand. The short person panicked and lit the torch in their hand, then quickly threw it towards the previously gasoline-soaked area. The torch touches the ground, only to hear a whoosh sound. Suddenly the corner of the wall catches on fire, forming a fire dragon spreading rapidly in both directions. Tall person and short person saw the fire succeed, then quickly turned and ran forward. No way to run. Lu Chen charged over, reaching out to grab the tall individual. "Something's wrong. The utility room is on fire. Hurry, put out the fire first." Liu Wai shouted loudly. Lu Chen turned his head and saw the fire spreading rapidly towards the nearby utility room. "Haha kid, you can't catch me anymore, go save your fire." The tall guy grinned proudly, made a face at Lu Chen and said, "Grandpa, I'm outta here." After cursing, Lu Chen didn't care to think too much and directly kicked the gasoline barrel that had been previously set on fire on the ground. With a shout, the already burning oil drum flew like a fireball towards the tall man. No, not. The tall man turned his head and glanced, his face turning pale with fear. Chapter 70, Persistently Pursuing. The man in the high fire bucket was attacked by the attacker, knocking him down immediately, followed by his clothes catching fire. The tall man groaned in pain and rolled away. Liu Wai shouted to Lu Chen, "Quick, put out the fire." She had already picked up a fire extinguisher from the corner and began wildly spraying into the cluttered room. After scanning the surroundings, Lu Chen spotted a fire extinguisher in the corner. Without hesitation, he picked up the fire extinguisher and aimed it at the flames, sweeping frantically along the way. After a crackling sound, the flames in the corner of the wall were extinguished. Looking at the mess room over there, Liu Wai also extinguished half of the fire. Lu Chen quickly rushed over, picked up the fire extinguisher, and swiftly ran to the cluttered room ahead, also giving it a thorough sweep. After pouring just the right amount of gasoline and not pouring it in place, the flame was extinguished in less than 5 minutes. After the completion, Liu Wai's face and body were covered in pure white snow. Lu Chen is also wearing all white. "Heiko, how did you become like this? You are also all in white." 2 people exchanged a glance and saw that the other person's body was covered in talcum powder. Both couldn't help but burst out laughing. While speaking, suddenly heard a young voice coming from behind. "Sister, what happened? What's wrong, sister? Sister, how did the house become like this? Did it catch on fire?" It is the children in the orphanage, each rubbing their sleepy eyes, who walk out of the room that is as big as a classroom. "Don't come over." Liu Wai turned his head and shouted loudly at the children, "The fire is already out. You guys go in quickly." "Oh my, how did this happen?" An aunt from the orphanage also came out. "Here was just set on fire by someone, but luckily the fire was put out. Chen Ye, take the children to bed." Liu Wai wiped his messy snow-white hair with his hand. "Seoya, you go take a bath. Leave it to me here. Chen Yi came to Liu Wai's side and advised. Sister, you go take a bath first. Sister, you should rest. The children also gathered around one by one. I'm fine. I still need to go catch the bad guys. Chen Yi, I leave this to you. Liu Wai smiled and nodded towards the children and Aunt Chen. Be careful. Chen Yi responded with concern and turned around to console the children beside him. Liu Wai hopped onto the motorcycle, turned his head and waved at Lu Chen. This place is taken care of. Let's go, we need to go after those people. Those two guys shouldn't have gone far. The tall guy earlier almost got burned to death. He definitely won't run far. Lu Chen focused on looking around, quickly using his divine eyes to see the tall man who had been burned by the fire bucket earlier, now covered in injuries. The guy is being helped by a short man into an old van. He jumped onto the motorcycle holding Liu Wai's slender waist and shouted, Yes, they haven't gone far. Quick, you go left when you leave the house, I'll lead the way. I saw them running that way just now. Hold on tight. Liu Wai started the motorcycle, emitting a thunderous roar, and quickly chased after Lu Chen's instructions. 3 minutes later, two people on the street ahead saw an old van racing quickly forward. It's the van in front, Lu Chen shouted to Liu Wai. Hemph. Trying to run, not that easy. Liu Wai gritted his teeth, turned his head and shouted to Lu Chen beside him. Lu Chen, I'll pause up ahead, you pick up that piece of brick by the roadside. Let's smash his car first. Great. Lu Chen agreed readily. Liu Wai rushed to the side of the road and immediately reduced the speed of the car. All right, it's in my hands. Lu Chen bent down, reached out to the ground, scooped up a brick lying on the side of the road. Liu Wai accelerated the speed, quickly caught up with the van in front. I hit it. Lu Chen sat in the back, waving his hand, and a brick slapped on the van's window. After only hearing a loud clang sound, he smashed the van's window into pieces. Ah! Who? The one driving is a short person. He was startled, then immediately recognized Lu Chen and started cursing loudly, You bastard, go to hell. While speaking, the short person turned the steering wheel and crashed into Lu Voda's motorcycle. Liu Wai did not engage in battle, quickly steering the car slightly to cleverly avoid the opponent's collision. Lu Chen, use the brick to throw at him. Liu Wai shouted at Lu Chen. Yes. Lu Chen responded, ready to throw the brick in his hand. The driver of the van quickly maneuvered a wheelie and ran towards him. After dodging around, Liu Wai turned the car sharply, dodging the opponent's impact once again. After bringing the brick, Lu Chen is getting ready to smash towards the opponent again. Just then, suddenly two bright beams of light shot towards us. Liu Wai quickly reduced the speed of the car when he saw a car ahead. Haha, I'll run you over. The short man took advantage of Liu Wai's panic and swung the plate towards him, crashing into Liu Wai. After saying go to hell, Liu Chen directly threw the brick in his hand away. With a loud bang, the brick hit the short person's head, and all that could be heard was a cry of pain. The person immediately started bleeding profusely, followed by a moment of panic as the car swerved to the right and crashed into a nearby tree. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the front, followed by the sound of cars and motorcycles. Hurry, those tall guys are in trouble. It doesn't look good, quickly go and check on them. Lu Chen raised his eyes and saw a convertible BMW and two motorcycles quickly driving towards him. At a glance, he recognized the man driving the open convertible car, who was none other than Wan Xiaokong's bronze metal bodyguard, Hu Bao. Liu Wai seems to have also recognized the other party. No, Wan Xiaochong's people are here. When the beautiful woman was about to start the motorcycle, suddenly she frowned, held her stomach with her hand and exclaimed, Ah, it hurts so much. What's wrong with you? Lu Chen asked with concern. Lu Chen, can you ride a motorcycle? My stomach hurts. Liu Wai stopped the motorcycle, one hand holding his stomach, his face turning pale instantly. After saying come, hurry up and get down. I'll take you. Lu Chen helped Liu Wai down. Shorty, what happened to you? How did you end up like this? At this time, Hu Bao was driving a BMW Z4 and had already arrived next to the van that had crashed into a tree. He saw the short person driving with a face full of blood, feeling extremely angry. After Leopard, we were found by the girls from the welfare home and a guy. They They are the ones who made us like this. The dwarf sighed weakly. Cousin, you must avenge us. I'm afraid I might be disfigured. Sitting in the back, the tall person with a grieving face shouted, You must avenge me. Hu Bao widened his eyes, looking towards the tall figure in the back row, only to see that the person's body had been burned all over, as if they had just crawled out of a fire pit. He couldn't help but exclaim, Cousin, how did you end up like this? That boy pointed across the street to Lu Chen, the tall guy. At this moment, Lu Chen has just helped Liu Wei onto the motorcycle. After turning her head, Hu Bao immediately recognized that the person across from her was Lu Chen. He immediately became angry. So it was this idiot who did it. A G, a Q, you two stay here to send my cousin and the dwarf to the hospital. The rest of you come with me to catch that fool. While speaking, he had already started the car. 2 young brothers stay behind, the other young brothers follow. Do not worry, they have found us. Quick, hold on to me, I am going to drive. Lu Chen shouted to Liu Wei, then quickly started the motorcycle. Hu Bao, driving a BMW X4, suddenly rushed towards Lu Chen and said, Lu fool, you can't escape, I'll run you over. After this, Lu Chen stepped on the gas and sprinted forward. Hu Bao's eyes were bloodshot. He stepped on the gas pedal and sped away all the way. Lu Chen dared not relax at all. He pushed the throttle to the highest value within his skill range. He feels like he's already very fast, but in fact, his speed is far behind Liu Wuyi's. Hu Bao was about to kick the butt of the person who was trying to catch up on the motorcycle. This caused Liu Wei to break out in a cold sweat. She desperately grabbed the dust on the earth's clothes, shouted loudly, Hurry, throttle up. Turn into the small road. Find a way to shake off this race car. Chapter 71, Catching Someone Red-Handed. Yes. Lu Chen responded in a panic, quickly turning the car into an alleyway. Alley only allows for 1 tricycle, so the BMW Z4 had to stop. Hu Bao was so angry that he kept hitting the steering wheel of the car as he said, You bastard, turn around and go in. How is Hu Bao? A subordinate arrived on a motorcycle and asked with concern. Hu Bao pushed aside the henchman with his hand, quickly got on the motorcycle and said, Give me the car. He flew as if chasing after something in front of him. Quick, keep up with Hu Bao. Hu Bao's 2 henchmen also rode on motorcycles and arrived. 2 young men, one in front and one behind, the latter holding a shining matchet 1 meter long in his hand, under the illumination of the streetlight, gleaming brightly, particularly dazzling. Liu Wei sat behind Lu Chen, seeing the car behind getting closer and closer, couldn't help but feel anxious and break out in a cold sweat. No problem, I'll turn onto the small road in front right away. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, decided to extinguish the car lights, and drove directly into the deserted mountain forest ahead. In the desolate mountains, dense forests, and overgrown weeds, it was impossible for ordinary people to travel normally at night. But Lu Chen was different. He had opened his celestial eyes, making it seem as bright as day for him. As long as he followed a path, he could barely ride a motorcycle forward. I'm going, Lu Chen, you're gonna die. This darkened light, how can you see the road? Liu Wei was startled by Lu Chen's operation. It's okay, I used to come here often before, I can find my way based on feeling. Lu Chen intentionally told a lie. In fact, he relied on his own clairvoyance to see everything in the dark night. After extinguishing the motorcycle's lights, it turned into the grass and instantly disappeared as if it was lost. Originally, Hu Bao, who was only tens of meters away from Lu Chen, suddenly lost direction. He stopped the motorcycle and looked around in confusion. Hu Bao's face was shocked as he exclaimed, Where did he disappear to all of a sudden? Hu Bao, where did that kid go? His 2 subordinates also stopped and couldn't help asking. I have no idea. After this kid rode his motorcycle into this woods, it's like he disappeared. Hu Bao was so angry that he gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. This is really damn weird. In fact, Lu Chen did not go far. He saw Hu Bao for a moment, lost his direction and stopped. He decided to stop the motorcycle as well. Lu Chen, aren't you afraid they will catch up? Liu Wei sat on the motorcycle, seeing Lu Chen looking calm, couldn't help but worry, staring wide-eyed. No problem, they have already stopped the motorcycle. The grass is overgrown here, they may not even know we are hiding here. Lu Chen answered calmly with a smile. Strange, it's so dark on this day. How did you manage to turn off the lights and still be able to drive the motorcycle inside like it's daytime? Liu Wei still curiously stared at Lu Chen. After practicing for a long time, Lu Chen skillfully diverted the topic and asked, "By the way, is your stomach still hurting?" "Still hurts, so bloated, it's too uncomfortable." Liu Wei lightly bit her red lips, holding her stomach with her hands. "Could it be that you ate something wrong?" Lu Chen asked concerned. Liu Wei weakly rolled his eyes at Lu Chen and said, "Periods. Every month there are a few days, it really takes a toll on me. Let me help you with a massage." Lu Chen whispered comfortingly, "I heard that women mostly have menstrual pain due to coldness in the womb. I want to give you a massage, it should help a bit." "Humph, I see you want to take advantage of me." Liu Wei glanced at Lu Chen without good humor and said, "If you want to touch me, just say it. Let's forget about it." Lu Chen turned his head towards Liu Wei and made a gesture, saying, "Hold on tight, I'm ready to take you out of here." "Wait." Liu Wei grabbed Lu Chen's hand and placed it on his own abdomen. Blushing with closed eyes, saying, "Just leave your hand here. Pretend like you've placed a warm baby. It'll make me feel a little more comfortable." "I want to be comfortable, but I'm afraid I'll be taking advantage of it." Lu Chen laughed and withdrew his hand, shaking his head, saying, "There's no such good thing." In a fit of anger, Liu Wei rolled his eyes and angrily thumped Lu Chen's back, cursing, "You jerk, heartless scoundrel. I'm in pain and you can't even lend me a hand to warm up a bit." After hearing that, Lu Chen laughed and patted Liu Wei's thigh, saying, "Come down, lie down. Let me give you a good massage." In response to the array, Do you want to sleep with me?" Liu Wei flushed and stared wide-eyed, saying, "Lu Chen, I warn you, I will never do that kind of thing with you. Furthermore, I am here visiting relatives now. If you dare to show any disrespect towards me, I will definitely report you." Do you know what you're thinking? Why don't you take a look in the mirror, covered in powder from head to toe? Even if you're on your period, not even a relative would recognize you. Looking like this, men would only think you're a ghost. It's no wonder if they get scared. Who would have the heart to do anything with you in that state? Lu Chen laughed and shook his head at Liu Wei, saying, "You're thinking too much." After reading Go the Hell, Liu Wei couldn't help but burst out laughing with a poochie sound. She stepped off the motorcycle, slowly lay down on the ground, and shyly instructed Lu Chen, "Ugh, I've laid down. Now help me push a little. Remember, don't reach too far in." Smiling, Lu Chen nodded and squatted down beside the beauty, then placed his hand on her abdomen and secretly activated his Miao Lian Jinshu technique, gently massaging the woman. With the influx of true energy, the pain in Liu Wei's lower abdomen instantly disappeared, replaced by an indescribable comfort that rose from the lower abdomen. That feeling is like a 17 or 18-year-old girl dreaming of the man she likes in her first love, feeling comfortable and happy when being embraced. After that, Liu Wei couldn't help but let out a comfortable hum. After this array, "I go, girl, can you not shout so loud? Don't know people might think we're doing something scandalous," Lu Chen joked. After hearing those words, Liu Wei's face flushed with anger. She lightly hit Lu Chen with her hand in annoyance. After saying that, Lu Chen withdrew his hand and patted the beautiful woman's abdomen, saying, "Put on your dress properly. If someone doesn't know, they might think I really did something to you." In the above array, Lu Chen, "I still want it." Liu Wei grabbed Lu Chen's hand, blinked at Lu Chen and said, "How about you help me push it again?" The beautiful woman, "This is not very good." Lu Chen couldn't help feeling a bit embarrassed. "Can you press it for me one more time?" Liu Wei said in a coquettish voice. After a while, Lu Chen smiled and placed his hand on the beauty's abdomen again, continuing to massage her. "Just a few more minutes, no more," he said. Liu Wei blissfully closed his eyes. That feeling was too wonderful. She really wants to experience immersive experience. Blushing, Liu Wei tightly crossed her legs, holding on to Lu Chen's arm and emitting pleasant humming sounds. Comfortable, so comfortable. Seeing the beautiful woman with a look of intoxication on her face, Lu Chen couldn't help but jump in surprise. He quickly covered her mouth with his hand, whispering, "Miss Liu, please don't scream. If you keep screaming, it will cause trouble if someone hears us." "Ah, I'm sorry." Liu Wai finally came to his senses, biting his red lips and said, "It was so comfortable just now, I couldn't hold it back." Hu Bao and the others wouldn't have heard it. As soon as the words fell, a triumphant laughter was heard not far away. Hu Bao swallowed his saliva and turned to the two younger brothers behind him, shouting, "Brothers, let's go over and check it out. I bet it's that fool Lu Chen and that girl making all that noise, haha. It'll be fun to catch them in the act. Let's let this couple show off their love on the spot. Go catch the adulterer. Haha, catch the adultery." Two little brothers also laughed and nodded before pushing aside the bushes and walking forward. "Oh my goodness, I really have been misunderstood. This is so embarrassing." Liu Wai was so upset that he was on the verge of crying. "Stupid girl, quickly put on your short skirt and run away. They have knives with them." Liu Wai reminded Lu Chen and quickly rode the motorcycle. "Ah. Okay. I'll put this on." Liu Wai hurriedly lifted up the skirt and quickly jumped onto the motorcycle. As soon as the two of them sat down, Hu Bao had already pushed aside the bushes and crawled in. "Haha, I went to Lu Chen. Just finished having a good time with your woman, right? Don't leave, we still want to see more." Chapter 72 The Dark Knight Can Also See. While speaking, several people had already grabbed Lu Chen's motorcycle. "Finished. Now we can't escape." Liu Wai saw the motorcycle being pulled and felt frustrated. "Haha, little girl, you guys are really finished." Hu Bao reached out and put his hand on Liu Wai's shoulder. "Next, are you playing with me, big brother, or are you going to act with silly Lu?" In response to this array, "Yan Ni Mei." Liu Wai did not hesitate to deliver a sharp elbow strike directly to his opponent's temple without any reservation. Hu Bao reacted extremely quickly, reaching out a hand and easily deflecting Liu Wai's hand. Liu Wai's reaction is not bad either. She swung her long legs to the left and quickly jumped off the motorcycle. "Lu Chen, run quickly." Lu Chen quickly jumped off the motorcycle. Liu Wai has already rushed towards the front bushes. Lu Chen then intended to run in another direction. "Hu Bao." They ran in different directions. "What should we do? Who should we chase first?" A young brother asked towards Hu Bao. Hu Bao patted the motorcycle in front of him and proudly said, "This is a Harley motorcycle worth tens of thousands of dollars. I've made a profit, ha? Come on, let's first try riding it and see how it feels." While speaking, he rode on the motorbike. Two young men also came over, eagerly examining the motorcycles in front of them. Liu Wai, who had not run far, saw this scene and was so furious that his teeth itched. Liu Wai gritted his teeth. "I can't allow them to steal my car." He was about to push through the grass and emerge from inside. "Don't rush." Suddenly a huge hand fell on the shoulder of the beauty. "After Lu Chen, how did you know I was hiding here? Didn't you run towards the opposite direction?" Liu Wai turned his head and saw Lu Chen, unable to contain his excitement. After Lu Chen laughed and replied to Liu Wai, "I guess you must have been hiding nearby. Who knew you were really hiding here? What a coincidence. Thank you." Liu Wai nodded from the bottom of his heart towards Lu Chen, but quickly his face turned dark. "But if I don't go out, my motorcycle may be taken by Hu Bao. Look at me, you rest here for a while. Give me 5 minutes. I'll figure out a way to help you get your motorcycle back." Lu Chen smiled and pressed Liu Wai's shoulder. "Are you okay?" Liu Wai asked with a worried expression. After smiling at Liu Wai, Lu Chen said, "Beauty, can you please change your words next time?" He then glanced at Liu Wai and continued, "The thing men dislike the most is being asked, 'Is it okay?' by women. In front of a beautiful woman, they must be okay." Liu Wai stood up and said, "All right, I will go with you. Don't worry, you set an ambush for me here. I will lure them over first. If someone chases you, ambush them." Lu Chen smiled and winked at Liu Wai, saying, "That's settled then." After finishing speaking, he picked up a thick wooden stick from the ground and walked straight ahead. At this moment, Hu Bao and two of his henchmen were discussing the motorcycle as if they were injected with chicken blood. "Hu Bao, you come out and fight me if you dare." Lu Chen stood holding a wooden stick 5 meters away from Hu Bao. Hu Bao took a large machete 1 meter long from a henchman beside him and pointed at Lu Chen, laughing. "Idiot! Do you know what this is? One strike, and it will tear your skin apart." Haha, Lu is a fool. I see you must have a lot of guts, even daring to provoke us, Hu Bao. A henchman also swung the steel pipe in his hand and laughed, saying, Do you know what this is? Look closely, it's a steel pipe. One strike with this and it will directly break your hand. Haha, fool. It's 3 against 1, and you dare to challenge us. Who single combats with you nowadays? Either you're beaten up by us, or you kneel down and get beaten up by us. The 3 people burst into laughter. Without hesitation, Liu Chen took a step forward and directly swung a wooden stick towards Hu Bao's arm. With a loud clang, a wooden stick struck the matchet in Hu Bao's hand, causing his arm to feel numb for a moment. Hu Bao, in a rage, grabbed a large matchet from his motorcycle and jumped down, and chased after Liu Chen. I can't believe you attacked first. I'll chop you to pieces. As Liu Chen ran straight ahead, the road became darker. As Liu Chen looked ahead, he saw a deep trench that was 2 meters deep and 2 meters wide. Suddenly, he slowed down his speed. He deliberately appeared very panicked, turning his head towards Hu Bao and shouting, Hu Bao, don't chop. Can I let you kick me instead? Haha, idiot, so you're also afraid of death. Alright, then taste Grandpa's flying kick first. Hu Bao suddenly jumped up and kicked straight towards Liu Chen. After saying let's go, Liu Chen leapt across from the gorge to the other side. On this dark night, Hu Bao did not expect that there would be a ravine ahead. He saw Liu Chen jumping aside and couldn't help but panic and retract his leg. No matter how well the legs are positioned, there is not enough time to brake. In the face of inertia, Hu Bao stumbled and plunged directly into the ditch, followed by ouch, as the whole person fell into the ravine. What happened to Hu Bao? Hu Bao, what's wrong with you? 2 subordinates heard the cry and immediately ran forward. Hu Bao is covered in injuries, shouting in pain as he falls into the ditch. 2 thugs took out their phones, turned on the flashlight, and cautiously walked towards the ravine on the side. Hu Bao is here, quick, look. Hu Bao is in the ditch below. A thug has already seen Hu Bao falling into the ditch. Quickly save Hu Bao. Another hooligan also followed along to the ravine. While the 2 thugs were lying by the ditch, thinking about how to save the person, Liu Chen jumped back again. He swung the wooden stick on the ground and started hitting the 2 individuals' backs. Bang! Bang! After 2 clear sounds, the 2 thugs staggered and then fell into the ditch in front of them in a panic. Oh! Ouch! As 2 screams rang out, 2 thugs fell into the ditch, followed by a chorus of cries and curses from below. Hey, let you save people, not jump down. Hu Bao was hit hard by a hooligan, screaming in pain and cursing. I was pushed down by someone. Ouch, it hurts so much. Exactly. Hu Bao. I was also pushed down by someone. Ah, it hurts so much. Upon seeing the mess below, Liu Chen couldn't help but laugh. He lay on top of the ravine, laughing and shouting down to the people below. The 3 of you take your time here, I will leave first. Liu Chen, you bastard, hurry up and find a way to save us. Hu Bao shouted towards the top. If you don't save me, I'll go up there and make sure you die. After saying that, Liu Chen coldly smiled and picked up the wooden stick in his hand that was 2 meters long, swinging it towards Hu Bao to strike. Hey, don't hit, don't hit. Hu Bao quickly covered his head with his hands. Upon hearing the cries coming from the ravine, Li Wai also ran over. She leaned closer for a look and saw Hu Bao had fallen into a gully. Excitedly, she laughed and said, how fun, this is so much fun. Liu Chen, give me the wooden stick. I want to play whack-a-mole too. After saying that, Liu Chen handed the wooden stick in his hand to Liu Wai without hesitation. Liu Wai took the stick and started hitting the 3 people below. The stick either fell on the 3 people's bodies or heads, occasionally hitting the opponent's thighs. Oh my. So painful, so painful. Oh my goodness, don't hit, 3 people shouting wildly. After laughing, calling grandma won't help, Liu Wai felt more and more satisfied as he beat the 3 people. After a while, he turned his head and shouted at Liu Chen, let's go, smash their 2 motorcycles. Go. Liu Chen responded promptly. The 2 people threw the sticks and walked towards the place where Hu Bao had previously stopped the motorcycle. At the bottom of the ditch, Hu Bao, and his two henchmen, hearing that Liu Wei wanted to smash their car, were furious, helpless, and could only curse wildly below. After picking up a stone, Liu Chen started relentlessly smashing the two motorcycles in front of him. After that, Liu Wei picked up a stick and started randomly hitting the motorcycle. The two of them fought for a full 10 minutes until they were exhausted and covered in sweat before finally letting go. Mama, it's so enjoyable. Haha, fun. After exchanging a glance, the two of them threw their hands holding rocks and wooden sticks, then couldn't help but burst out laughing immediately. Looking at it, I need to find a place to wash up properly tonight. Liu Chen smiled and replied to Liu Wei. This outfit is covered in powder and sweat again, the smell is really getting strong. I also need to take a refreshing bath. Liu Wei laughed and responded. Then, as if remembering something, he patted his chest and said, I remember, there's a fun place, come with me. After saying that, the beautiful girl quickly ran to her Harley motorcycle, quickly jumped on the motorcycle. Liu Chen also got on the motorcycle. Clutching tight, Liu Wei has started the motorcycle. Liu Chen curiously asked, Where are we going? I will take you to the nearby mountain stream to take a bath. Liu Wei smiled and responded, stepping on the gas and quickly speeding out of the grass. After a while, the motorcycle stopped by a green pond. You are over there, I am over here. Let's take off our clothes and wash them clean first, then hang them to dry. After taking a shower, we can put them back on. Liu Wei instructed, then walked forward about 5 or 6 meters, and immediately began to take off his clothes. Upon seeing the beautiful body of Miss Liu, Liu Chen couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This isn't good. Don't be afraid, it's pitch black night, anyway. No one can see each other. Liu Wei laughed sweetly. Chapter 73 Love Spring Tiger. When saying this, Liu Chen saw Liu Demei smiling and deliberately pinching her chest, her face exuding strong confidence. This beauty seems very satisfied with her figure. Upon seeing this scene, Liu Chen smiled and replied, Yeah. Anyway, I can't see it. With his mouth saying so, his eyes couldn't help but sneak a few more glances. No way. Liu Mimi's snow white body is really tempting, feeling like it's not right not to look at it a few times, seeming to be a bit sorry for this slender figure. Liu Chen, I have taken off my clothes. Are you ready yet? Liu Wei suddenly turned around. After this array, Liu Chen couldn't help feeling a bit embarrassed. After saying that, Liu Wei splashed and jumped into the pond. The beautiful woman joyfully splashed water on herself, shouting with enjoyment, Oh my goodness, this feels so comfortable. After saying, I don't care, just take off your clothes, Liu Chen also took off his clothes, then imitated Liu Wei by splat, and jumped directly into the pond. Hearing the sound of water, Liu Wei finally turned around. She smiled as she walked towards Liu Chen. Before he could react, she suddenly splashed water on him. Hey, what are you doing? Liu Chen was ambushed by this beauty and got splashed in the face. Liu Wei chuckled, It's pitch black out here anyways. You can't see me clearly, and I can only see you vaguely. Let's just consider it as giving each other a bath. After saying that, Liu Chen also reached into the pool, scooped up water, and desperately splashed it onto Liu Wei's body. Ah, slow down, I can't take it anymore, Liu Wei shouted. No, I haven't had enough fun yet. Liu Chen laughed as he walked over and kept splashing water onto the beautiful girl palm after palm. The beautiful girl quickly protected her chest with her hands, her white body moving up and down, covered with water droplets, looking very attractive. After stopping with gasps, Liu Wei shouted to Liu Chen, Liu Chen, why did you help me massage my back? Ah, is this suitable? Liu Chen seemed a bit reserved. Regarding this array, what are you afraid of? I'm not asking you to rub the front. Liu Wei whispered. Just let you rub the back a little, that will be fine. It's dark up here anyway, you can't see me clearly, and I can't see you either. Liu Chen hesitated. This. Come on. It's okay. I'll help you rub it in a bit. Liu Wei smiled and grabbed Liu Chen's hand, placing it on his waist. After saying okay, Liu Chen could only patiently help the beauty gently rub her back. I didn't expect your technique to be so good, it feels really comfortable. Liu Wei closed his eyes and enjoyed it, However, in Liu Chen's heart, there seemed to be a hint of restlessness. With his third eye opened, he could see clearly Liu Wai's fair skin. Staring at the beautiful woman in front of him, who was as beautiful as jade, with her hands still helping someone massage their back, Liu Chen found it impossible to not have any thoughts. He felt his hands slippery and his whole body numb and tingly. After saying, "All right, it's your turn. Let me help you rub it," I suddenly saw Liu Wai turn around fiercely. "Hey, why did you suddenly turn around?" Liu Chen was startled by the sudden turn of this beauty. Originally, he and Liu Wai were still a distance apart, but then this beautiful woman made a turn and directly approached him. The two people can be said to be thigh to thigh, with their lower abdomen touching each other. "Hey, do you miss me?" Liu Wai suddenly placed both hands on Liu Chen's neck. After the array. Not. Liu Chen panicked for a moment, quickly smiled and shook his head, saying no. You're lying." Liu Wai blushed and leaned close to Liu Chen's ear, whispering softly, "I can feel the changes in your body. Tell me, do you want to, with me?" Liu Chen is extremely embarrassed by the fact that the beautiful woman is so close to him and making so many tempting gestures. If he didn't have any thoughts, then he wouldn't be a normal man. However, when the beautiful woman asked directly, Liu Chen was really embarrassed to admit it. Blushing, he shook his head and said, "Really? I don't have any, I'm just a little thirsty." Liu Wai raised his mouth and lifted his face, biting his lip and saying, "I have never kissed a man before. I want to try and see what it feels like." Liu Chen was surprised by the sudden move of this beautiful girl. This confession seems to have come a little too fast. "Haha. Look how scared you are. Just kidding with you." Liu Wai chuckled as he gently pushed Liu Chen with his hand, then blinked and said, "Okay, I'll go wash the clothes first." After turning around, Liu Wai swam to the shore and washed the clothes he had taken off. Afterwards, she also took off the clothes on her body, washed them clean, and hung them on a nearby branch, gently blowing in the wind. Liu Wai walked to the place where Liu Chen had previously taken off his clothes, picked up the clothes on the ground. After carefully looking over it, she turned to Liu Chen with a suspicious look on her face and asked, "Hey, why haven't you changed your clothes yet? Take them off quickly so I can help you wash them." We don't need that anymore, right?" Liu Chen said awkwardly, shaking his head with a smile. "How can that work?" Liu Wai impatiently glared at Liu Chen and scolded, "Hurry up and change out of it. I'll hang it over there to dry because it's windy here, he'll dry quickly, otherwise, wearing wet clothes can easily cause a cold. Hurry up, once you take it off in the water, I won't be able to see." After that, Liu Chen had no choice but to take off his inner clothes in the water and handed them to Liu Wai. Liu Wai earnestly rubs his hands together at the riverside. Upon seeing the beautiful lady squatting by the riverbank, earnestly washing clothes, Liu Chen couldn't help but feel touched. This girl is indeed good, not only smart, but also quite caring. 10 minutes later, Miss Liu helped Liu Chen wash his clothes. Soon, I saw the beauty turning around and coming over to the motorcycle with a net bag and a mining lamp. "Hello. What are you doing?" Liu Chen asked curiously. Liu Wai smiled and winked at Liu Chen, saying, "You take your bath. I will go catch some fish, there are fish in the creek below. It's late at night, you must be hungry. I will catch some fish and barbecue them for you." While speaking, the beautiful woman opened the flashlight and walked towards the stream ahead. Under the light, the beauty of this woman's graceful figure is further highlighted. Not long after, a series of plop 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 sounds came from the front. Liu Wai reached into the stream and caught a grass carp weighing 2 to 3 catties, and put it in the net bag. After a while, there was another snapping sound, and it seemed like there was another fish in the net. Liu Chen stood soaked in the water pond, watching from a distance the graceful posture of the beautiful woman fishing, which was indeed a very pleasing sight. Liu Wai exclaimed excitedly, "Oh my! I've actually found the spring tiger." Liu Chen couldn't help but respond with a sentence. Liu Wai quickly waved his hand and shouted loudly towards Liu Chen, "Look, there is a pair of tigers in love on the tree in front. It's so magnificent, really too magnificent." Liu Chen couldn't help but curiously ask, "What exactly is this thing called love spring tiger?" As he spoke, he had already jumped onto the bank and quickly came to Liu Wai's side. "Have you seen it? The pair in front is the spring tiger. Liu Wei pointed ahead with his finger. Following this beautiful girl's finger direction, Lu Chen quickly spotted a pair of bright red geckos clinging to a damp cliff stone about 2 meters away. Up and down, obviously. This pair of geckos is engaged in the great task of reproduction. Have you seen it? This is the spring tiger, looks very similar to a gecko, but it belongs to ancient species. Especially lustful, thinking about that all day long, at least 3 times a day, each time lasting at least half an hour. Not afraid of people, always finishing before separating. Even if they run away, they are still together. Liu Wei excitedly introduced to Lu Chen. Lu Chen couldn't help but be curious and moved forward. Upon hearing these words, Liu Wei gently blocked Lu Chen and said excitedly, "Don't go, you're behind me, speak softly." He then added, "It is said that this thing is a top-grade herb used to make love potions." Lu Chengjing unexpectedly placed his hands on the shoulders of the beautiful woman. Earnestly observing the love-struck tiger in front of him, couldn't help but curiously ask, "What is a love potion?" "Ah, just a different way of saying it. The fact is, it's that kind of medicine in the martial arts world. The kind that makes women think of men and men think of women. It has a powerful aphrodisiac effect." Liu Wei laughed and swallowed, saying, "The two of us are watching here. I see this pair of love-struck tigers are already blushing all over. It looks like they are going to die for love. This female tiger will definitely squeeze out the last drop of essence from this male tiger. By then the female tiger will also die for love of the male tiger. If we encounter this kind of situation, then we hit the jackpot. The body fluids produced by them at that time have a very strong aphrodisiac effect, which can be directly used to make love potions. Haha. Lu Chen, don't leave, let's wait here together." Chapter 74, Tiger Sacrifice for Love. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel somewhat curious when he saw the serious face of the beautiful girl collecting these things. Liu Wei calmly said, "I can use the bodily fluids produced when Lianchun the tiger mates as a love potion, and then sell it to rich men who are lacking in that area. This stuff can also be used to tease people, quite fun really. Just drop a little in the water, drink it, and it will make people go crazy thinking about women, haha." Upon seeing the enchanting look on the beauty's face, Lu Chen was speechless. However, if this thing is really so magical, he also wants some. After saying that, Lu Chen smiled and put his hand on the waist of the beauty. "Oh my! Why did you put your hand on my body?" Liu Wei turned his head and glanced at Lu Chen, quickly seeing that he was completely naked. He couldn't help but be shocked. "Oh my, you're not wearing anything." "Oh no, I'm not wearing anything either." While speaking, she quickly used her hand to protect her chest. After hearing the shouting, Lu Chen finally regained his composure and awkwardly smiled, saying, "Well, why don't you stay here and watch? I'll go ahead." "Ah, I really haven't put on my clothes yet," he added. "Wait, don't go, stay with me and watch." Liu Wei grabbed Lu Chen's hand and pointed to the front where the Lianchun tiger was roaring, saying, "Do you see? They have entered high-speed mode now. My goodness, I'm all wet. How much aphrodisiac must they be producing? Let's go, let's go." Lu Chen curiously widened his eyes. Suddenly, a faint scent drifted towards me. After smelling the fragrant scents, Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. "Lu Chen, look, this tattoo is actually upside down." Liu Wei swallowed his saliva, grabbing Lu Chen's hand and putting it on her waist. Upon seeing the array of flowers, Lu Chen couldn't help but swallow his saliva, revealing a hint of excitement. Exciting, so exciting. After seeing the beauty twisting and turning like this, Lu Chen almost had a nosebleed. Turning his head towards Lu Chen, Liu Wei glanced at him and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my, Lu Chen, what are you doing? You bastard, don't tell me you have feelings for me now." Obviously, she was taken aback by what she saw. No, it's nothing, the clothes should be dry. I will go put on my clothes." Earlier, Li Mei, a beautiful woman, swayed her graceful body, occasionally rubbing against him, just like a fire, igniting the desire inside Lu Chen in an instant. Upon further observation, he might not be able to bear it any longer. "Mom, I can't watch anymore. That thing is too exciting." Liu Wei also ran over, pulled the clothes from the branches, and put them on. Lu Chen couldn't help but sneak a glance at the beautiful woman. "What are you looking at?" Liu Wei glared at Lu Chen disapprovingly. After that, Liu Chen quickly turned around. Hey, Liu Chen, were you just thinking about hitting on me? Liu Wai had already dressed up and placed his hand on Liu Chen's shoulder. Oh, no, no way. Liu Chen shook his head awkwardly. With a sneer, Liu Wai smiled and turned to him, saying, Just now I saw your body react. You even touched my waist a couple of times, and yet you dare say it didn't happen. Looking at the fiery eyes of this beautiful girl, Liu Chen was a little afraid to look at her. I didn't mean it, he said. Ha ha, why are you nervous? Liu Wai smiled and shook his head at Liu Chen, saying, As long as you're not a eunuch, there will always be a reaction in that kind of situation. Let me tell you the truth. When spring tigers mate, they produce a scent called love fragrance, which can trigger the body's hormones. So you had a reaction just now, which is completely normal. Actually, I also had a reaction, just not as strong as yours. As for this, the beautiful girl's face turned red instantly. Liu Chen saw the girl blushing all over her face and couldn't help but laugh. I bet your reaction is even more intense than mine. Get out of here, you think I'm that kind of woman with a big addiction. Okay, let's not talk anymore. Let's go grill fish. Liu Chen smiled and stepped aside. Let's go grill fish. Liu Wai smiled and blinked at Liu Chen, saying, After we finish eating the fish, we can go directly to collect the bodies of those loving spring tigers. The liquid from those can be used to make aphrodisiacs, and the bodies can be used to brew medicinal wine. It is said that the medicinal wine brewed from loving spring tigers makes a man even stronger than a tiger after drinking it. Oh sure, the liquid is for you. The body of spring tiger is for me, Liu Chen laughed. No, I can't. I'll split the liquid with you. I don't need the corpse. I don't need the aphrodisiac either. Liu Wai laughed and put his hand on Liu Chen's shoulder, blinking his eyes and saying, How about that? Am I a good buddy? Thoughtful. Let's go. Let's grill some fish first. That pair of spring-loving tigers are still mating over there. I estimate it will take at least another half an hour to finish. I will listen to you. For a moment, the two people built a fire next to the rocks they had been to earlier and began to grill fish. After carefully driving along the familiar route, Liu Wai quickly dissected the few fish, cleaned them, and then used thin branches to skewer the fish. He attentively grilled them. This beauty has strong survival skills in the wilderness. She even carries barbecue seasoning with her. She sprinkled some spices and cumin powder on the grilled fish. 10 minutes later, a fragrant scent wafted over. Liu Wai picked up a grilled fish and blew on it a few times before handing it over to Liu Chen's side, saying, Take a gentle bite, don't burn yourself. After you go ahead and eat. Liu Chen felt a little embarrassed. Liu Wai smiled sweetly and handed the grilled fish to Liu Chen's mouth. After taking a light bite, Liu Chen immediately got excited and exclaimed, delicious. The taste of this grilled fish is really amazing. Thank you for the compliment. This one's for you too, hold it for me. Liu Wai blinked at Liu Chen and said, There's beer on my motorcycle, we'll enjoy it even more with some beer. After saying that, the beauty turned around and hurried to bring 4 cans of beer. While drinking and eating barbecued food together, the two people felt content and relaxed. While drinking, suddenly I smelled a strong aroma again. Smells good. Smells good. The two of them sniffed their noses briefly, then immediately furrowed their brows. I feel strange. How come I smell the scent of love emanating from Liu Chen's body? Liu Wai curiously looked at Liu Chen. Yes, that's the taste of spring tiger in love. Liu Chen nodded. Liu Chen, look quickly. This spring tiger is actually burning to death in the fire. Liu Wai suddenly leaned towards Liu Chen, tightly hugged him, his body trembling slightly. This is too tragic and heroic, isn't it? Looking at the fire in front of him, Liu Chen saw a pair of spring-loving tigers cuddling tightly together in the fire, not knowing when they had snuck into the fire. They were hugging each other tighter and tighter, crazily licking each other's bodies. Their entangled appearance was so touching that it made people exclaim in amazement. Even more bizarre, this pair of spring-loving tigers, surrounded by fire, still don't forget to do that kind of intimate thing. Chapter 75. Capricious Emotions. No, we can't just stand by and watch this couple of spring tigers burn to death. Liu Chen wanted to get up and rescue that pair of spring tigers. Don't, please don't. Liu Wei quickly placed his hand on Lu Chen's face, sighed softly, and said, "When the love spring tigers meet a like-minded partner, they often indulge in each other endlessly. They become obsessed with the brief joy of being in love, especially the deeply affectionate love spring tigers, who intentionally approach the intense heat during their intimacy because in this way, they can completely release their love fluids, perhaps allowing them to obtain the greatest pleasure both physically and mentally. If they are disturbed at this time, forcibly driven away, they will not only fail to be saved, but will also become sullen and eventually die. Let's just watch from the sidelines. Respect their choice." In response to the array, "Respect their choices," Lu Chen chuckled and sighed. "It's just a little unfortunate about their bodily fluids. That's money, you know." "Haha, you're wrong. The most valuable thing in the flames is the spring tigers who sacrifice themselves for love. The liquid released from their bodies after death is the most precious, much stronger than ordinary spring tiger liquid. Just wait for them to sacrifice themselves for love. And their bodies and bodily fluids are very dry, not even burned by the flames. In fact, when spring tigers die in a fire pit, they don't die from burning, but from exhaustion, completely depleting the energy in their bodies before they die." Liu Wei laughed as she leaned into Lu Chen's arms, fluttering her eyelashes and asking, "Don't you think they are so silly yet cute for doing this?" "Hey, Miss Liu, could you please not lean on me?" Lu Chen faintly felt that something was wrong. His body has already reacted, and it is a strong reaction, much stronger than before, probably several times better. Upon looking at Liu Wei at this moment, his cheeks were rosy, like a drunken cat, lazily lying on top of him. The beautiful woman occasionally grabs his hand, placing it on her slim waist and thigh. Clearly, the love fragrance released from the body of the spring tiger has played a role in stimulating desire. In the text above, Liu Wei lay in Lu Chen's arms, supporting his cheek, looking at him with drunken, misty eyes and asking, "Lu Chen, have you missed me?" I. Lu Chen swallowed hard, momentarily speechless. "Don't lie to yourself. We're both doomed, afraid that we've already fallen for the love potion of spring tiger." Liu Wei lightly bites her red lips and says, I'll tell you the truth. At this moment, my mind is filled with the image of men swaying their bodies. Oh, not you swaying your body, you bastard, so bad. Why did you come over without clothes just now? You had such a big reaction, now it's a mess. I can't control myself. What should I do?" Lu Chen feels like there is a fire burning in his lower abdomen, and his body is like a boiling kettle, with the fire getting stronger and stronger. As the fire burns hotter, his desire inside him also rises higher and higher. Eventually, he fears that he will have to find a way to completely release it. Liu Wei clung to Lu Chen like a lingering cat, leaning on him and pressing his face against his. "Hey, what are you up to?" Lu Chen had no more strength to resist. "Damn it, stop fooling yourself. I know better than you. Actually, you are feeling worse than me." Liu Wei whispered to Lu Chen's ear. "Let's not make things difficult for each other." When things reached this point, Lu Chen felt that there was no need to continue pretending. He really can't handle it. Besides, he is still single and has never been married. Whatever happens, let it happen. Thinking of this, Lu Chen politely placed his hand on Liu Wei's waist, then flipped over and directly pressed Liu Wei underneath. Impatiently he said, "All right, then I won't pretend anymore. Let's just learn to fight like spring tigers." With a sharp movement, Liu Wei forcibly turned over his body and sat on Lu Chen's belly. Upon seeing this array, Lu Chen was puzzled when he saw the beauty drop the ball at a critical moment, wondering, "Is this meant to be my fate?" After hearing that, Liu Wei glanced at Lu Chen and sighed. "Besides, I just got my period, so it's impossible for us to do anything." After saying that, Lu Chen sighed helplessly and said, "Forget it. I'll just endure it myself. There's nothing I can do about feeling uncomfortable." "Don't." Liu Wei crawled over to Lu Chen, smiling and winking at him, saying, "How about this? Let's just hug each other, comfort each other, and try to alleviate that kind of agony. Otherwise, I will die." Lu Chen was startled by the words of this beauty. This can work. Upon reading the array, Liu Wei bit his lips, rolled his eyes charmingly, and said, "Come hug me, let's also learn how to be like the spring tiger in love." After this array, "All right." Lu Chen responded with a nod, instinctively cooperating with this beautiful woman. In the scene, only saw the beautiful girl acting like a spring cat, her soft body twisting like a snake, occasionally making various hand gestures. Sometimes she even seen grabbing Lu Chen's hand and pressing it on her body, hinting at Lu Chen to cooperate and make some movements. I don't know if this beauty has learned the art of seduction, but it unexpectedly made Lu Chen feel a strange sense of comfort. After being teased by this beauty for half an hour, Lu Chen finally received complete release, instantly feeling completely relaxed both physically and mentally. Oh my goodness, I'm exhausted. Liu Wei also seemed to have gone to heaven. She lay on Lu Chen and gasped with a scent of orchids, saying, "Can I sleep on you for a while?" Lu Chen smiled and gently hugged the beautiful girl, saying, "Okay. You go to sleep." Without realizing it, the two of them fell asleep like this. I don't know how long it has been. Suddenly Liu Wei woke up. "Mom, Lu Chen. What did we just do?" Liu Wei climbed up from Lu Chen's body in panic. In response to this array, doing some ambiguous actions only, Lu Chen explained awkwardly, "Actually it's not a big deal. Just some hiving and cuddling, and..." Oh my gosh, how could I be like this? Liu Wei turned around with a red face, using both hands to constantly rub his hair. "Hey Liu, don't be like this, you put so much pressure on me." Lu Chen saw the beautiful girl looking guilty and couldn't help but feel sad. As Liu Wei turned around, he pointed his finger at Lu Chen's nose and said sternly, "Listen to me carefully. Tonight's events, you are not allowed to tell anyone, just pretend they never happened." "Originally I wasn't." Lu Chen nodded with a smile. "Shut up." Liu Wei glared at Lu Chen with resentment and snapped, "You've taken advantage of me all this time, always hugging and touching, and yet you say you haven't. Regarding the array, how should I deal with you?" Lu Chen scratched his head and said, "If not, I'll be responsible for you." Liu Wei was so angry that he punched Lu Chen in the chest and gritted his teeth, saying, "Forget about this. Nothing happened, understand?" After receiving the instructions, Lu Chen could only nod his head. After saying "let's go," Liu Wei stood up, turned around and walked towards the motorcycle parked nearby. Lu Chen also stood up. "Don't follow me," Liu Wei said impatiently as he turned his head and pointed at Lu Chen. With these words, he had already stepped onto the motorcycle. "Hey, you ignored me." Lu Chen saw the beautiful girl about to leave, couldn't help but feel anxious. "Humph, you are a terrorist. I don't want to leave you in the orphanage overnight." Liu Wei glared at Lu Chen angrily, then started the motorcycle and said, "Let's go. Meet at Mongkok City at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." After looking at the burnt-out fire pit, Lu Chen turned to Liu Wei and shouted, "Hey, do you not want your pair of spring-loving tigers anymore? Don't want it, leave it for you to drink." Liu Wei flicked his hair with his hand, stood up his chest and smiled, "Find a woman early. You, the terrorists, scare me. I guess only Mei Ping can serve you." After speaking, the beauty stepped on the gas and left in a hurry. Chapter 76 Encounter with Police Officer Zhang. After the beautiful Li left, Lu Chen could only bow his head alone and carefully picked up the pair of spring tiger figurines. He carefully scrutinized the spring tiger in front of him. He only saw that fellow slippery all over. Although dead by the fire pit, his body looked like it had been dried by roasting, but the liquid on the surface was slippery when touched. "Take this back, study it carefully after all. It is a type of medicinal herb, it can't be wasted." After watching for a while, Lu Chen picked a large leaf from beside him, wrapped the pair of spring tigers in it, and tucked it into his pants pocket. "After walking for a while, it seems like tonight I can only walk back home." Lu Chen sighed helplessly, then turned and headed towards the outside of the pond. Although it is not too remote here, it is already late at night, making it difficult to catch a taxi. Lu Chen had no choice but to walk to the busy section of the city. "Wait, Lu Chen, what are you doing here?" Suddenly, a female voice came from behind. Lu Chen turned his head and saw that it was the beautiful policewoman Boang Hu driving the car, stopping beside him. I'm fine, just wandering around," Lu Chen chuckled and replied to Boang Hu. After eyeing him curiously, Boang Hu asked, "Have you done something bad, kid? It's late. Why aren't you home yet? What are you still doing here?" Lu Chen scratched his head, contemplating whether to recount the events he and Liu Wei had experienced. I walked, you don't have to explain to me. Boang Hu smiled and blinked at Lu Chen, saying, I believe you are not a bad person. Being alone wandering outside at this time, you must be suffering from insomnia. Let's go, I owe you a meal. Tonight I'll treat you to supper. After hearing this array, Lu Chen laughed and rubbed his stomach, replying, I'm not hungry. He then added, if you don't mind, could you give me a ride home? However, I am hungry, and I've just got off work, so I have time. Look, I've even changed into casual clothes. Boang Hu smiled and winked at Lu Chen, saying, get in the car. I'll drive you home later. After that, Lu Chen got off the car without hesitation. Damn. That jerk, so quick to hook up with another woman. At the corner 50 meters away, a motorbike stopped. Riding on the motorbike was a young and beautiful woman, none other than the elegant and quirky Liu Wei. In the past, she had some ambiguous moves with Lu Chen in the pond, which left her feeling confused afterwards. After all, this was her first time being ambiguous with a man, especially in the wilderness, which made her feel embarrassed and intentionally made her leave by bike. However, the beautiful woman regretted it within 5 minutes of leaving, so she rode back. Little did she know that halfway there, she encountered Lu Chen getting into another woman's car. This made Liu Wufang angry and resentful again. Lu Chen, I hate you. Liu Wei cursed, then quickly shook his head. Forget it. Nothing really happened tonight, just some touching and kissing, and helping this bastard solve. Oh my god. I don't want to think about it. Both of us are being forced by that pair of spring-loving tigers. This doesn't count. None of this counts. After thinking more and more, Liu Wei was hesitant for a full 5 minutes before hastily leaving on his motorcycle. Lu Chen had no idea about the complex emotions of this beautiful woman. 10 minutes later, Boang Hu took Lu Chen into a restaurant. What do you want to eat? Just order anything. Boang Hu is very generous. Okay, let me take a look first. Lu Chen has never been invited to dinner by anyone before. Out of curiosity, he took the menu and started reading it carefully. One slightly chubby, dark-skinned man came up to Boang Hu. He didn't hesitate at all, directly dragging a chair and squeezing in between Boang Hu and Lu Chen. Hey, Captain Zhang, what a coincidence. Let's have a late-night snack. After seeing the rude person cutting in line between the two of them, Huang Shuliang was very displeased and angrily scolded him, saying, Can you please have some manners? Did I invite you to take a seat? Captain Zhang, are you not giving me face? Huang Shuliang replied to Zhang Liqin in a threatening tone. Don't forget, you still have 2 important cases in your hands, both of which I provided clues for. If you don't give me a little face, the progress of some cases might have to be postponed. Boang Hu scowled angrily at Huang Shuliang and said, Solving the case is to address Duan Wu's public safety issue, yet you resorted to threatening me with informants. No. Huang Shuliang smiled and shook his head towards Boang Hu, saying, The informant in this case was not found with the help of the Bureau, but was hired by me, Huang Shuliang, personally. The cost of this is not reimbursed by your Bureau after all. This case is still in the suspicion stage and has not been confirmed. Moreover, in this day and age, besides me, Huang Shuliang, who dares to support you in investigating the involvement of Su Ling Mining Company in illegal activities? Listen carefully, I am using my resources to help you. If not for the sake of our friendship, I might not be willing to do so. Do you have any clues about Wan Xiaochang's involvement in organized crime? Lu Chen couldn't help but ask. He really wanted to know about Su Ling Mining Company, and whether Wan Xiaochang had harmed him. Huang Shuliang glared at Lu Chen with impatience and said, Who are you to butt in on other people's conversation? Do you have any business here? Enough. Huang Shuliang, please stop using this arrogant tone with my friend, okay? But Boang Hu glared at Huang Shuliang with displeasure. What? He is your friend. Huang Shuliang looked disdainfully at Lu Chen beside him, chuckled, and said, Haha. I thought this kid was a thief caught by you. After Lu Chen angrily stood up, Who are you accusing of being a thief? He asked. After glaring angrily at Huang Shuliang, Boang Hu shouted, Immediately apologize to my friend Lu Chen. Listen carefully, he is not a thief, in fact, he is a courageous good person. Tonight, I was nearly hit by robbers and forced to jump into the river. If it wasn't for Lu Chen saving me, I would probably be dead by now. Oh, I see. Huang Shuling's eyes lit up, and he immediately turned around, smiling and nodding towards Lu Chen, saying, I'm sorry, really sorry. I didn't expect Mr. Lu to be a good person. It's all my fault for judging people by their appearance. Although you look like a thief, you're actually a good person. You see, my eyes are really blinded by my own fart. No, Mr. Huang, you weren't farted on. Instead, you have a pair of very powerful eyes. Lu Chen smiled and nodded towards Huang Shuliang. These eyes are so powerful that people call them dog eyes. Kid, what do you mean? Huang Shuliang's face suddenly darkened. After Huang Shuliang said, What are you doing? But Wang Hu angrily shouted at him. You were the one who started cursing first, so why can't others retaliate against you? Haha, just kidding. Huang Shuliang tried to suppress his inner anger. Then he saw him reaching out his right hand and shouting to Lu Chen, Come on, Mr. Lu, let me introduce myself. I'm Huang Shuliang, a classmate of Captain Zhang. Hello. My name is Lu Chen. Lu Chen politely extended his right hand. At the moment both hands met, Lu Chen clearly felt a tremendous gripping force pressing on his tiger's mouth at a point. The other party obviously intended to deliberately embarrass him, so that he would make a fool of himself. Lu Chen had long seen through this guy's thoughts, and without any hesitation, he even learned to act like the other person, forcefully pressing on the opponent's point. Ouch, it hurts. Huang Shuliang cried out in pain, quickly pulling his hand back. Upon seeing Huang Shuliang's painful expression, Wang Hu immediately guessed what was going on, so he pretended to care and asked, Huang Shuliang, you have a background in martial arts. Why is your hand in so much pain just from shaking hands like this? Humph. Captain Huang, be careful. I don't think this guy is a good person. I advise you to stay away from him. Huang Shuliang was pinched in pain by Lu Chen, feeling greatly insulted, and he couldn't bear to pretend anymore. After thanking him, Wang Hu glanced coldly at Huang Shuliang and said, Do you still have something to do? If not, you can leave. Chapter 77. What's going on with coal mining? You wait, I have something to ask this kid. Huang Shuliang turned around again and looked towards Lu Chen beside him. Kid, what do you do? Lu Chen answered confidently, I am a coal miner. I have not stolen or robbed, so there is nothing shameful about me. Huang Shuliang grinned triumphantly, pointing his finger at Song Liken as he chuckled. Listen up. The Wang Hu is my goddess. You better not have any ideas about her. Oh really? Lu Chen had been annoyed with this guy for a while. He smiled disapprovingly and nodded towards him, saying, What if I actually have a crush on her? What? You have a crush on Captain Zhang? Huang Shuliang laughed out loud. He intentionally shouted at the diners behind him who were eating late-night snacks. Everyone look, there's a guy here who works in coal mining, and he actually said he wants to pursue our police officer Zhang. Do you think they match? Wang Hu is so irritated that he's itching all over. I'm not crazy. I want everyone to know that this guy is not even worthy of sitting with you to have supper. Huang Shuliang said through gritted teeth, filled with hatred. Just then, there was a burst of heated discussion behind me. I can't believe it, this guy is really dark-skinned. Don't say this man really looks like a coal miner. This beautiful woman is really good-looking, but that tall dark guy really looks like a coal miner. They don't match, they really don't match. It's like comparing a flower to cow dung. Clearly, those diners mistakenly thought that Huang Shuliang was a coal miner. After all, Lu Chen is handsome, stylish, and fair-skinned. Upon hearing the laughter of the crowd, Wang Huo couldn't help but burst into laughter. She cleared her throat and shook her head towards Huang Shuliang, saying, Huang Shuliang, now you know how dark you are. Bro, our coal mine is still hiring. I see you are naturally born to be a coal miner. Lu Chen jokingly said to Huang Shuliang with a smile. Why don't I recommend you to our boss tomorrow, and you can come with me to dig coal? Humph, kid. Don't be too proud. Captain Zhang is someone you can't compare to. Huang Shuliang was so angry that he trembled all over, pointing at Lu Chen with his finger and cursing, Just you wait, I will remember this today. After saying that, the guy angrily left the restaurant. Should have gotten lost long ago. Relying on your family's wealth and power, you want to force others to be friends with you. Dream on. If it weren't for the matter of Su Ling Mining Company being involved in illegal activities getting a lead, I wouldn't bother with this bastard. But Wang Huo muttered at Huang Shuling's back. Oh, do you already have clues about Su Ling Mining Company's involvement in illegal activities? Lu Chen asked curiously. Have you also had a grudge with Su Ling Mining Company? But Wang Huo couldn't help but ask. Oh no! Lu Chen didn't want to reveal the conflict between himself and Wan Shouchong too early. Do not mention this matter anymore. But Wang Huo's face showed a hint of melancholy. He sighed and said to Lu Chen, tonight, let's accompany sister and have a few drinks. We won't stop until we're drunk. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a little worried. No way. Do you still have to get drunk? What are you afraid of? I have already sent a message to my best friend, and when the time comes, I will have her come here to collect the body and help me back. As for you, if you are willing, you can stay at my place. If you are not willing, my friend can also take you back home. Wang Huo laughed and waved at the waiter not far away, saying, Waiter, bring me 10 bottles of beer. Beauty, drinking so much alcohol will harm your body. Lu Chen quietly advised. After hearing this array, Wang Huo rolled his eyes at Chao Lu Chen and said, I hope you don't ruin my excitement. If you're a friend, then have a few drinks with me. Upon seeing the beautiful girl looking downcast, Lu Chen nodded in agreement and said, All right. Then I'll accompany you for a drink. With a bright smile, Wang Huo handed the menu to Lu Chen, saying, Just order whatever you like, don't worry about the cost. After that, Lu Chen was not polite either. He deliberately picked a few dishes that he had never eaten before. Soon the dishes were served. Lu Chen accompanied Wang Huo and drank happily. The two of them were bantering back and forth, pushing cups and exchanging toasts, appearing just like old friends. Unconsciously, in the span of an hour, 10 bottles of beer on the table were wiped out. Wang Huo was already drunk, lying motionless on the table. At that moment, her phone in her pocket rang. Wang Huo tried to reach into his pocket, but it seemed like he couldn't find it, and he was unsuccessful several times. The cell phone kept ringing non-stop. Carrying a drunken demeanor, Wang Huo glanced at Lu Chen and said, Hey, stop staring, help me answer the phone. Lu Chen awkwardly said, The phone is in your pocket. Help me take it out. Wang Huo's pronunciation is a bit unclear. Okay. Lu Chen could only reach out and dig into the beauty's pocket. The beautiful girl's pants pocket was tightly enclosed. Lu Chen fished around in it for a while before finally pulling something out. He answered the other person's phone call. Hello, is this Lincoln? No. I am his friend. She is already drunk now. Can you please come over and pick her up to take her home? You wait for me here first. I will need another 20 minutes to arrive. I'll wait for you at the restaurant. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen could only sit there quietly waiting. 20 minutes later, a young girl wearing a camisole hurriedly walked into the restaurant. After putting on the spaghetti strap top, the girl draped one arm around herself with a delicate gesture and called out to Lu Chen to help her, saying, Give me a hand. You support the other side. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Chen could only place Wang Huo's other arm on his own shoulder. Quickly, he remembered that he hadn't paid yet, so he squeezed out a smile towards the girl beside him and said, By the way, beautiful, we haven't paid yet, have we? What, you invite a lady to dinner and still want me to pay the bill? The girl in the camisole looked at Lu Chen with a skeptical expression. No, tonight Captain John is treating me. Lu Chen chuckled awkwardly. She's drunk and passed out, so I don't think we can ask her to pay the bill. Ha! So you're a freeloader. The girl in the camisole looked at Lu Chen with disdain. The man said, Beauty, I am not a freeloader. Otherwise, you can help me pay the bill first, and tomorrow I will have Officer Zhang repay you. Lu Chen awkwardly took out 50 yuan from his pocket and said, This is all I have. After the array, haha. Aren't you taking your phone with you when you go out? The girl in the camisole calmly smiled and said, If you're living off someone else, just boldly admit it. Why bother trying to sound noble and interesting? Beauty, it's not as you imagine. Lu Chen took out the waterlogged old phone and smiled as he explained to the woman in the tank top. My phone is like this, and it's even waterlogged, it can't pay the bill. Oh, eating this soft rice makes me feel so confident. The girl in a camisole laughed and shook her head, saying, It looks like the next step is for our beautiful clock girl to buy you a phone, right? Beauty, you really misunderstood. It's like this. when Captain Zhang was chasing the criminal before he accidentally fell into the river, and I happened to be there. Lu Chen wanted to explain further. I'm done. I don't want to hear your romantic stories with Boang Hu anymore. The girl in a camisole glanced at Lu Chen and said coldly, honestly, you look quite handsome and have a good figure. It's no wonder my friend Boang Hu is interested in you. Whether you live together long-term or have a one-night stand, it's your business. I won't ask. I think tonight you should be the one to take her home. Oh, this is not good. I have no idea where her house is at all. Lu Chen scratched his head and said. Chapter 78. Carelessly inviting trouble into one's heart. After releasing Boang Hu, the girl in a camisole smiled and said, okay, you support her. I'll go check out. Lu Chen caught hold of the Boang flower, but for a moment he was at a loss. Okay, let's go. I'll take you two to the hotel. The girl in the camisole gestured towards Lu Chen and walked straight outside. Beauty, it's not appropriate for me to take her to the hotel, right? Even if you take her to a hotel and open a room, unless you have her permission. Otherwise, I doubt you would dare to do anything to her. The girl in the suspender dress chuckled and glanced at Lu Chen, saying, don't forget, she is the famous police officer Zhang in our city. In response to this array, beautiful girl, you are absolutely right. Lu Chenzhou replied to the girl in the suspender, even if I go to the hotel, I don't have any money. Humph, you are dreaming. The girl in the camisole glared at Lu Chen angrily and said, do you really think I would feel at ease letting you take her to the hotel? If you really do that, tomorrow morning when you wake up, Boang Hu and I will be done. Let's go get her into the car. After saying okay, Lu Chen had no choice but to support Boang Hu, and they arrived at the entrance of the restaurant next to a pink Mercedes-Benz sedan. Camisole girl opened the car door. Lu Chen carried Boang Hu onto the car. Sit tight. You support her. I'm going to drive. The girl in a camisole bang closed the car door, fastened her seatbelt, and started the car. Lu Chen had no choice but to hold Boang Hu honestly and tightly. The car made 7 turns and 8 twists before finally stopping in a beautiful residential area. I'll go and open the elevator, you follow her on my back. The camisole lightly instructed, carrying a handbag and quickly walking forward. Lu Chen had to carry the Boang Hu on his back because the beautiful woman refused to help. When this beauty's chest pressed tight against his back, Lu Chen felt a tingling sensation. This beauty had a tall and curvy figure with quite a large chest. Lu Chen carried her on her back. It also felt like a massage. For a moment, Lu Chen followed a woman into a somewhat stylishly decorated single apartment in a tank top. Upon the array, put it on the bed. The camisole glanced towards Lu Chen and gestured, help me take off her shoes, socks, and clothes. Lu Chen's face was full of embarrassment as he said, oh, beautiful girls, this is not good. I am a man, you know. As he was talking, there was a snap sound, and something fell out of his pocket. Lu Chen quickly bent down to pick up the suspender that had fallen to the ground. It was the same pair he had bought at the convenience store near Mei Ping's house. Wow, you brought all this stuff, and you even dared to deceive me. You two must have slept together. Suspender Top picked up the box, coldly threw it into the trash can, glanced at Lu Chen and said, come over here and help me take off the clothes. Lu Chen awkwardly chuckled and asked, is it okay if she doesn't change and just goes to sleep directly? How can that be? I just changed the sheets. The suspender shirt looked disdainfully at Lu Chen and said, I still have to give her a bath later. I can't believe it, she's so drunk. How is she going to take a bath? Lu Chen said incredulously. After that, Boang Hu muttered drunkenly. Did you hear that? This is something she wants to wash herself. The camisole impatiently pushed Lu Chen aside, shouting, I'll help her take off her shoes and socks. You help her take off her clothes and pants. Beauty, it's your turn. I'll go back first. Lu Chen stood up, wanting to leave. No, you can't leave. Later, I will take her to bathe. Suspended by a camisole, Lu Chen stood with a serious expression, saying, tonight, you made her look like this. I definitely can't let you leave. If you dare to leave, I will call the police. Hurry up and help take off her clothes and pants so I can take her to bathe. If you don't help me, when she wakes up, I will report you. If you help, everything will be fine. After reaching this point, Lu Chen could only compromise. He helped Boeing Hu up and helped her take off her clothes and pants, leaving only her underwear. Staring at the beautiful white body of the beauty in front of him, Lu Chen swallowed his saliva directly, and his nosebleed was about to flow down. Zhang Demei's legs were long and white, and her chest was also eye-catching. Taking a few more glances could also be considered a kind of visual pleasure. See what? Help me carry her into the bathroom. The camisole shouted towards Lu Chen. Ah, okay. Lu Chen had no choice but to do as instructed. When his hand touched the snow-white long legs of this beautiful policewoman, he couldn't help but tremble. If this beautiful policewoman wakes up sober and knows that he stripped her naked and was holding her, he might get in trouble. Being hit? There's nothing I can do. I've tried to resist, but I have to accept it. I can't fight back, so I'll just learn to enjoy it. Lu Chen decided to let go and directly gave the beautiful girl a big princess hug, carrying her into the bathroom. After helping me up, I will help her wash. The camisole brought a towel and patiently helped Boeing Hu wash up with the sprinkler turned on. In Lu Chen's eyes, looking around, it's hard not to look. It's good to just simple wash the camisole without scrubbing bubbles. The whole process takes less than 10 minutes. Okay, help me carry it back and put it on the bed. The camisole instructed towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen had no choice but to pick up the beautiful lady and carry her back, finally placing the beauty on that large memory foam bed. Tonight, you sleep on the floor. Camisole pointed to the ground with her finger and threw him a blanket. Just sleep here. The floor is very clean. If you're not confident, you can take a shower in the morning. Are you serious? You want me to stay here overnight? Of course I have to let you stay overnight here. In case Zhang Mei vomits in the middle of the night, I alone won't be able to move her. She is 1.82 meters tall. Just those long legs alone I can lift. The tank top took another pillow and handed it to Lu Chen. Take it. After receiving the pillow, Lu Chen took it and gently placed it behind his head, then leisurely fell asleep. As soon as I lay down, I suddenly heard a scream in my ear. Mama, Theko. Lu Chen was suddenly shocked, immediately thinking of that pair of passionate spring tigers. He turned over and got up, then looked ahead and indeed saw a pair of tigers lying silently on the ground, with a big leaf nearby that was even bigger than a palm. Obviously, this is what he dropped carelessly earlier. It's okay, they're just dead. Just a pair of spring-loving tigers. Lu Chen walked over with a smile, bent down and wrapped up the pair of spring-loving tigers with leaves. What is love spring tiger? Can you show me please? The tank top couldn't help but curiously come over. Chunlian is a kind of animal that can be used to make herbal medicine. Lu Chen laughed and shook his head, saying, there's nothing attractive about it. No, I want to see. The camisole inquisitively used her hand to push aside the leaf in Lu Chen's hand. With a plop sound, one of the tigers in love with spring fell onto the skirt of the camisole. Oh no! The camisole startled me. I quickly shook my skirt. Now it's better, it dropped directly onto my thighs. Do not move! Lu Chen shouted, reaching out to grab the love-seeking tiger. Scared to death. What are you doing messing with this thing? The girl in the tank top gently stroked her chest with her hand. Do not touch randomly, the slippery liquid on this thing has a certain level of toxicity. Lu Chen, with a serious face, advised the woman in a tank top. By the way, just now this lustful tiger seemed to have touched your skirt and thighs. I suggest you change your skirt and take a shower. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. He was embarrassed to say that this thing has an aphrodisiac effect, so he had to shift the focus to its toxicity. Ha, you can go to hell? Do you think I'm a primary school student? This thing is not a gecko. The camisole disdainfully glanced at Lu Chen. You want to trick me into taking a bath, changing clothes, and then sneak a peek at me, right? I absolutely won't. After speaking, the beautiful woman lay down on the side. Lu Chen is anxious. It seems that this spring tiger has just fallen on this beauty's abdomen. If this beauty does not change her skirt, it is likely to end up like Liu Wei. It will be awkward if she can't control her feelings. Chapter 79. Discussing conditions. Hesitating repeatedly, Lu Chen decides to tell the truth. Beauty, tell you the truth. This thing has a very strong aphrodisiac effect. I just saw the liquid of this thing dripping on your skirt. If you don't change your skirt, I'm afraid something very embarrassing will happen next. It will make you uncontrollable. Hey, writer, keep on writing. The girl in a tank top sat down with a smug look on her face, shaking her head and laughing, saying, "The next script. I'm afraid it's not that I have to tell you that after being poisoned by the love flower, I must find a man to resolve it. Otherwise, I will explode and die, right? I have already set up to here. Even if you don't listen, it's no big deal. Fine, the one who will be embarrassed is you, not me." Lu Chen also doesn't want to persuade anymore. He got up and went to wash his hands, then lay down again. Humph, stinky rascal, trying to deceive me. Miss is not that foolish. The tank top smirked towards Lu Chen and made a face. After laughing, Lu Chen shook his head and closed his eyes to fall asleep, saying, "It's hard to persuade you, stubborn ghost. You'll have to suffer the consequences yourself later. I think you are crazy about women." The girl in the suspender looked at Lu Chen and turned off the main light in the room, leaving only a small night light. Lu Chen was really too tired. After squinting his eyes, shortly afterwards, he entered dreamland. I also don't know how long I had been asleep, suddenly feeling my thighs shaking violently, followed by a soft female voice in my ear. "Hello, hello, wake up quickly for me." Lu Chen opened his eyes and saw that it was the girl in a tank top. "Why?" Lu Chen rubbed his drowsy eyes. The girl in the camisole blushed and widened her eyes, asking, "Is there an antidote for that liquid you just mentioned? The spring tiger love potion? How are you feeling? Do you feel hot all over now, wanting a man?" Lu Chen asked with a smile. "Okay, you really hit the nail on the head." The girl in a camisole bit her lip, almost pleadingly, and asked Lu Chen, "Can you give me some antidote? I'm feeling really uncomfortable." "The only antidote to this is to find a man," Lu Chen answered with a smile. "Wow, you jerk. You deliberately placed that spring tiger on the ground, trying to trick me, and then forcing me to sleep with you, right?" The tank top girl stared angrily. Lu Chen shook his head with a smile and said, "You're thinking too much. If I really wanted to do that, I wouldn't have told you the effects of this medicine just now. No matter, I've already fallen for it. What do you think we should do?" The girl in a camisole dress gazed at Lu Chen. "I have no way. I can't use my body as the antidote for you." Lu Chen laughed awkwardly. "You wouldn't agree to that either." After staring at Lu Chen with hatred, the camisole definitely will not agree with you dreaming. After Lu Chen sighed helplessly and said, "Even if you agree, I still won't agree. I've tried my best, so good luck to you. I'm too tired, I'm going to sleep first." He yawned, closed his eyes again and fell asleep. You bastard." The girl in the camisole angrily pinched Lu Chen's thigh. After speaking, she went back to bed. "Who can blame? You said it, but didn't listen." Lu Chen rubbed his thigh with his hand, closed his eyes again, and fell asleep. "I'm so sleepy." He fell asleep as soon as he lay down. However, not long after he woke up again, he was woken up by a strong urge to pee. After Lu Chen turned over, he crawled up, rubbing his eyes as he walked towards the bathroom. He pushed open the door to the bathroom and saw a scene before him that was a real eyesore. Under the bright lights, the girl in the suspender top from before was tightly hugging herself, with a look of bliss on her face as she closed her eyes and gently caressed her body. In her hand, she seemed to be holding a bottle of shower gel in a strip shape. After Lu Chen entered, this beauty remained completely unaware. Lu Chen was shocked at this array. The girl in the camisole hummed softly. Immediately, Lu Chen seemed to be struck at an acupuncture point, unable to move or stay still. He was afraid of alarming the girl. Both of them would be embarrassed if that happened. "The urge to pee inside my stomach is really uncomfortable." He had to bend his body, slowly move around the bathroom, and walk towards the toilet. "Ah! When did you come in?" The girl in a camisole suddenly shouted loudly, obviously noticing Lu Chen. "When it comes to this array, I need to pee." "Miss, I didn't see anything, ha." Lu Chen awkwardly responded, quickly unfastened his belt, and solved the problem with a splash. He rushed out of the bathroom in a panic. After that, Lu Chen did not turn back. He went into the room and lay down on the floor. After a moment, the girl in a tank top came out of the bathroom. She changed into a new set of pajamas and returned to the room. "Close your eyes, don't even dare to take a breath. Damn it, stop pretending." The girl in a camisole angrily approached Lu Chen and pushed him hard. "Get up." Curl I really didn't see anything, Lu Chen said awkwardly, laughing. Did you? You still said you haven't seen it? The girl in the camisole was so angry that she gritted her teeth, pointed at the ground with her fingers, and hesitated. Oh my head hurts so much. Suddenly, Boeing Hua on the bed turned over and sat up. She rubbed her sleepy eyes with her hand. Then her face filled with shock as she widened her eyes and exclaimed, Lu Chen, Kag Xiaoyi, how come you two are together? Tank top girl Chao Lu Chen glared at him and motioned for him to silence. Lu Chen had no choice but to shut his mouth. Seik Xiaoyi turned around, smiled, and explained to Boeing Hua. Last night you asked me to come over to collect the corpse for you, so I came. Who knew you would get drunk like this, so I had to help you to my house. I was worried that you would wake up in the middle of the night and vomit on my bed. I was afraid I couldn't handle it alone, so I asked this jerk to stay here overnight as well. After speaking, the Wine Hua smiled and nodded towards the two of them. Come, let me introduce you. This is my new friend, Lu Chen, and this is my good friend, Cake Xiaoyi. You two should get to know each other. From now on, we are all friends. Never mind, such smelly scoundrels, I don't know them and I don't need to. Cake Xiaoyi proudly lifted her face. Boang Hua curiously asked, What's wrong? Did he bully you? This is not true. Cake Xiaoyi's face flashed with a hint of embarrassment, quickly forcing out a smile and saying, I just feel like he looks like a bad person. Ha! At first, I also thought so. But as time passed, I didn't feel that way anymore. Boang Hua smiled, grabbing Cake Xiaoyi's hand and then Lu Chen's hand, laughing as he brought the two together, saying, Let's hold hands. You two are my good friends. Lu Chen saved my life last night. If it weren't for him, I might have drowned. And Xiaoyi, you are my good friend too. Let's all get along well from now on. What? He saved your life? Cake Xiaoyi looked at Lu Chen suspiciously and shook her head, saying, This guy wouldn't be intentionally using a beauty trap, right? Xie, I forbid you to speak like that about him, Zhang Liqin said, her face turning serious. Cake Xiaoyi bit her lip and said, Lie. You don't know, this kid is really naughty. She paused before continuing, Last night he... What did he do to you last night? Boang Hua asked curiously, his eyes widening. After seeing the girl in the camisole, Lu Chen didn't show any mercy and decided to expose the woman's shortcomings right on the spot. Shut up. Cake Xiaoyi was so scared that her face lost color, interrupting Lu Chen's words. If Boang Hua finds out about this, how can we still face him in the future? She gently pinched Lu Chen on the side and leaned closer to him, whispering softly, If you keep this secret for me, I can fulfill one request for you. Chapter 80 Take Handles. Upon seeing Cake Xiaoyi's nervous expression, Lu Chen smiled knowingly and responded softly, Wow. This request, I'll have to remember it first. You have to treat me well. Then I'll keep your secret for you. Hey. What are you two whispering about? Curiously asked Boang Hua. Lu Chen smiled and scratched his head, saying, I'm thinking about what to eat for breakfast this morning. I feel like having a bowl of beef noodle soup. I wonder if anyone is willing to make it for me. I'll help you make it. It just so happens that my house has beef and noodles. Cake Xiaoyi smiled ingratiatingly as she got up and turned to leave. The sky hasn't lit up yet, right? Lu Chen smiled and replied to Cake Xiaoyi. Wait until it's light out before you help me. Cake Xiaoyi took out her cell phone to check the time, furrowed her brow slightly, and said, It's only 4 o'clock now. I'll wake up at 6:30 tomorrow morning to help you. After yawning, Lu Chen said with a smile, So sleepy, if only I could lie down in bed. Oh, if you want, you can sleep on the bed, and I'll sleep on the floor. Cake Xiaoyi smiled ingratiatingly and made a pleased gesture towards Lu Chen. Boang Hua glanced at Cake Xiaoyi curiously and asked, You let Lu Chen sleep on the bed. Do you want me to sleep with him too? In response to this array, What does it matter? Cake Xiaoyi smiled and blinked at Boang Hua, saying, I'm still in the room, what can you two do? What are you afraid of? Also correct. Boang Hua laughed and held Cake Xiaoyi's arm, smiling knowingly, How about this? Let's all sleep on the bed. Sleeping on the floor is not comfortable at all. I'll sleep next to you, and Lu Chen will sleep next to me. Ah. This. Cake Xiaoyi wanted to refuse, but was afraid that Lu Chen would not agree, so she had to quietly ask him, Lu Chen, do you think this is okay? Upon looking at the array, go on. This bed should be 1 meter and 80 centimeters wide, right? I'll sleep on the far left. Lu Chen laughed and lay down on the side, closed his eyes and fell asleep. Wow, I'm so sleepy. Xiaoyi yawned, maintaining a distance with Lu Chen, and lay down on the bed. After that, the Wang Hu also lay down. Beauty, remember to set the alarm clock. Tomorrow at 7 o'clock I want to eat delicious beef noodle soup. Smiling, Lu Chen reminded. After thinking about the embarrassing incident in the bathroom where she was caught self-consoling by that jerk, Xiaoyi couldn't help but grit her teeth in frustration. If this were to be told to Wang Hu, how would she ever face anyone again in the future? Reluctantly, she bit her lip and forced a smile, saying, "Okay, I'll set my alarm clock now." While speaking, she took out her phone and started setting the alarm. Upon seeing Xiaoyi's obedient appearance towards Lu Chen, the Wang Huo couldn't help but be curious and couldn't resist asking, "Hey, Xiaoyi, when did you become so obedient?" "He is a guest, of course we should treat him politely." Xiaoyi pretended to be very enthusiastic, then glanced at Zhang Liken and said, "Alright, let's turn off the lights and go to sleep." Okay, the lights in the room were turned off, and the three people continued to sleep. Lu Chen quickly entered dreamland. In his dream he dreamt of a beautiful woman holding him tightly. The beautiful girl is wearing a purple spaghetti strap dress, looking very sexy. Lu Chen holds the sexy body of the beauty in his hands and feels like he can barely contain both hands. Drip, drip, drip. As Lu Chen's mouth watered at the sight of the beautiful woman, he suddenly heard a crisp ringing sound in his ear. He was suddenly startled and quickly opened his eyes. After reading that, I was startled. The scene before my eyes and in my dreams is almost identical. I am holding Kei Main's snow-white body with both hands, while she has one arm draped around my neck. What's even more astonishing is that this beauty's long snow-white leg is also resting on her own leg. The two of them press closely together. How intimate it is. "Mom, what are you doing?" Xiaoyi was also woken up by the alarm clock. She opened her eyes and saw Lu Chen with his hands in his own clothes, which startled her. I didn't do anything." Lu Chen quickly withdrew his hand. "You bastard, you said you didn't do anything, but you touched me." Xiaoyi was so angry that she gritted her teeth and reached out to hit Lu Chen. After grabbing the wrist of the beauty, Lu Chen smiled and said to her, "You should go have breakfast, it's getting late." It's hard to explain this matter, so let's just change the topic. "You." Xiaoyi wants to explode. "Speak quietly or else Boeing Huo will wake up," Lu Chen reminded. Xiaoyi was afraid that Lu Chen would expose her ugly things, so she bit her lip and said, "Okay, you continue to sleep, I'll go make breakfast." After speaking, the beautiful woman turned over and got up, hurriedly leaving the room. "Close your eyes and continue sleeping." But Wang Huo reached out and pushed him. "Okay, you Lu Chen, you're good at picking up girls, you hooked up with my best friend so quickly." After the array, Lu Chen shook his head awkwardly and said, "How could I?" After hearing this, Wang Huo laughed and replied to Lu Chen, "Well, not only is she not angry, but she even went to make breakfast with you. That can only be said that Miss Kai is a good person, warm and hospitable. Is it also considered hospitality if someone lets you touch their chest?" Wang Huo laughed and asked in response. After hearing that, Lu Chen's face turned red, quickly laughing and changing the subject, saying, "By the way, can you give me a ride to Mongkok later? I need to be there by 8 o'clock. After drinking so much alcohol last night, I'm afraid I can't drive." Wang Huo smiled and replied to Lu Chen, "I think it's better to let Xiaoyi give you a ride." "Okay. Then I'll take a nap first," Lu Chen responded, then closed his eyes and continued sleeping. Half an hour later, he heard the enthusiastic voice of Xiaoyi in his ear. "Hey, Lu Chen, get up and have breakfast. I have prepared new toothpaste and toothbrush for you." After saying okay, thanks, Lu Chen lazily got up. After finishing brushing his teeth, Xiaoyi very politely brought him a new toothbrush and tooth cup, and then prepared a new towel for him. What a thoughtful service. After Lu Chen finished washing his face and brushing his teeth, the beautiful woman led him to the dining table, saying, "Here is the beef noodle soup you wanted, I have already prepared it for you. By the way, there is milk on the side. After the array, you also come together to eat. Lu Chen smiled and pointed to a chair next to Cake Xiaoyi with his finger, smiling and reminding, after eating, you can give me a ride to Mongkok City. What? You want me to take you to Mongkok City? Cake Xiaoyi glared at Lu Chen with resentment. Lowering her voice, she warned, Lu Chen, I warn you, don't push your luck. I'm off today. I want to sleep in a bit more. In this array, I need to arrive at Mongkok City at 8 o'clock. Lu Chen smiled and cleared his throat, saying, if you don't have time, forget it. I'll have Boeing Huo arrange it for you later. When it came to the 3 words Boeing Huo, he deliberately emphasized the tone. Upon hearing the words Boeing Huo, Cake Xiaoyi felt like she had been struck at an acu point. She knew that if she didn't send Lu Chen off, this guy would probably tell her embarrassing secret to her best friend again. After hesitating for 3 seconds, Cake Xiaoyi immediately smiled and said to Lu Chen, I'll go put on makeup and change clothes first. I won't have breakfast. I'll send you to Mongkok City and then come back to eat. She returned to the room again. After gently pulling on her clothes corner, Boeing Huo smiled and joked, it seems like you and Lu Chen are getting along well. You two have good chemistry. Regarding this array, when they visited my house for the first time, I had to be polite. Cake Xiaoyi pretended to look very sympathetic and sighed, saying, you drank alcohol, so you can't drive him. I'll have to do it instead. Despite saying so on the surface, she actually hates Lu Chen to the core. Regarding the hatred towards this beauty, Lu Chen also knows in his heart, unfortunately, his phone is broken, and he doesn't have enough money in his pocket for a taxi, so he can only inconvenience Miss Kai. Hopefully he can repay her kindness when he has the chance. Chapter 81. The gold shot collides with the big shot. After a moment, Lu Chen finished breakfast, and Cake Xiaoyi also changed clothes. The two of them went out together, got into a pink Mercedes C-Class car, and headed straight to Mongkok City. Along the way, the two people spoke little. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of Mongkok City. After arriving, come down. Cake Xiaoyi looked at Lu Chen coldly and said, I don't owe you anything. You wait for me here for 10 minutes. I'll come over in a bit. Lu Chen reminded, about to push open the car door. Hey, what else do you want me to wait for you to do? Cake Xiaoyi angrily shouted at Lu, you bastard, I let you watch last night, you touched me tonight, and I even made breakfast for you to eat. You took advantage of me. Can you have a little conscience as a person? Just this one request. From now on, we owe each other nothing. Lu Chen smiled and nodded at her, then pushed the door and got off the car. He quickly ran to the bakery in front, bought a bottle of milk and a sandwich, then hurried back. Here, take your breakfast. It's getting late. It's not good for your health to have breakfast too late. Lu Chen smiled and handed the breakfast to Cake Xiaoyi. Upon seeing Lu Chen bringing bread and milk, Cake Xiaoyi thought he was going to deliberately make things difficult for her again. But when she saw Lu Chen come to buy breakfast for her, she couldn't help but feel a little surprised and touched. Upon hearing this, Cake Xiaoyi nodded and smiled, saying, social etiquette goes both ways. I was warmly welcomed by the host at your house, so it's only proper for me to reciprocate as a guest when we get off the car. Cake Xiaoyi smiled and looked at Lu Chen, then asked, do you work here? Lu Chen smiled and scratched his head, saying, I'm just a coal miner. I'm afraid there might not be a suitable position for me in this high-class place. After looking disdainfully at Lu Chen, Cake Xiaoyi said, humph, you can forget about it. How can someone who digs coal be as fair-skinned as you? Then she warned him, you'd better be honest. I'm telling you, I'm not a fool. You might not be able to deceive me like you do with Boeing Huo. Boeing Huo is not easy to deceive, right? She is a police officer. Oh, according to you, am I easy to deceive? Cake Xiaoyi angrily pushed the breakfast in his hand back to Lu Chen. Here, take it back, go. I don't want to see you again. After saying that, the beautiful woman closed the car window, started the car, and drove away. Lu Chen held the milk and sandwich in his hands, feeling speechless for a moment. He couldn't understand what he had done wrong. He had originally wanted to ease the tension with the beautiful girl, but ended up deepening the conflict instead. Lu Chen, good morning. I didn't expect you to arrive even earlier than me. Suddenly, a cheerful female voice came from behind. Lu Chen turned around and saw a young girl, wearing a motorcycle jacket and a red helmet, parking her motorbike just 10 meters away from the jewelry store. She was smiling and waving at Lu Chen. A spirited figure with a face full of smiles. This girl, if not Liu Wai, then who? Lu Chen smiled and held up the sandwich and milk in his hand, saying, Liu Wai, you arrived just in time. Have you had breakfast? Oh my god, you bastard, you even remembered to buy breakfast for me. She reached out and took the milk and sandwich from Lu Chen's hand, then happily started eating. After taking 2 bites, she turned to Lu Chen and asked, have you eaten? I have eaten. Right, where did you spend your night last night? Curiously asked Liu Wai. Lu Chen laughed and said, a friend's house. Is that the female police officer's house? Liu Wai's fierce gaze fell upon Lu Chen's face. How do you know? Lu Chen was curious. After reading the array, Liu Wai bit his lip, blushing, and said, tell me, did you too do that kind of thing last night? The girl Liu, you think too much. I met her later than you did. How could it be possible? Lu Chen wanted to explain. Liu Wai interrupted Lu Chen and said, get ready. I'll take you to the nearby jewelry store right away and sell all the gold you got from Chengda. It should fetch around 300,000. I know the owner, so just stand by my side and don't say anything later. Lu Chen nodded in agreement. After the wind cleared the clouds, he finished breakfast in no time with 3 or 5 minus 2. Go. She carried a messenger bag and took Lu Chen into the jewelry store. Hey, Miss Willow, you're back again. Are you here to buy gold from our store or sell gold? The shopkeeper is a chubby middle-aged man around 40 years old. Liu Wai placed the bag in his hand on the table and said, I have some jewelry. Could you help me take a look and tell me how much it's worth? The shop owner smiled and gestured for Liu Wai to come over, saying, come over here, let's talk in detail. He then led her and Lu Chen to a small meeting room that was only about 7 or 8 square meters in size. Liu Wai poured the gold from the bag onto the table directly. Wow, what a great find. The chubby uncle's eyes were wider than copper bells. Liu Wai smiled and raised his wrist to check the time, pretending to be impatient, and said, I have to go meet a big client. I'm afraid I don't have much time to waste on you. After saying, okay, come on, I'll give you this price, the chubby man dialed a string of numbers on his phone. Liu Wai urged, let's hurry up and finish the deal. The chubby man stood up, took out a pair of white gloves from the drawer, then grabbed a handful of gold coins and placed them one by one on the electronic scale, continuously counting. All right, I will personally arrange it for you, he said. After about 10 minutes, he smiled and stretched out 3 fingers towards Liu Wai, saying, Beauty. These goods are worth a total of 298,600. I'll give you 300,000. I want cash. Liu Wai answered seriously. I only have 200,000 yuan in cash here, the fat man said with a smile, patting his forehead. How about this? Leave these gold bars here and I'll have someone bring the money over right now. Okay. I will leave 2/3 of the gold with you. You give me 20,000 first, and then transfer the rest to me. I will also choose some jewelry in your store. Liu Wai replied with a smile. Okay, I'll arrange that right away, the chubby man agreed readily. 5 minutes later, sure enough, I saw this guy coming over with a bag, pulling out 200,000 yuan from it. Here, Liu, take this 200,000 first. I will have someone bring you the remaining 100,000. They can arrive in about half an hour. The chubby uncle handed the money to Liu Wai. Sure, let's go. Help me pick out a necklace. Liu Wai readily accepted the money, then smiled and winked at Lu Chen. Wow. Lu Chen agreed readily. 2 people came to the counter and carefully picked out gold on the side. The waiter brought me this one. Liu Wai chose a necklace worth over 8,000. Beauty, this necklace looks a bit mature. It may not match your young and beautiful style. Why not consider this one instead? It might be more suitable. A waitress pointed to another necklace next to it, which is similarly priced. This necklace is not for me, it was bought for the elderly. Liu Wai smiled and said, just this one. Okay, the waiter took out the necklace. After receiving the necklace, Liu Wai put it on her neck and gestured with a smile towards the waiter, saying, please pack it up. After winning so quickly, Lu Chen saw this beautiful woman buying gold as casually as buying vegetables and couldn't help but be amazed. Liu Wai laughed and asked, Did you like the gift for your mother? Upon seeing the array, Liu Chen smiled awkwardly and said, if my mom wants it, I will buy it for her. Everything is the same, don't be polite with me. This time you helped me a lot. If I don't reward you, my conscience will hurt. Liu Wei pointed at Liu Chen with a serious expression and said, no refusal or else we will fall out. Liu Chen had no choice but to agree to this. After that, I have to pick a ring for myself. Liu Chen, you have to help me choose carefully. Liu Wei smiled as he approached the ring counter. Liu Chen followed up. The two people carefully picked out. At this time, two middle-aged men arrived at the door. Oh, isn't this Mayor Duan and Mayor Cheng? The boss of the jewelry store hurriedly greeted them with a smile on his face, respectfully saying, come, come, come. I just received a batch of good goods here. You two come directly to my meeting room, I will show you some private goods. The village chiefs of Baying Village and Bishui Village, Duan Wood and Cheng Dana, arrived at the store. Cheng De buried all the gold he obtained at Liu Chen's ancestral grave, so he naturally thought about replenishing the goods. Therefore, he brought the village head Duan to help him pick the goods. He would never have dreamed that the so-called private goods recommended to him by the gold shop owner were actually the gold coins that he himself had buried in the ancestral tomb of Liu Chen's family. Chapter 82. The confrontation with the village chief. When the shop owner brought over the gold jewelry he had just received from Liu Wei and laid them out in front of Cheng Dana, Cheng Dana's face immediately turned pale. Cheng Da picked up a large gold chain from the array, couldn't help but exclaim, look at the pendant on this chain, it even has my surname engraved on it. This thing was custom made by me, how did it end up here? What? Is this your house? The gold shop owner was suddenly shocked. Did you go to the ancestral tomb at Lujia and date out these gold coins? Cheng Da reached out and grabbed the gold shop owner by the collar. Bro, don't be impulsive. Let me tell you the truth, I'd also spent money to buy this gold. The shop owner pointed outside nervously and said, yes, it was that girl Liu Wei who sold the gold to me. If you have any questions, ask her. After turning his head outward, Cheng Da immediately saw Liu Wei and Liu Chen. Oh wow. No wonder they tricked me into burying the gold in the ground. It was a setup. Today, I must kill these two scoundrels. Cheng Da suddenly realized, angrily rushing over. Not good, Cheng Da brought it. Run fast. Liu Wei and Liu Chen both saw Cheng Da holding something. They turned around and ran away immediately. Stop. Duan Wu Diyu Cheng Dan rushed over from the other side, blocking the way of Liu Chen and Liu Wei. The young woman felt embarrassed. I'm sorry, but the village chief said this gold belongs to him. It seems like you can't leave yet. The owner of the gold shop also hurried over and blocked the way for the two people. Liu Wei puffed up his chest, pulled Liu Chen to his side, and tried to make him leave, saying, this matter was done by me alone and has nothing to do with Liu Chen. Liu Chen smiled and comforted Liu Wei. Let's face it together. Whether we live or die, we will face it together. They won't let any of us go. Haha, good one, gonna die or live, all together. Cheng De came to Liu Wei and Liu Chen with a smug look on his face, clapping and said, you two pretending to be masters, committing fraud, cheated me and Mayor Duan out of tens of thousands. If we report to the police, we'll be in deep trouble. Little girl, here's the deal. I will give you two choices. Duan Wudishao glanced fiercely at Liu Wei's chest, then pinched his chin with his hand, and answered with a sly smile. First, we report to the police and you and this fool go to jail. Second, you return the stolen money to me and Cheng Da, then obediently become my lover. After a year, I will let you go. As for this fool, I think giving him a good beating will settle the matter. Duan village chief, your multiple choice questions are a bit unreasonable. Cheng De reluctantly retorted. This girl became your lover, but I didn't gain anything. Hey buddy, how about this? After I get bored of this girl, I'll find a chance to let you have some fun too. Mayor Duan smiled and leaned in towards Cheng Dana's ear, whispering softly, I think this girl is probably still a virgin. I'd plan to train her well for 3 months. Once the probation period is over, I'll let you have a go at her. How's that for a good deal? After swallowing, Cheng Dana smiled proudly and said, this girl is pretty, with a hot body, able to drink 2 bowls of soup. I am satisfied, Haha, okay, I'll listen to you, bro. As the two people were laughing happily, suddenly Lu Chen stood up. He calmly smiled and looked at Cheng Da and Duan Wood, saying, "You two must consider carefully. If you really want to fight, you might be the first ones to be sent in." Duan Wudi's face suddenly darkened, pointing at Lu Chen with a finger. "Are you threatening me? What does that mean?" After that, Cheng Da also shouted at Lu Chen, "You fool, you got it wrong. Believe it or not, I will find someone to break your dog legs." Liu Wei looked proud as he raised his head, sneered at the two with a cold smile, and said, "Since I dare to challenge you two fools as the masters of the village, I must have come prepared. I have evidence of your money-grabbing activities in the village over the years. I have recorded the conversations that needed to be recorded and taken photos of everything that needed to be photographed. Now, it's up to your attitude. If you cooperate, we can just forget about this. If you don't, then I will have to escalate the situation. If things get out of hand, I'm sure your position as the village chief will be at risk, and you might even end up in jail." As soon as these words were spoken, Duan Wood and Cheng Da's faces instantly turned pale. "Damn it, you actually came prepared." Duan Wood gritted his teeth in anger, pointing at Liu Wei and Lu Chen, cursing. "Are you two not afraid that I will find someone to deal with you? Liu Wei, you dare to do this as a fool, me and village chief Duan will definitely not let you go." Cheng Dada threatened Lu Chen and Liu Wei. "Sing Gang is my bro. I ask you, are you afraid?" After the array, "What are you afraid of?" Lu Chen chuckled and replied, "Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. My family is so poor, it doesn't matter if things get worse. Also, I want to tell you that Sing Gang has already had a falling out with me. Last night, he chased us all night. In the end, he couldn't do anything to us." "What? You and Sing Gang also have a feud?" Chenda stared incredulously. "Correct. If you don't believe me, you can call and ask." Lu Chen replied calmly with a smile. "It's said that if you owe a lot, it won't hurt you anyway. I've already offended him. I'm not afraid to offend him a little more. Dena, give him a call and ask." Duan Wudikauching Dena gave a wink and said, "I want to see if what this kid said is true." "Okay, I'll call right away." Cheng Da immediately dialed Sing Gang's phone number. A lazy voice from the other end of the phone came through. "Sing Gang. What are you calling me for, Cheng Da? Why are you calling me early in the morning? I'm still sleeping." Cheng Da smiled ingratiatingly and asked Sing Gang, "I heard that you had a falling out with that fool, Lu Chen, last night. I wonder if it's true." After hearing this, Sing Gang suddenly became furious and shouted at Cheng Da Na, "Don't mention that idiot to me. Mention him again, and I'll chop you up. Is there something you need? If not, I'm getting old and need to sleep." "No." Dana Cheng shivered with fright. "The phone call has already been hung up." Upon reading the text, Mayor Duan seemed to believe what the fool had said was true. Sing Gang seemed to have caused trouble for him last night. Cheng Da's face showed a doubtful expression, with a curious look towards Lu Chen. "I just don't understand, you, a fool, why suddenly become so skilled? Do you want to know?" Lu Chen smiled and waved towards Cheng Dajia. Cheng Da curiously approached, asking, "Why?" With a loud smack, Lu Chen slapped the other person directly in the face. "Idiot, how dare you get me?" Cheng Dana was furious, gritting his teeth. He swung his fist and smashed towards Lu Chen's body. The sandbag's big fist hit Lu Chen, but Lu Chen stood there motionless. "Ah, so you know Kung Fu? Congratulations, you guessed it right." Lu Chen punched Cheng Dada in the stomach, causing him to cry out in pain and fall to the ground, writhing in agony. "Kid, you are too arrogant, daring to hit someone in front of me." Duan Wu saw Cheng Dada being knocked down to the ground, angrily swung his fist and shouted, "At least I have practiced martial arts. I see you are looking for death." He raised his fist and was about to smash it towards Lu Chen. "Do not move. If you dare to take action against me and Master Lu today, you can forget about becoming the village chief and you'll even end up in jail," Lu Chen said sternly as he glanced coldly at Duan Wu. "The other night when Master Liu and I went to Chief Duane's house for a ritual, I actually recorded everything. I remember clearly that you and Cheng were boasting about how you made money in the village all these years, revealing all your underhanded ways of earning money. If I were to expose this, both of you would be in big trouble." "No, Poking up now probably won't yield results so quickly. We still need to stir up some fire on the internet, Liu Wei said with a smile as he pulled out his phone and waved it in front of the two. To be honest, I am a somewhat famous small online streamer, and I have a few tens of thousands of fans online. Usually, I am just average. But in a situation like this, if I post it online, it might just go viral. Who knows, I might become a big streamer then, haha. Chapter 83 Compromise. Don't, beautiful lady, please don't stir up this matter. It's even worse to spread it online. It's not beneficial for any of us if this matter escalates. Duan Wood nervously bowed to Liu Wei. Let's discuss it calmly. Please don't act impulsively. Yes, absolutely do not post online, and don't stir up trouble. Cheng Dashu also got scared and climbed up. At first he was a little afraid, but as soon as he heard that Liu Wei was a small internet celebrity, he completely panicked. He was able to become the village chief naturally because he had some connections. But these connections, under the watchful eye of countless netizens, dare not show their face, and might even bring trouble to the person who helped him become the village chief. If Liu Wei really recorded the sound when this matter is exposed, his future will be completely ruined. The cost is too high, so he dare not gamble. Go ahead. If you two don't want me to stir things up, that's fine too. Now let's see if you can make us happy. Liu Wei smiled indifferently and looked at Lu Chen beside him, asking with a smile, Lu Chen, what do you want? I want to take back what rightfully belongs to me. Lu Chen pointed his finger at Cheng Dana and said, Cheng Dana, listen carefully, the $500 my mom has been giving you every month for years must be returned to me in full. You also know about this matter? Cheng Da exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes widening. Of course I know, don't think I'm stupid, my mom doesn't discuss major family matters with me. Lu Chen sneered and replied to Cheng Dana, the mine pays me wages every month, but you forced my mom to give you $500 every month, your heart is really dark. Sorry Lu Chen, I was wrong. I am willing to compensate you for the money and also include the interest. Cheng Da smiled ingratiatingly at Lu Chen. How should the mental losses I've suffered over these 5 years be calculated? Lu Chen asked coldly. After clenching his teeth, Cheng Da faced Lu Chen and said, how about this, I will compensate you with 50,000 at once. What do you think? Lu Chen smiled and replied to Cheng Da, yes, this is what you said. Adding the 50,000 you owe me from the past 5 years, at 6,000 per year, that's 30,000. Including the interest of 3,000, assuming 2,000 per year, that's another 10,000. Not much. So you just need to pay me 90,000 in total. After saying I've only taken a total of 3,000 from you and you want 9,000. Cheng Da looked aggrieved and opened his mouth wide, saying, isn't this asking for too much? Lu Chen decided to adopt a nonchalant attitude and responded to Cheng Da with, let's just go all out and hurt each other. After Lu Ji stopped, he looked at Cheng Da as if he was afraid that Lu Chen would deliberately lose and end up in trouble. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, all right, I'll compensate you with $90,000. Let's consider this matter closed. After Lu Chen said, you owe me 90,000, extorting my mom can be considered settled, he smiled and pointed to Liu Wei beside him, replying, next, we have to ask Miss Liu here and see if she has any demands. After Liu Master apologized, Cheng Da smiled and said, can you let me off the hook? Liu Wei squeezed out a smile and replied, can you forgive me? Yes, Master Liu, you are a person of great wisdom, please let us go. Duan Wood also nodded and bowed to Liu Wei like a loyal dog. Liu Wei glanced lightly at the golden counter not far away and said, fine, considering the relatively sincere attitude of you two. I'll be generous this time. When you're done, pick out 2 of the largest and most expensive gold bracelets for me. Let's consider this matter closed. Okay, sounds good. The decision has been made. Cheng Da and Duan Wood nodded approvingly. Boss, please help me pick 2 of the most expensive bracelets in your store. Liu Wei turned and pointed to the nearby gold store owner. Okay, beautiful lady, please wait a moment, I will arrange it for you right away. The shop owner responded cheerfully, then excitedly ran towards the counter. After 3 minutes, he then saw him holding 2 shiny gold bracelets coming to Liu Wei's side smiling and saying, This pair of bracelets is the most expensive item in our store. One costs 38,000. Two costs 76,000. I'll give you a 10% discount. Liu Wai responded calmly, no need for discounts, just package it up. He then pointed to Duan and Chengda beside him, instructing, go ahead, pay the money, and consider this matter closed. Yes. Okay. Chengda and Duan Wood both responded with a grunt, then sneakily went to find the gold shop owner to pay the money. The two of them then personally handed the golden bracelets over to Liu Wai. Come, one each. Lu Chen, come, open your WeChat for a moment, I will transfer money to you right away. Chengda tried to squeeze out a smile to please Lu Chen. Lu Chen said, I don't have WeChat, please give me cash. Ah. Where can I get you 90,000 yuan cash? Chengda's face showed a look of embarrassment. Lu Chen uses an old people's phone, he doesn't even have WeChat. Liu Wai laughed and replied to Chengdina. Why don't you go help him buy a phone? No, I have cash in my car, I'll go get it now. Wait for me here, 10 minutes, at most 10 minutes I'll be back. Chengda, trying to please, smiled and answered, then quickly ran outside. He didn't have any cash on him in the car, but there is a bank nearby. Luckily, he brought his bank card. After Chengda walked into the bank, he withdrew $90,000 in cash and hurriedly ran back to the jewelry store. After counting, Chengda handed over the 90,000 yuan to Lu Chen, not a penny less. After all, this matter has come to an end. Lu Chen put away the money. That's okay, we'll go first. We both left first. After stealing the gold, wooed, Chengda snuck out of the gold shop discreetly. Upon leaving the gold store, Chengda's phone started ringing. It's a call from Hong Kong. He'd immediately picked it up. Chengda, just now why did you suddenly mention that idiot Lu Chen to me? Did you run into him? Questioned Sing Gang over the phone. Don't even mention it. I've been tricked out of tens of thousands by this kid. Oh no. Actually it adds up to a few $100,000, Chengda replied dejectedly. What? Did Lu Shizi get hundreds of thousands of dollars from you? Sing Gang asked incredulously, how is this possible? When can this fool still get money from you? Mr. Dang, forget about this matter. Don't ask anymore. Chengda awkwardly shook his head and said, forget it. Let's not mention it. Hang up. Wait, Chengda. You must explain this matter to me clearly. Sing Gang shouted sternly, I happen to have some grievances with this kid, tell me about it, and I'll help you settle this score. Maybe I can even help you get back the money. Chengda spilled all the details to Sing Gang. Upon hearing this, Sing Gang couldn't help but frown. What? That person's name is Master Liu. Wait, could it be the same person we encountered? Is that master a man or a woman? And what do they look like? He suddenly remembered the night when he encountered ghosts at Mei Ping's house, so he asked someone to invite a master to the crossroads to sprinkle money for borrowing life. It seems that the master, coincidentally, is also named Master Liu. She is a woman, very close to Lu Chen, riding a Harley motorcycle, very cool. Chengdina is getting more and more excited as he speaks. I'm going. It turns out that girl last night I wanted to hook up with but didn't get my hands on. Sing Gang laughed smugly, finally, I have something on them. Well, you watch over these two, I'll go find them now. I must get that girl. At this time, Liu Wai had already left the gold shop. Both of them happily walked towards the second floor of Mongkok City. Lu Chen, today I made a little profit, so next you should come with me to go shopping. I want to pick out some pretty clothes, Liu Wai said happily. Sure. Lu Chen agreed readily. Liu Wai smiled and puffed out her chest, saying, I still need to buy some underwear, so you better help me choose carefully, she asked. What color of underwear do you think looks good on me? After this array, I have no idea. Lu Chen was a bit speechless. In response to this array, so, let me give you some tips. Liu Wai chuckled and blinked, saying, I heard that for those with fair skin and a larger chest, dark colors look good. Conversely, lighter colors look even better. Which do you think I should wear? Chapter 84. It's time to stir things up. Lu Chen turned his head towards the beautiful girl and carefully glanced at her. Looking at that snow-white area, he smiled and swallowed some saliva, saying, just imagining isn't accurate, I have to see it to know. After hearing that, Liu Wei rolled his eyes and said, "Dream on. Let's go in first, and then we'll talk." The two entered the lobby of Mongkok City happily, ready to take the elevator. At this moment, however, a cold voice came from behind. "Stop!" Lu Chen and Liu Wei turned their heads back at the same time, only to see a man with sunglasses and a large gold watch standing 20 meters away at the entrance gate, pointing towards them with his fingers. Behind the man, there were 7 tough-looking guys with crew cuts, some with tattoos on their bodies, and some wearing big gold chains around their necks. Sing Gang arrived with a group of people. Cheng Data shrank back timidly to a corner, secretly observing. "Is there something wrong?" Lu Chen asked calmly, with a neutral expression. "What do you want to do?" Liu Wei also asked. "Haha. Beauty, you really have some guts. You even dare to mess with my Sing Gang's money." Sing Gang took off his sunglasses and walked slowly forward. After Liu Wei calmly raised his face and said, "Last night you said you wanted to give me 1 million to sleep with me, that you were still short by 200,000. Clearly, it is because your capability is not enough, yet you want to pour dirty water on me, accusing me of taking your money. You don't have the ability, so don't take on tasks that are too difficult for you." "Damn it, who said I don't have a diamond anymore?" Sing Gang gritted his teeth in anger, pointing at Liu Wei with his hand and cursed. "Believe me or not, I'll press you down on the bed, making you scream in pain." The crowd immediately followed and started laughing. "Haha, beautiful, we are Mr. Gang is fierce. We, Mr. Gang, are very good at our work." The underlings all smiled lecherously, making Sing Gang incredibly pleased with himself. Liu Wei did not get angry, he disdainfully glanced at Sing Gang and coldly said, "From the looks of it, I think your face shape should belong to a toothpick type, so you better not come here and embarrass yourself." This remark happened to be heard by several passers-by, each of whom couldn't help but laugh. "Villain, today, I did not come to argue with you. I came to hold you accountable. Listen carefully, I know all about your scam pretending to be a master." Sing Gang was furious and pointed at Liu Wei, sternly saying, "I asked someone to help me find a master to ward off disaster, but I didn't expect to find you, a fake master. He told me to scatter 100,000 yuan at the crossroads as death repayment money, and then quietly had it taken away. He sure knew how to play this game well." Liu Wei's face turned pale, knowing that the situation had been exposed. She bit her lip and said, "So what do you want?" Sing Gang smugly smiled and pointed one finger at Liu Wei's chest, pursing his lips slightly. "I like girls like you, like big peaches, hard to grab with one hand, haha," he said. "Accompany me for a nap. When I become your lover, this matter will be over. Dream on." Liu Wei glared at Sing Gang in disgust. "Since it's like this, then I have no choice but to call the police." Sing Gang crossed his hands in front of his chest, looking at Liu Wei's figure and said with a proud smile, $100,000, I'm afraid it could get you several years in prison." "Correct, I did pretend to be a master." Liu Wei fell silent for a moment, then lifted his face towards Sing Gang and replied, "I did it for fun and out of curiosity, but I didn't take your 100,000 yuan. Without taking your money, there is no fraud. At most, it was just a prank. Most likely, it was criticism and education, maybe not even enough for detention. You didn't take my money, that's true, but in the end, the money ended up in Lucia's hands. That 100,000 yuan, I made a mark on it." Sing Gang said with a gloomy face. "You two are in cahoots, as long as I report to the police, you two can't run away. Mr. Gang, if I'm not mistaken, the 100,000 yuan that you lent me was personally given to me by you, right?" Lu Chen added with a smile. "Everyone in the village saw it. I remember you said this 100,000 yuan was donated to me as a form of poverty alleviation for me. Thank you, Mr. Gang. I have already saved this 100,000 yuan. It is impossible to return it to you. Even if we call upon the heavens and earth, it won't work." After thinking carefully, Sing Gang realized that he really set me up. The money he gave to Lu Chen was in front of everyone. It's going to be hard to explain. He regretted it so much that even his bowels turned blue. "All right, if there is nothing else, we will go first." Lu Chen deliberately held Liu Wei's slim waist and shook his head towards Sing Gang, saying, "Mr. Gang, please never say that Miss Liu is your lover in the future. She is my woman, so don't have any ideas about her." You fool, stealing my woman, taking my money, and always going against me everywhere. Watch me kill you. Do not act. There are surveillance cameras there. Liu Wai smiled and shook his head towards Singgang, saying, This is Wangjiao City, the territory of Duan Wood, the richest man. If you dare to cause trouble here, I guarantee you'll be taken to the police station by the afternoon. With a frown, Singgang glared at the two of them, threatening in a cold voice. If you have the guts, you two stay in Mongkok City for the rest of your lives and never come out. Brothers, let's go. With a wave, he hurriedly left with the crowd. Finally out of danger. Liu Wai smiled and stuck his tongue out at Lu Chen, saying, You scare me to death. After being out of danger temporarily, Singgang will definitely not let us off. Lu Chen advised Liu Wai seriously. This guy is ruthless in his actions, so you better be careful for a while. Don't be afraid. Eat what you should eat. Drink what you should drink. Liu Wai laughed as he linked arms with Lu Chen and joked, Let's go, husband. What? You call me husband? Lu Chen was startled by the beautiful woman's words. Just now, didn't you say to Singgang that I am your woman? Liu Wai smiled and winked at Lu Chen, saying, Since I have become your woman, I should call you husband, shouldn't I? Lu Chen, feeling embarrassed, smiled and said, Just now, in front of Singgang, I said you were my woman to make him give up pursuing you. I never really thought about becoming your husband. It's too sudden. At least let me have some mental preparation. Upon hearing this, Liu Wai withdrew his hand in irritation and said, I'm leaving. Accompany me to buy lingerie. Speaking, the beauty has already entered the elevator. For a moment, the two of them entered a lingerie store on the second floor together. Liu Wai appeared very excited in the lingerie store, picking up various lingerie items and gesturing in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen, how about this red bra? Can you help me take a look? Still okay. Lu Chen responded casually. Then the beautiful girl took another red ribbon and stuck it on herself, gesturing and asking, Does this go well with this? One black, one red, the color difference is too big. Lu Chen's mouth opened in surprise. If you help me, it doesn't matter, as long as it fits well. Liu Wai smiled charmingly. Lu Chen was speechless at this. Hey, isn't that the soft rice guy from last night? Suddenly, a male voice was heard behind them. Lu Chen turned his head and saw a young man with a slightly chubby figure leading a young woman dressed in a glamorous manner entering the lingerie store. Upon seeing the array, It's you. Lu Chen immediately recognized the person. It was Huang Shuliang whom he had met at the restaurant last night, the one being chased by police officer Zhang. Haha. What are you looking at? Don't think that only you can pick up girls, there is no shortage of women around me either. Huang Shuliang saw Lu Chen looking at him in surprise, so he intentionally hugged the glamorous woman next to him and proudly said, But I am different from you. You rely on women's money, as the saying goes, eating soft rice. As for me, I am different. I am the one who gives women money to spend. Men who have abilities always give money to women to spend. Only men who have no ability spend women's money. The seductive woman hugged Huang Shuliang's arm, disdainfully glanced at Lu Chen, and said, Men like you who live off women, what's the point of living? You're simply parasites. Dead woman, shut your stinking mouth. Liu Wai walked up to Huang Shuliang, very displeased, and angrily pushed him, saying, Hey, please speak with some respect. This beautiful woman moved very quickly, and in no time she had already snatched the phone from the other person's body. After Huang Shuliang glanced at Liu Wai, he pointed at Lu Chen with his finger and sneered, He is just a man who relies on women for a living. Girl, you must never follow such a man. Liu Wai laughed and shook his head at Huang Shuliang, saying, I think the one afraid of living off someone else is you. Just because you dress well doesn't necessarily mean you're a wealthy person. Upon seeing this, Lu Chen chuckled. He knew that Miss Liu was probably up to something. Chapter 85, Stimulating Consumption. Looking at Liu Wai with a smug face, Huang Shuliang reached into his pocket and pulled out a bunch of car keys, saying, Take a good look. Do you recognize these car keys? It's a Porsche, you know. Humph! Only heaven knows if it's a lighter or not. Liu Wai pushed away Huang Shuliang's hand, pointing to the glamorous woman beside him and said with a smile, If you can buy some decent clothes for your woman, then I'll believe you. Dear, take action to prove it to her. The enchanting woman, upon hearing these words, became extremely excited and quickly urged Huang Shuliang with a smile. Slap this woman in the face on the spot. Haha. Just a small gesture. Underwear is for women to show off, of course they have to wear expensive ones. Huang Shuliang proudly hugged the glamorous woman beside him, laughing heartily. Today, you can pick any underwear here, choose freely. The enchanting woman excitedly replied. Then I will choose 10 sets. No problem. Huang Shuliang readily agreed, then turned his head to Lu Chen beside him and shook his head, saying, Kid, if you've got the guts, you should join too. The lingerie here costs 500 to 600 for a piece. The expensive ones go up to thousands. 10 slightly better sets of underwear would cost over 10,000. You look like a poor guy to me, I'm afraid you can't afford it, haha. I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. Lu Chen laughed. He happened to have brought along 150,000 yuan, which Liu Wei had just sold gold to him. Lu Chen opened the plastic bag he was holding, intentionally revealing the 15,000 yuan that had been previously distributed. He smiled and said to Huang Shuliang, Look, I have 150,000 here. Buying 10 sets of underwear is no problem. Huang Shuliang's face crossed with a hint of embarrassment, but soon he smirked proudly. Haha, I can see you have a thing for women with short hair. For 15,000, I can make you as proud as this. After all, I have assets worth millions. After hearing Liu Wei's blunt remark, Lu Chen quickly turned to him and said, We don't need to buy 10 sets. Just buy me 1 set, and I'll be satisfied. Regarding this array, it's okay. The money to buy you 10 sets of lingerie is still affordable. Lu Chen answered generously. Thinking about the torn and worn lingerie in Liu Wei's room, he couldn't help but feel sorry for this beauty. He sincerely wanted to gift her 10 sets of lingerie so that this beauty wouldn't be reluctant to wear them. After saying that, Liu Wei gently pulled on Lu Chen's clothes. Okay, stop pretending to be rich. Ha, loser is just a loser. Even your woman knows you don't have that ability. Huang Shuliang shouted arrogantly at the saleslady next to him, Beauty, bring the 10 most expensive sets of lingerie in your store for my woman to choose the size and color, I'll take them all. The store manager in the lingerie store excitedly laughed and went to greet them. Losers, I'm afraid I advise you not to follow. The glamorous woman deliberately passed by Lu Chen and shook her head disdainfully, saying, With your little strength, it's better to save the money for your own retirement, haha. Huang Shuliang also cast a provocative look towards Lu Chen. Pick 10 sets for yourself as well. Liu Wei smiled and said to Lu Chen beside him. Let them choose first. Liu Wei leaned closer to Lu Chen's side and whispered a few words. After smiling heartily, Lu Chen quietly stepped aside and watched. Under the guidance of the store manager, the charming woman personally selected 10 sets of lingerie. After selecting the colors and sizes of the 10 sets, the glamorous woman arrogantly raised her face and made a face at Liu Wei. You poor ghost, have the guts to call your boyfriend here. Who is the poor guy? Till doesn't know. Lu Chen said calmly. He knew the other person had lost their phone, so naturally they couldn't pay. Humph, this stubborn duck. Huang Shuliang coldly snorted, then quickly came to the cashier, loudly shouting to the cashier girl, the bill. Okay sir, hello. Here the total is 13,000 yuan. The cashier smiled and made a gesture of please, asking, May I ask if it's cash or WeChat? After touching his pocket to take out his phone, Huang Shuliang realized that it was gone. His face turned pale immediately, and he shouted loudly, Oh no, my phone is missing. In response to Huang Shuliang's continued pretense, Liu Wei laughed and replied, If you don't have money, just say so. Why bother with this charade? Huang Shuliang anxiously searched his body, his eyes scanning around. How could I possibly have no money? I just lost my phone. The seductive woman responded, Sure, let me check my phone for you. She quickly took out her purse and started searching for her phone. However, after searching back and forth, I still didn't see a phone in the bag. Liu Wei smiled and asked, What's wrong? Your phone didn't drop, did it? Oh no. My phone is missing, the glamorous woman exclaimed in shock. After looking at the two people with a smile, Liu Wei said, If you have no money, just say so. Why bother putting on such a show? Just say it if you don't want to buy. The shop owner muttered angrily. It's not possible that both of your phones are lost. Beauty, my phone really dropped. Huang Shuliang explained to the store manager with great embarrassment. I have money, you can rest assured. Yes, my phone really disappeared, the enchanting woman also explained pleasingly. Liu Wai laughed and provocatively said, if you have money, then just pay the bill. Where is there someone who drops their phone together? Obviously, it's just a failed show-off and doesn't want to pay the bill. You. The charming woman rolled her eyes in anger. After hearing this array, Wang Shuliang suddenly realized and pointed his finger at Liu Wai. Then immediately pointed his finger at Lu Chen, saying, no, it should be the young man surnamed Lu who stole it. I noticed something suspicious about him last night, he really is a thief. It must be, definitely they stole. The enchanting woman also pointed her finger at Lu Chen and Liu Wai. After reading the array, Liu Wai calmly smiled and glanced at the two, saying, if you think someone stole your phone, then report it to the police. Okay, I will call the police right now. Huang Shuliang turned his head and smiled at the store manager next to him, saying, excuse me, beautiful, could you lend me your phone for a moment? I need to report to the police. Do not worry, I will call the police for you. Liu Wai immediately took out his phone, dialed the emergency number, and then handed it to Huang Shuliang, saying, you explain the situation. After answering the phone, Huang Shuliang immediately recounted the incident of dropping his own phone. After seeing this, Lu Chen was somewhat confused. What drama is this beauty causing? Clearly the phone is in her hand, still on the beautiful woman. After the alarm was triggered, Liu Wai smiled and nodded towards the crowd. Then turned to Lu Chen and said, all right, it's our turn to choose now. Lu Chen asked quietly, you're not worried? False, you can rest assured. Liu Wai put on a confident look, blinked at him and said, choose some clothes. This is it. Give me 10 sets of the most expensive ones. Lu Chen called out to the nearby store manager with a smile. Let her carefully choose from all colors and sizes. Manager warmly greeted us. After seeing this array, Lu Chen, also too expensive. Liu Wai couldn't help but feel a bit worried. It's nothing, it's for women to show off, it must be exquisite and elegant. Lu Chen also repeated Huang Shuliang's words from before. Afterwards, Liu Wai angrily rolled his eyes at Lu Chen and said, this kind of thing, it's best to keep it to yourself. It becomes vulgar when spoken out loud. After reading the array, Lu Chen scratched his head curiously and soon laughed knowingly, so that's what it means. I've learned something new. Chapter 86 Self-Prove Innocence. Liu Wai is holding underwear and shorts, gesturing on his body. The beautiful woman was twisting her slim waist for a moment. Then she was holding a bra in front of her chest, swaying back and forth, looking so alluring and charming. Lu Chen frowned slightly, able to see this beautiful woman clearly. He gestured towards her lingerie on her body, savoring the sight. He had to admit, looking at beautiful women was also a kind of enjoyment. Not bad. This piece really complements your figure, Lu Chen said seriously as he carefully examined Liu Wai. After taking this one, Liu Wai picked up another, even sexier piece of lingerie to continue trying on. This piece, well, feels a bit tight when worn. However, you have to wear it to see the effect. Lu Chen shook his head with a smile. After hearing this, Liu Wai rolled his eyes at Lu Chen, laughing as he put away the underwear. Just this one. Upon seeing Lu Chen and Liu Wai engaging in playful banter, Huang Shuliang and a seductive woman next to them rolled their eyes in irritation, while feeling an added sense of joy themselves. After seeing the angry look of the two people, Liu Wai became even happier. She smiled and took out a lingerie with a touch of romance, intentionally swaying it in front of Lu Chen, saying, hey, how about this one? No way. Can this thing be worn? Lu Chen examined the fabric, which was only 2 fingers wide, and widened his eyes, saying, I'm afraid it can't even hold a fart. After this array, go to hell. These pants are for adding fun, who let you use them to pick up poop? Liu Wai rolled his eyes, glanced at a distance, and quickly his face turned serious. She saw there were 2 police officers, one tall and one short, walking straight towards this direction. Liu Wai quickly turned around and came to Huang Shuliang's side, gently pushing him. The police are here, it's time to prove that you two were just acting. What? Are we acting? I suggest you think twice, and consider that guy surnamed Lu by your side. This bastard is nothing but a thief. Huang Shuliang sneered, turning his head and pointing at Lu Chen, gritting his teeth. You're as good as dead. The police are coming, they will surely investigate the surveillance footage. Get ready to go to jail. Yes, just wait to go to jail. The seductive woman followed, smirking at Lu Chen and sneered. The total value of my and Huang's phones is over 20,000. Enough to sentence you to eat prison food. Wow. Let's wait and see. Lu Chen smiled skeptically. He has already seen 2 phones lying quietly in the glamorous woman's handbag. Obviously, Liu Wei once again returned the phone that he had previously taken. As for how this beauty was placed in, with Lu Chen's current eyesight, he really couldn't see. All I can say is that Miss Liu's technique is truly sophisticated, almost to the point where even his heavenly eyes cannot capture it. When 2 police officers approached, Huang Shuliang immediately smiled and walked over to greet them, waving his hand towards them, saying, Right on time, the 2 of you. My phone was stolen by this kid. Hurry up and arrest this kid for me. Speaking, he gestured towards Lu Chen. Yes, it's this kid who stole our phones. The 2 phones together are worth over 20,000 yuan. We must handcuff this bastard. The glamorous woman also pointed her finger at Lu Chen. The tall male police officer glanced at Huang Shuliang and the glamorous woman, his expression serious, and said, Let me first understand the situation. Do not bother understanding. They're just acting. Lu Chen pointed his finger at the pile of lingerie picked out by the seductive woman earlier, smiling as he explained to the tall male police officer. That couple wanted to show off, so they picked out the 10 most expensive sets of lingerie in the store. But when it came time to pay, they saw the price and immediately backed down, too afraid to pay, so they pretended to have lost their phone. The 2 of them are putting on a show here, not only disrupting the business in the store but also slandering us. Police comrades, you must take care of them properly. Regarding this array, you damn fart. I'm a person with millions of assets. Can I act for 10 sets of underwear? Huang Shuliang angrily rolled up his sleeves, wanting to hit someone. He is also a person who follows Su Ling Mining Company, considered a prominent figure. If this matter gets out, it might make people burst out laughing. Yes, my boyfriend is very rich. How could he possibly act for just $10,000? The glamorous woman also raised her face and pointed at Liu Wei and Lu Chen towards the tall male police officer, urging, I demand you search them immediately. Maybe the phone is still on them. I see that the thing to search for is your own body, Lu Chen said with a smile, pointing at the glamorous woman's handbag, then pointing coldly at Huang Shuliang's trouser pocket. In my opinion, the cell phone is most likely still on both of you. You just want to find a way out. Failing to act cool doesn't require this. Is it so difficult to admit that you're the culprits? You, who locked the door? Huang Shuliang angrily raised his fist as if about to hit someone. Brother, don't rush. Lu Chen reached out and grabbed Huang Shuliang's wrist, intentionally provoking. The law also emphasizes that the one who asserts must provide evidence. Since you say I took your phone, then you should bring out the evidence, right? On the contrary, I think you guys are pretending acting. Haha. Show me proof of your fart. Huang Shuliang pointed at Lu Chen's pocket and said, If you dare, take out what's in your pocket and show me. I can show you, but if I don't have what you're looking for on me, then it means you are insulting and defaming me, which requires compensation. Lu Chen answered coldly, If you refuse to compensate, even if God himself comes, I won't show him what's in my bag. Laughing, Huang Shuliang said to Lu Chen, Don't bring up compensation. If you can't find your phone on you, I'll give you 1,000 yuan as compensation. Lu Chen offered compensation, thinking the other party felt guilty. In response to the array, 1,000 yuan is too little. Lu Chen laughed and shook his head, saying, At least 10,000. And also you need to prove your innocence. You must open your bags and pockets for everyone to see, including your woman's, because I suspect the phone is right beside you. Haha, kid thinks I can't afford to play, right? Okay, if you can find the phone on me and my girlfriend, I'll give you 10,000 as compensation. The police comrade said, Mr. Huang promised to compensate me 10,000 if his phone is not found on me. Lu Chen smiled and replied to the tall male police officer next to him, Please be a witness. The tall male police officer hesitated for a moment, then turned his head and asked Huang Shuliang next to him, Have you thought it through? If we can't find it, There will be compensation. This is a voluntary act. Haha, no problem. However, this kid also said the phone is on me and my girlfriend. If it's not found, then he has to compensate me. Huang Shuliang smiled and pointed a finger at Lu Chen, saying, listen carefully, if you don't find the phone on me and my girlfriend, and you owe me 10,000. No problem. Lu Chen readily agreed. Let's start. Look closely, I'll first take out the things in my bag. Lu Chen reached into the bag and took out the things one by one, then opened the plastic bag in his hand to show everyone. The results did not show Huang Shuliang and the seductive woman's phones. I can't believe it, you must have hidden somewhere. Huang Shuliang said incredulously, shaking his head repeatedly. Wait, what is that guy holding wrapped in paper? The seductive woman curiously pointed her finger at the pair of spring tiger that Lu Chen pulled out of the bag. That is herbal medicine. Lu Chen replied calmly. After hearing this, Huang Shuliang immediately reached out to snatch the pair of precious jade tigers from Lu Chen's hand without waiting for him to finish his sentence. Hey, don't touch. Lu Chen intended to say, and did not withdraw his hand. Upon hearing this phrase, Huang Shuliang quickly snatched the paper bag and opened it, only to find a pair of slippery geckos inside. He couldn't help but be surprised and said, what is this thing? Do not touch randomly. This thing is a precious medicinal material. If you damage it, you will have to compensate. Lu Chen pretended to worry and shouted a sentence. He knows that Huang Shuliang hates him. The more he says not to touch, the more this guy probably wants to touch. As long as the other person touches something, forgets to wash their hands, and accidentally touches some area when going to the bathroom or something, then we might have a show to watch. Chapter 87. Just want the meat. Ha! I'm going to touch it. Huang Shuliang did not listen, reaching out to squeeze the pair of spring-loving tigers forcefully and smirking, see that? I not only touched it, but I also squeezed it. After Lu Chen snatched the spring tiger away, he immediately put on a serious face and said, all right, time to pay up. 10,000 yuan, bring it here. Upon hearing this, Huang Shuliang grinned smugly and turned to the tall male police officer next to him, shouting, Officer, someone here is extorting money by touching a gecko and demanding 10,000 yuan in compensation. The tall male police officer glanced at Huang Shuliang and coldly said, he asked you to compensate for the mental damages of 10,000 yuan for checking the bag to prove your innocence. You have probably misunderstood his intention. No mistake, this is the money. Just touch the gecko casually, Lu Chen answered with a smile. But that 10,000 yuan for mental damages can't be less. Upon hearing this, Huang Shuliang's face darkened slightly, but quickly he smiled victoriously. Haha, kid, don't forget. You also said that the phone is on me and my girlfriend. If you don't find the phone on me or my girlfriend, then consider the 10,000 yuan as compensation. Beside them, Liu Wei stepped forward, pointed at the glamorous woman's bag with his hand and shouted, open your bag. I see that you and your boyfriend's phones are in your bag. It's time to end the game. Hemph. You're talking nonsense. The charming woman angrily glared at Liu Wei. Dear, it's all right, open the bag and show it to him. Huang Shuliang smiled and reached out to comfort the enchanting woman by embracing her slender waist, saying, don't worry, if we don't find the phone here, we won't have to compensate the 10,000 yuan. In addition, I also request to check the surveillance camera to track down where this kid hid the phone. They won't be able to escape today. Okay, I'll make you die with a clear conscience. The enchanting woman smirked and lifted her face, calmly opening her bag. The crowd gathered together and went over. The tall male police officer reached out and grabbed the bag, pointing with his finger to the two phones lying quietly inside, and glanced at Huang Shuliang and the seductive woman, saying, it looks like they were right. These phones are clearly on you, aren't they? The other short police officer coldly demanded, what is the purpose of your performance? Tell me, why are you doing this? The bewitching woman's face filled with doubt, opened her mouth wide, and said, how could this happen? In this array. You idiot woman, how could my phone have run into your bag? Huang Shuliang was furious, gritting his teeth and pointing at the seductive woman, cursing loudly. Didn't you say just now that you had looked for it? How come my phone ended up in your bag? The illusion, I also don't know. The enchanting woman explained with a resentful face. I really did look just now, I really didn't have a phone. Huang Shuliang angrily slapped the glamorous woman's face and scolded. How did you get it again? Are you crazy? Bang. A heady slap landed on the face of the glamorous woman, leaving 5 deep palm prints instantly. Stop. The tall male police officer quickly walked forward and grabbed Huang Shuliang's wrist, sternly shouting, Who told you to hit someone? The police comrade said, I was wrong, please don't arrest him. The enchanting woman touched her hot face and bit her lip, saying, I shouldn't have embarrassed him. Well, you two are quite the jokers, thinking this is all just a game. The tall male officer couldn't help but glower at Huang Shuliang and the seductive woman, warning, I warn you, making false reports is also a crime. This time, I will let you off lightly. I hope there won't be a next time. Now, fulfill your promise, compensate as you previously agreed to. Be honest and pay up. I won't pursue this matter further with you. After Zhang Huang Shuliang opened his mouth, he wanted to speak again. After glaring angrily at Huang Shuliang, the tall male police officer coldly said, Just because you've hit someone in public, I can detain you. Police comrade, don't arrest him, please don't arrest him. The seductive woman quickly pleaded with the tall male police officer. The police officer, please don't be angry, I will compensate you. I will compensate this gentleman right away. Seeing the tall male police officer getting angry, Huang Shuliang forced up a smile, then turned his head and nodded towards Liu Chen on the side. Buddy, come on, open your WeChat, I'll transfer 10,000 yuan to you. After hearing this, Liu Chen smiled calmly and then pointed at Liu Wei with his hand, saying, forward it to her. Liu Wei took out his phone and said, Come on, turn towards me. After that, Huang Shuliang happily took out his phone and transferred 10,000 yuan to Liu Wei. He smiled and nodded at the 2 policemen, saying, There's nothing going on now, we can leave. Don't go. The manager of the lingerie store stood out and stopped Huang Shuliang's way, biting his lip and saying, Earlier, you had us pick out, package and organize the 10 most expensive sets of lingerie for you, but it cost us a lot of trouble. And you turned around and played a trick, saying your phone was lost. It made us busy and seriously affected the business in our store. You must explain this matter, you cannot just leave like this. Darling, why don't you buy these underwear? The alluring woman pleaded with a flattering expression as she urged Huang Shuliang. After being angry, Huang Shuliang angrily pushed the provocative woman. Buy your sister, you despicable woman, making me lose face so much, and still want lingerie. Go to hell. Good, you are so ruthless. Then I will fight to the end with you. The seductive woman reached out and grabbed Huang Shuliang's arm, moving closer to him and threatened. Just now you slapped me, I must confront you. If I report to the police, you may also have to stay in for a few days. After Huang Shuliang gritted his teeth in anger, he reluctantly turned his head towards the store manager and waved his hand, saying, Forget it. Bring the POS machine over. I'll buy those 10 sets of underwear. Afterwards, the shopkeeper happily brought the POS machine. Huang Shuliang painfully handed over the money and bought the 10 sets of lingerie. After handling the matter satisfactorily, the leading male officer glanced at Huang Shuliang and the seductive woman, warning, Listen carefully, don't make false reports in the future. After speaking, he hurriedly left with his colleagues. My goodness, today is really strange. Huang Shuliang punched the nearby pillar in anger. Dear, forget about it. The seductive woman grabbed Huang Shuliang's arm, looking pleasingly and said, Let's go back to the hotel first. Huang Shuliang angrily pushed away the seductive woman, saying, Go away, you sister. The seductive woman pursed her lips and raised her face, saying, Just go away. A 3-legged toad is hard to find, but there are plenty of 3-legged men. After speaking, she picked up 10 sets of underwear, walked away with a proud step. The more I think, the angrier I get. He turned around, twisted his head towards Liu Chen and threatened, Liu Chen, you embarrassed me so much today. I'll remember this, you wait, I'll get Hu Bao to kill you. Remember that Hu Bao is the 3rd top fighter of Ten Sha Chong. Get ready to tremble, ha. Liu Wei couldn't help but laugh and said, Okay, let Hu Bao come. He has long wanted to kill me. We are ready to accompany him at any time. Anyway, we have already offended him, so we are not afraid to offend him even more deeply. Humph. Who doesn't boast? When you're in pain later, don't cry and beg for mercy. Huang Shuliang coldly pointed at Lu Chen and Li Wai and said, have some guts. Don't go. I'll go to the restroom first. Wait, I also need to go to the restroom. Lu Chen smiled and replied to Huang Shuliang, I won't leave, I'll stay with you. With a snort, Huang Shuliang felt annoyed and turned around to quickly head towards the bathroom. I also need to go to the restroom. Lu Chen smiled and reminded Liu Wai, immediately following him. Hey Ashful, how come you just show up unannounced? Liu Wai stomped his foot in anger and said, you didn't even give a heads up. Lu Chen followed Huang Shuliang into the restroom, where he witnessed with his own eyes that Huang Shuliang's hand accidentally touched his private parts. Looking at what I'm doing? Huang Shuliang saw Lu Chen staring at himself and angrily glared at him and said, have you never seen the world before? Bro. What you have there isn't called the world, it's called hair. Lu Chen chuckled. After looking at Lu Chen, Huang Shuliang immediately closed his mouth, held back for a few seconds before angrily cursing, boring. He shook his body, pulled up his pants, and angrily walked outside. Hey buddy, if you feel like you need a woman later, let me know, maybe I can help. Lu Chen watched as Huang Shuliang walked away, suddenly coming up with a plan. He plans to extract some information about Wan Xiaochong from this guy. My father died in that car accident 5 years ago, just like that, and I became a fool. I can't just let it go like this. I must find out the truth. After hearing this, Huang Shuliang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, you softy. Thinking you're so great just because you can pick up a few girls. The number of women I've been with is probably several times more than yours. If you're trying to make money by hanging around me, you've got the wrong idea. I have no shortage of women. After Huang Shuliang replied, Lu Chen smiled and said, you will understand later. In any case, when you feel that way, just let me know and maybe I can help you. Chapter 88, The Rolling Vinegar Spirit. Haha, so funny. Huang Shuliang glanced at Lu Chen disapprovingly and then lifted his pants before leaving the restroom. Lu Chen followed along as well. Just as he had just stepped out of the restroom, a familiar figure slipped into the women's restroom across from him. Lu Chen couldn't help but mutter, just now, that stunning figure looks very familiar. Cousin, what's wrong with you? Cousin Meng Ning saw Mei Ping staring blankly and gently pushed her while laughing. Mei Ping shook her head awkwardly and said, nothing, it's nothing. Han Shu said it's nothing. Definitely for the matter of getting pregnant. Meng Ning smiled and asked, is that fool not cooperating? Mei Ping suddenly came back to her senses and awkwardly replied, indeed, I was not cooperating. Alas. Although Lu Chen was a top scorer in the college entrance examination, his intelligence is in the past, and now he has become foolish. It's really unfair to you. Meng Ning took a deep breath, bit her lip, and said, cousin, let me help you. Ah, how can you help me with this? Mei Ping chuckled and shook her head, saying, it's nothing special. Of course I can help you. Meng Ning replied seriously to Mei Ping. I remember seeing on TV a female death row inmate who wanted to have a baby in order to avoid the death penalty. In the end, she found a way to have a man's essence injected into her body. You can do the same. If you are too embarrassed to seduce that fool Lu Chen, let me help you. As long as you manage to get that essence from him, you will succeed. If it doesn't work the first time, try again. If it doesn't work the second time, try a third time, until you succeed. Mei Ping blushed as she exclaimed, oh, this is not appropriate. No problem, I'll take care of this matter, Meng Ning said with a smile, standing tall. While she was speaking, her phone in her bag started to ring. After Meng Ning looked at the incoming call, she waved to Mei Ping and said, after speaking, she answered the phone while hastily walking outside. Originally, Mei Ping, feeling upset, took advantage of her cousin's business trip to accompany her to Mongkok City for a leisurely stroll and to choose some cosmetics. Who knew my cousin would only accompany me halfway and then turn back home? Let me go out by myself. Oh, by the way, could it be that person I saw just now was Lu Chen? Will I run into him? Mei Ping's mind inexplicably conjured up Lu Chen's sturdy figure. Dan, why am I thinking of that idiot again? Mei Ping splashed cold water on her face while looking at herself in the mirror. Then she straightened her chest and said, I won't think about him. I can't possibly like him. I just want a child, that's all. Even if I run into him while shopping, so what? Can he eat me up? He should be afraid of me instead. I'm his boss. After hesitating for a few seconds, Mei Ping bit her lip, straightened her chest, slung her bag over her shoulder, and walked out of the restroom. She then walked straight towards the clothing area on the second floor. At this moment, Lu Chen is paying for 10 sets of underwear for Liu Wai. Lu Chen, you're really great. Liu Wai smiled charmingly and pulled Lu Chen's hand. Come on. It's my turn to help you pick out underwear next. Regarding this array, no need. I never wear a bra. Lu Chen chuckled and waved his hand, saying, we guys don't have anything to cover in the chest area, unlike you girls who need to wrap up, so there's no need to wear that thing. Liu Wai smiled and leaned in towards Lu Chen's ear, saying, alright, there are no bras, but there are panties. Women know better than men what kind of underwear is more suitable, so let me help you pick out some nicer panties next. After Liu Chen couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. #Eero. Looking at the dazzling array of items inside the store, Lu Chen was shocked. He has never seen so many men's underwear before, square ones, triangle ones, and even thong ones, all at once, which makes one's eyes dazzled. Here, take this one and try it out. Suddenly, Liu Wai took out a floral patterned pair of underwear from the hanger. She walked around to Lu Chen's back, wrapped her arms around his waist, pressed her body against his abdomen, and earnestly gestured with both hands. Hey, who tries like that? Seeing Liu Mimi's bold move, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Hey, what are you afraid of? You are a man, I am a woman, even if I am behind you, I can't do anything. Liu Wai laughed and grabbed Nini's hands, deliberately pressing against his abdomen. Looking serious as he said, don't move, don't compare, you won't even know if it fits. Lu Chen lowered his head and took a look, feeling that these pants fit quite well. He casually responded, okay, let's just go with this pair. No. I feel this belt is a little too tight. Liu Wai said as he released his hand, then quickly moved around to the front of Lu Chen. She earnestly pulled her pants towards Lu Chen's lower abdomen with a serious expression on her face. While shaking her head, she said, oh my, it seems like it's still a bit tight. Looks like I need a bigger size. Hey, beautiful, can you please stop gesturing like that? Lu Chen felt extremely embarrassed and signaled to Liu Wai with his eyes, saying, the sales girl at the back is still watching. What are you afraid of? Based on your looks, you have a charming figure with the right curves in the right places. Liu Wai smiled charmingly and winked at Lu Chen, saying, to be honest, it's a bit of a waste for you not to work as a duck with this figure. Lu Chen was speechless. Liu Mei really dares to say anything. When driving, her speed is even faster than his. Lu Chen couldn't stand this beauty's antics anymore. Okay, I'll just take this one, and also this one. After Liu Wai saw Lu Chen looking worried, he smiled and leaned close to his ear, whispering softly, did you feel anything when I was gesturing just now? What do you feel? You are thinking too much. Lu Chen's face turned red, quickly changing the subject, saying, all right, let's quickly take care of the bill for these few items. Haha, not honest. You can deceive yourself, but you can't deceive me. Liu Wai smiled and once again leaned in to whisper in Lu Chen's ear, saying, I not only see your reaction, but I also feel it. Tell me, are you thinking about a woman? When she said this, Lian's body was already pressed against Lu Chen's body. After teasing this beauty back and forth like grinding tofu, Lu Chen couldn't help but react. However, this is ultimately in a clothing store, which makes people see a lot of bad things. With a red face, he pushed aside the beautiful woman and waved to the saleslady not far away, saying, check please. Liu Wai quickly walked over, took out his phone, and generously bought a meal for Lu Chen. Okay, let's go. Next stop, I'll take you to pick out a few decent jackets. Liu Wai smiled and gestured to Lu Chen. Okay. Lu Chen followed along. Two people chatted and laughed, then went to a men's clothing store to buy clothes. Just bought clothes and Mei Ping also came out. Mei Ping muttered, it really is Lu Chen. When her gaze fell on Liu Wai's charming profile, an inexplicable jealousy surged in her heart. Could it be that Lu Chen was being ambiguous with this woman last night? When Mei Ping recalled last night when she asked Lu Chen to buy a condom, she was furious when she saw Lu Chen with another woman in a suspiciously ambiguous situation. I'm so angry. How could I lose to this woman, giving it for free to this fool? He even doesn't want it. Mei Ping thought more and more angrily. Of course, she didn't know that what she saw at the time was an illusion. In fact, Lu Chen was helping police officer Zhang with massage therapy. However, at the moment, emotions are more important than facts. Mei Ping is more concerned about why she lost to other women. Thinking of this, she walked past arrogantly and shouted to Lu Chen, "Lu Chen, come over here." Chapter 89, Seeking the Truth. After Lu Chen turned his head and looked, he found Mei Ping there and couldn't help but be surprised. Do not ask things you shouldn't ask, just stop asking so much. Mei Ping said with a cold demeanor, commanding, "You should be back to work in the afternoon." After scratching his head in surprise, Lu Chen exclaimed, "Golden Eagle Hotel, didn't you give me the day off today?" After temporarily having some things to attend to, I need to make some adjustments. Mei Ping replied to Lu Chen with a serious expression. Don't forget, from now on, you are my driver. A driver naturally has to follow closely by the boss's side. However, I still don't have a driver's license now. Lu Chen awkwardly responded. Mei Ping quickly came to Lu Chen's side, with a serious expression saying, "From now on, you are no longer a minor, but my full-time driver. I will pay you 15,000 a month. Today is your first day at work." Lu Chen was a bit excited. A salary of 15,000 a month for Duan Wood. This could also be considered a high salary. However, his driving skills are very poor. Afraid that he may not be able to start working. The Golden Eagle Hotel is officially opening today, but it seems a bit early. Lu Chen awkwardly laughed and said, "My driving skills are very poor." Mei Ping interrupted him and said, "Start working in the afternoon." After the Golden Eagle Hotel, "I'm not familiar with driving. Can I do this?" Lu Chen felt extremely embarrassed. "If not, let's practice more." After hearing this, Mei Ping raised her face decisively and said, "Later you can come with me to pick up something. We'll go to the garage in a bit, and then you can drive me back to the mine." After biting his lip, Liu Wei chuckled and pushed Lu Chen, saying, "Go quickly. I mean, 30,000 per month, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. What are you hesitating for?" After that, Lu Chen, feeling a little embarrassed, waved his hand to Liu Wei and said goodbye. After Liu Wei jokingly glanced at Lu Chen and said, "Drive carefully and cherish this job. Let's go." After speaking, the beautiful woman calmly turned around and quickly ran towards the front entrance of the elevator. "Is he your girlfriend?" Mei Ping asked skeptically. "No, we're just good friends who have fun together," Lu Chen replied with a smile. Mei Ping asked again, "Are these clothes she bought for you?" "Consider it done," Lu Chen replied truthfully. "Later on, you are not allowed to wear these clothes," Mei Ping coldly reminded. Lu Chen was a bit speechless. "Really? You want to limit what I wear too?" "During your working hours, you must wear the clothes I provided," Mei Ping, with a serious expression, reminded Lu Chen. "You are my full-time driver, representing the company's image, so naturally you should dress more neatly. Therefore, you must wear the clothes I bought for you during work." Lu Chen whispered, "I don't know, do I have to wear what you provide?" "Humph. The company won't provide you with innerwear." Mei Ping glanced at Lu Chen and said, "Let's go buy clothes." Upon seeing the beautiful and icy demeanor of the female CEO, Lu Chen's heart also skipped a beat. It's like finding a needle in the sea of a woman's heart. Yesterday, I was so caring towards him, but today it seems like he is a completely different person. After a while, Mei Ping brought Lu Chen to a high-end men's clothing store. She carefully picked out 3 sets of men's clothing for Lu Chen, then hurriedly left with him. After Mei Ping urged Lu Chen, "Let's go, we'll take the elevator to the 4th floor to buy a phone," she walked straight ahead. 2 people arrived at the elevator. At this moment, Mei Ping's phone in her pocket rang. "Wait a moment, I'll make a phone call first." Mei Ping stopped and picked up her phone, then walked towards the corner. Lu Chen could only patiently wait. He casually glanced around. Soon he saw Huang Shuliang bending over, holding his stomach with his hands and quickly walking towards this side. Lu Chen probably figured out that this guy must have been drugged by his love potion. He is afraid that the drug is taking effect now, and Huang Shuliang is thinking about women. Lu Chen, what on earth are you up to? Why did I end up like this? Huang Shuliang looked at Lu Chen suspiciously. What have you become? Lu Chen deliberately pretended to be unaware. In this array. You better stop pretending. Huang Shuliang gritted his teeth, with a bitter expression on his face, saying, My pants are soaking wet now, wet inside and out, it's so damn uncomfortable. I'm craving a woman so much. I just want to hug a woman and find a place to enjoy ourselves. But I know it's illegal to do so. It's too unbearable. I'm afraid I won't be able to leave this mall without committing a crime. Lu Chen, please help me figure out a solution, can you? I know it must be your doing. You must have a remedy. Give it to me, I can pay you. Lu Chen smiled and asked Huang Shuliang, You should have heard of a famous car accident 5 years ago, right? The accident directly turned the city's top scorer into a fool, and the scorer's father also died. Don't worry, I can help you solve this problem. I don't want your money. Just answer me one question first. Have you heard about this before? What's the matter? Huang Shuliang seemed to remember something and suddenly realized, saying, Could it be that you're the top scholar who turned into a fool? Lu Chen asked seriously to Huang Shuliang. I know you have a good relationship with the young master of this city, Wen Xiaochong. You should know some things about him. Do you think this matter is related to him? After Huang Shuliang quickly waved his hand, he said, Don't ask me, I don't know. Smiling, Lu Chen walked towards the place where Meeping was calling. I don't have a cure either, he said. After thinking for a moment, Huang Shuliang gritted his teeth and said, Whether the car accident involving the top scorer in the college entrance examination 5 years ago was deliberately caused by Wan Xiaochong, I'm not sure. But Mei Qiu, who is also the father of the first female CEO, that car accident, I know was deliberately caused by Wan Xiaochong. Of course, that car accident also took away Mei Ping's fiancé. Oh wait, it is said that he was taken away on the day of their wedding. What did you just say? Mei Ping suddenly rushed over, reaching out and grabbing Huang Shuliang's shirt, angrily shouting at him. Did you say my dad's death 3 years ago was caused by Wan Xiaoyi? Golden Eagle Hotel. It's you. It's me. I don't know. I really don't know anything. Huang Shuliang was startled, turned around, and ran towards the staircase. Mei Ping angrily grabbed her skirt and pushed open the fire door, chasing after him. You must not run, you must explain this to me clearly today. Hey, Golden Eagle Hotel, don't chase. Lu Chen quickly chased after them. With a bang, the fire door closed. Huang Shuliang also stopped, bent over, holding onto the staircase with one hand, gasping for breath. Mei Ping saw Lu Chen catching up and turned her head to glare at him, saying, Lu Chen, don't come over here. I'm going to ask that guy some questions. Golden Eagle Hotel. Don't go there, that guy took drugs. Lu Chen warned Mei Ping. After Mei Ping remained silent, Lu Chen had no choice but to follow. Mei Ping suddenly turned around and pointed at Lu Chen, saying, Don't come over, this is my private matter. It concerns my father's life and death feud. I must ask clearly. All right. It's none of your business, you back off a little. In her opinion, the less Lu Chen knows about this matter, the better. After all, it involves Su Ling Mining Company, one of the 4 major families of Duanwu. If Lu Chen gets involved, he might be implicated. Seeing Mei Ping's resolute expression, Lu Chen could only step back. However, he kept his gaze focused, not daring to be the slightest bit lax. He knows that the drug in Huang Shuliang's body is about to completely explode. By then, this guy will pounce on women like a ferocious beast. Lu Chen's estimate is very accurate. At this moment, Huang Shuliang has reached the critical point of complete eruption. He saw Mei Ping walking towards him wearing high heels and stockings, and his mouth started to water. After reading the array, woman, beauty, and a great beauty, come on. Huang Shuliang swallowed his saliva, then suddenly opened his arms and lunged towards Mei Ping. Mei Ping never dreamed that Huang Shuliang would actually dare to pounce on her. Ah! What are you doing? Don't come over. Mei Ping frantically used both hands and feet to try to push the other person away. However, at this moment Huang Shuliang had already turned into a fierce beast, and with a strong pull, he tore off Mei Ping's clothes. After hearing only a gila sound, Mei Ping's white short shirt spread out to the sides, revealing the pristine beauty inside. Beauty, I want to sleep with you. This is Lu Chen's special treasure. How can we let others take advantage of it? Get lost. Lu Chen had already rushed over, throwing a hook punch that landed on the opponent's face. Chapter 90 Video Threat. After Lu Chen landed a punch on his opponent, Huang Shuling let out a cry of ouch and stumbled backwards. Mei Ping lowered her head and took a glance, only to see that the bras inside were all exposed, causing her to panic for a moment. Ha! How did this happen? She quickly grabbed the collar, trying to button up her shirt. Wait! Lu Chen used his hand to push away Mei Ping's hand. Mei Ping was furious and shouted at Lu Chen. That bastard bullied me. Are you going to learn from him? No, you seem to be injured here. Lu Chen pointed a blood-red mark on Mei Ping's chest with his finger and said, You're bleeding. Oh my, there's really bleeding. Mei Ping lowered her head and saw that her chest had been scratched, with a cut that was 5 centimeters long. She couldn't help but feel both angry and anxious. It makes me so angry. What should I do? I'll help you hold it. Lu Chen reached his hand in. Hey, you jerk. Mei Ping wanted to explode. Do not move. I will help you stop the bleeding. Lu Chen said seriously to Mei Ping. I am helping you press on anchor points and do a massage to stop the bleeding first. Mei Ping couldn't help but feel a bit curious when she saw Lu Chen's serious expression. After trying, you will know. Lu Chen replied. While speaking, he had already secretly circulated his internal energy, channeling a surge of internal qi towards the bleeding wound on the beautiful woman, promoting the healing of the wound. At first, Mei Ping just suspected that Lu Chen was taking advantage of her, but after 2 minutes, she faintly felt a warm sensation coming from Lu Chen's palm, flowing into her body, making her feel oddly comfortable. After a smile, Lu Chen withdrew his hand as he said, All right, the bleeding has stopped. After saying that, Mei Ping hesitantly lifted her clothes, carefully checked it, and indeed, there was no more bleeding. Afterwards, I'll give you some repair solution. It will make your wound fade, so it won't leave any obvious scars. Lu Chen said with a smile, comforting Mei Ping. Mei Ping was quite shocked. Do you understand medicine? I know a little bit. Lu Chen nodded and smiled. Looking at it, you're not stupid. Mei Ping asked curiously. After, I intermittently act silly. Lu Chen saw Mei Ping start to doubt, so he intentionally inserted a finger into his mouth and pointed with his finger at the jade pendant on her chest, saying, I want to eat candy. The energy of the 11 deity statues in the Plum Chief's palace has not been absorbed. He cannot miss out on it. Currently, there is no one around. It is the best time to eat candy. With a snort, Mei Ping adjusted her collar and coldly glared at Lu Chen, saying, Don't think I don't know that you are pretending to be clueless on purpose. She walked directly towards the direction Huang Shuling had left earlier. Hello, Golden Eagle Hotel. Are you not afraid of Huang Shuling coming at you again? Lu Chen shouted to Mei Ping. That guy is on drugs. He will pounce when he sees a woman. Have you know? Mei Ping turned her head and glared at Lu Chen. Regarding this array. I guess, didn't you see that this guy's pants are all wet? Lu Chen explained awkwardly, if it's gotten to that point, what else could be other than being drugged? With a cold expression, Mei Ping waved her hand at Lu Chen and said, Follow me. I must ask this guy about the car accident my dad had 3 years ago. Lu Chen curiously asked, Does the Golden Eagle Hotel have a grudge against Su Ling Mining Company and you? After being asked a question she didn't want to answer, Mei Ping coldly replied, Don't ask too many questions, and continued walking forward. After less than 2 minutes of walking, a frantic shouting sound could be heard coming from the corner ahead. Mama, what the hell is he doing? Mei Ping quickly turned around and covered her eyes with her hand. Lu Chen looked up and saw that at that moment, Huang Shuling had already taken off his pants and clothes, and was hugging a discarded plastic model of clothing on the corridor, madly exercising. Clearly, this guy has already treated that plastic model as a real person, just crazily outputting. Golden Eagle Hotel, hurry, take him down. Lu Chen lightly pushed Mei Ping with his hand. Mei Ping looked at Lu Chen with an irritated expression and said, What's there to take pictures of? It's so boring. Golden Eagle Hotel. Aren't you trying to find out information from Huang Shulian? He is a friend of Wan Xiaochong. Naturally, he will not be on your side. He is unlikely to tell you anything valuable. But if you have something on him, then it's a different story. He will have to listen to you in the future. Lu Chen smiled and reminded, quickly take a picture of this scene when he wakes up. This will be his leverage. Mei Ping smiled excitedly and gently pushed Lu Chen with her hand. You little rascal, your brain is quite agile, truly deserving of being the top scholar. When she said that, her gaze fell on Lu Chen's face. She remembered the promise she made with her mother. She had to sleep with this idiot within 3 days. The problem is, this guy doesn't seem to be an idiot. Maybe before she could deceive him and herself into bed, but now this trick might not work anymore. Mei Ping was dazed after seeing Lu Chen. She couldn't help but push her impatiently. This push happened to land right on her full buttocks. Mei Ping let out a light sigh, paused for a moment, then immediately came back to her senses and handed her phone to Lu Chen, saying, "It's better if you take the picture." Regarding this array, Golden Eagle Hotel, I'm not very good at playing this thing. Lu Chen took a look and realized it was a smartphone, feeling a bit embarrassed. Having been clueless for 5 years, he had never played with a smartphone before. Mei Ping murmured, "You can't be serious. Are you really stupid, or just pretending?" After a pause, Lu Chen awkwardly smiled and said, "Let's take a quick photo." After saying okay, Mei Ping opened her phone and started to carefully take pictures of Huang Shuliang. At this moment, Huang Shuliang is fiercely colliding with the model, shouting incessantly in his mouth. Seeing such an intense live reality show, Mei Ping's heart also surged with waves. She couldn't help but recall the scene from that evening in the villa's bathroom, when she and Lu Chenguang were naked. Damn it, why do I think of that idiot again? Mei Ping lightly bites her red lips, struggling inside. Or later on, find a place to secretly have a relationship with this fool. No, the problem is he's not a fool anymore. Or, wait until he acts foolish again and then figure something out. As Lu Chen said to Mei Ping, Huang Shuliang has already changed his position. Golden Eagle Hotel, your phone hasn't caught up. Mei Ping regained consciousness, raised her eyes and took a look, only to discover that Huang Shuliang was actually holding the plastic model, pressing it against the handrail on the stairs. This guy changed his position and then continued his activities. Go, keep up. Mei Ping waved her phone towards Lu Chen, immediately went down the stairs and followed him up. Who knew? She took 2 steps, then felt her feet slip, and the whole person was about to fall forward. Be careful. Lu Chen quickly rushed forward. One hand directly reached past Mi Zong's thigh from behind, while the other hand hugged Mi Zong's slim waist. Then his body quickly pressed up against hers. After falling on Lu Chen, Mei Ping's entire body was on top of him, their thighs pressed tightly together, with one of Lu Chen's hands sandwiched in between. He felt a wave of humidity. After Mei Ping only felt a surge of numbness throughout her body, as if she had been shocked by electricity. After meeting each other, both of them thought about the things between men and women. The beauty only exists in a moment. Mei Ping quickly came back to her senses, anxiously hummed softly, "Don't do this." "Sorry, Golden Eagle Hotel, are you okay?" Lu Chen also regained his senses and quickly withdrew his hand. Mei Ping blushed and took a small step back, feeling embarrassed, and said, I'm fine. She awkwardly continued, "Take the photo, keep taking it." She picked up her phone and continued to film Huang Shuliang. Upon hearing this, Huang Shuliang shouted loudly, and suddenly his body trembled, followed by him collapsing like a pile of soft mud, sitting slumped on the ground. With a snap, the plastic model's figure flashed and fell to the ground, emitting a crisp sound. Mother, this woman is fake. Huang Shuliang fully woke up, and when he realized that the woman in front of him was a plastic mannequin, he couldn't help but panic. How can this be? This is too weird. I clearly saw a tall, long-legged beauty just now. How did she suddenly turn into plastic? Huang Shuliang kept shaking his head. Lu Chen smiled and clapped, saying, "This action movie is too exciting and vivid." When Huang Shuliang turned his head to look, he saw 2 people standing 5 meters away, and couldn't help but feel a wave of panic. "How come you guys are here?" "We have been here for a while now, and we have also recorded your shameful act." Lu Chen smiled and nodded towards Huang Shuliang, saying, "Huang Shuliang, will your good deeds be known by more people?" "Next, it depends on your performance." Huang Shuliang, listen carefully. I have just recorded your embarrassing incident. Mei Ping sternly threatened. Next, you must honestly answer my questions. Otherwise, I will release this and let everyone know about your embarrassing incident. While saying this, she deliberately opened the video on her phone. Wow, you two, this pair of scheming couple actually set me up. Give me the phone. Huang Shuliang angrily lunged towards Mei Ping. With a bang, Liu Chen reached out and pushed it over. After a stumble, Huang Shuliang fell to the ground with a cry of, "Oh no." Obviously, he is no match for Liu Chen. In a stern manner, Mei Ping warned, "Listen carefully from now on. Whatever I ask you, you must answer truthfully. Tell me, was the car accident 5 years ago planned by people from Su Ling Mining Company?" "I heard people say it was Wan Shekong's plan," replied Huang Shuliang, lowering his head. "Who said that?" Mei Ping asked.